Bienvenidos a un viaje único donde la naturaleza y el compromiso se unen para transformar vidas. En Colombia, un país donde las montañas se alzan majestuosas, los ríos susurran y la tierra nos da vida, se está reescribiendo una historia de cambio para todos. En FAO Colombia, la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura, estamos comprometidos con una misión clara: asegurar la alimentación para todos sin excepción. Trabajamos mano a mano con comunidades rurales, socios e instituciones para promover la salud humana y del planeta. Bienvenidos a un viaje único donde la naturaleza y el compromiso se unen para transformar vidas. En Colombia, un país. Bienvenidos a un viaje único donde la naturaleza y el compromiso se unen para transformar vidas. En Colombia, un país donde las montañas se alzan majestuosas, los ríos susurran y la tierra nos da vida, se está reescribiendo una historia de cambio para todos. En FAO Colombia, la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura, estamos comprometidos con una misión clara: asegurar la alimentación para todos sin excepción. Trabajamos mano a mano con comunidades rurales, socios e instituciones para promover la salud humana y del planeta, fortaleciendo los lazos entre cada eslabón de la cadena agroalimentaria. Promovemos el intercambio reconociendo el valioso aporte de las comunidades rurales con quienes fortalecemos los conocimientos y el cuidado de los territorios. Nuestra labor se enfoca en erradicar el hambre y la malnutrición, asegurando que las próximas generaciones puedan disfrutar del bienestar que Colombia puede ofrecer. Facilitamos el acceso a insumos, tecnologías y acompañamiento técnico que mejoren las condiciones de vida de pequeños y medianos productores rurales. Colaboramos con comunidades en situación de vulnerabilidad para recuperar sus medios de vida agropecuarios, fortaleciendo su resiliencia y el desarrollo rural, además de garantizar su acceso a una alimentación saludable. Promovemos la equidad e igualdad de género, empoderando a las mujeres en el sector agropecuario. En FAO Colombia, creemos en el poder de la unión. Nos esforzamos día a día para construir un país más próspero y sostenible. Únete a nosotros y construyamos juntos un mejor futuro para todos. En FAO Colombia, juntos cultivamos, juntos construimos.
Bueno, muy buenos días. Muy buenos días a todas y todos. Mil gracias por estar acá. Nuestros bosques son el hogar de la vida en la tierra. De acuerdo con la FAO, el Estado de los Bosques del Mundo 2022, vías forestales hacia la recuperación verde y la creación de economías inclusivas, resilientes y sostenibles. Alrededor del 80% de las especies de anfibios, el 75% de aves y el 68% de los mamíferos dependen de los bosques para su supervivencia. Es decir, la biodiversidad que sustentan los bosques es invaluable, pero está en peligro. Los bosques y los árboles juegan un papel crucial en nuestra propia supervivencia. Son una especie natural de alimentos. La agroforestería, que consiste en una combinación de árboles y actividades agrícolas, Ofrece soluciones sostenibles para alimentar a la población mundial y proteger el planeta. Además, regulan el clima, el agua, el suelo, es decir, también son ecosistemas esenciales para la adaptación y la mitigación del cambio climático. El informe Estado de los Bosques del Mundo 2024, Innovaciones en el sector forestal hacia un futuro más sostenible, presentado en la 27ª sesión del Comité Forestal COFO, en la sede de la FAO Roma, advierte sobre un desafío alarmante. El cambio climático está debilitando los bosques y haciéndolos más vulnerables a amenazas como los incendios forestales y las plagas. La frecuencia e intensidad de los incendios forestales están en aumento, incluso en zonas que antes no se veían afectadas. Solo en 2023, estos incendios liberaron aproximadamente 6.687 megatoneladas de dióxido de carbono a nivel global. En el pasado, los incendios boreales contribuían con el 10% de las emisiones de dióxido de carbono, pero en 2021 alcanzaron un máximo histórico, impulsados por sequías prolongadas que intensificaron los incendios, representando casi una cuarta parte de las emisiones globales de incendios forestales. Soy Damaris Castillo, coordinadora de comunicaciones de la FAO. Bienvenidas.
Entre 1985 y 2022, más del 13% de la región de la Amazonía y el Cerrado, la región que comprende la confluencia de los biomas de la Amazonía y Cerrado, del Brasil, fue talada para destinarla a la agricultura, lo que supone la pérdida de 5,18 millones de hectáreas de bosques y terrenos boscosos. Esto denota la relevancia de realizar una intervención integral que combine a los bosques con actividades agropecuarias. La velocidad a la que se presentan los nuevos desafíos para el desarrollo sostenible implica desarrollar rápidamente innovaciones para afrontarlo. La innovación es fundamental para cumplir la Agenda 2030 para el desarrollo sostenible y los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible. También es muy importante acelerar la transformación de los sistemas agroalimentarios y la consecución de las 3 metas mundiales principales. La primera, la erradicación del hambre, la inseguridad alimentaria y la malnutrición. La segunda, la eliminación de la pobreza e impulso del progreso económico y social para todos y todas. Y la tercera, la ordenación y uso sostenible de los recursos naturales. En Colombia, según datos del Ministerio de Ambiente y Desarrollo Sostenible, se estima que la deforestación se redujo en un 36% a nivel nacional en el 2023, en comparación con el 2022. Es decir, pasamos de perder 123.517 hectáreas de bosque en 2022 a 79.256 hectáreas en 2023. No obstante, es crucial saber comunicar para actuar, proteger nuestros bosques y frenar el cambio climático, e innovar no solo en la comunicación, sino en las soluciones que de los datos científicos se derivan. Cada árbol, cada especie y cada ecosistema que preservamos contribuye a un futuro más equilibrado para todos y para todas. Soy Ángela Silva, comunicadora especializada del proyecto GCF Visión Amazonía, y en nombre de la FAO agradecemos su asistencia a este espacio para discutir la situación de los bosques en el mundo, la región y en Colombia. Exploraremos innovaciones en materia de política, instituciones sociales y financieras y tecnológicas, especialmente en el monitoreo nacional y en el bioma amazónico, donde se trabaja para reducir la deforestación y promover el desarrollo forestal de la biodiversidad de manera sostenible. El sistema de monitoreo de bosques y carbono liderado por el IDEAM y varias herramientas desarrolladas por la FAO que los países pueden incorporar en sus esquemas de monitoreo permiten, por ejemplo, monitorear la superficie de bosque y de deforestación, realizar ejercicios de modelación para saber cómo se va a comportar la deforestación y pronosticar los riesgos futuros, identificar incentivos diferenciales para la gestión forestal sostenible y la aplicación de actividades a nivel predial que sirvan como puntos de inicio para el manejo forestal sostenible en los territorios de Colombia.
Ángela, pero hoy también vamos a contar cómo desde la comunicación podemos difundir también de forma más efectiva la información sobre el cambio climático, la biodiversidad, a través de un personaje muy particular que habita en los ecosistemas del bioma amazónico. Entonces, para dar inicio a este evento queremos invitar a Camilo Ortega, representante del país México de GGI Global Green Growth Planning and Implementation, quien amablemente aceptó nuestra invitación para moderar este panel. A quienes nos siguen a través de las diferentes plataformas en este momento, les invitamos a seguirnos con el hashtag Paz con Naturaleza y numeral COP16 Colombia. Bienvenido, Camilo, el espacio es todo tuyo.
Muchas gracias. Es un gusto estar aquí con ustedes, ver tantas caras que traen tantos recuerdos. Vamos a tener un panel de lujo y para iniciar precisamente con esta charla, pues primero quiero invitar a Adriana Yepes al escenario. Adriana es especialista en red y manejo forestal para Latinoamérica y el Caribe del equipo de detección de la deforestación, degradación y emisiones de la División Forestal de FAO. Adicionalmente, Adriana es ingeniera forestal y magíster en conservación ambiental de la Universidad Nacional de Colombia, sede de Medellín. Cuenta con 20 años de experiencia en temas relacionados con bosques y cambio climático. Ha trabajado en la academia e institutos de investigación tanto a nivel nacional como internacional y fue parte del equipo técnico que inicialmente configuró el sistema de monitoreo del país y de IDEAM. Se incorporó a la FAO desde 2015 como coordinadora de proyectos y en 2020 se unió al equipo de detección de deforestación, degradación y emisiones de la División Forestal. En Colombia es asesora técnica principal de los proyectos GCF, Visión Amazonía y Forestería Comunitaria en Colombia. Apoya procesos nacionales de monitoreo, reporte y verificación de la mano con el IDEAM y el Ministerio de Ambiente. Todo esto en el marco del programa Global ONU Red y coordina el proyecto Aim for Forest Colombia. Adriana nos va entonces a presentar brevemente una información sobre el informe del estado de los bosques del mundo y las innovaciones del sector forestal que la FAO ha identificado. También quiero aprovechar para que conozcan a Edgar Álvarez. Edgar es el creador del canal Se lo explico con plastilina, quien a medida que vayamos teniendo esta conversación moldeará en plastilina un bosque colombiano. Así como a la Liga de Monitoreo de FAO y IDEAM, de la cual nuestros invitados nos hablarán un poco más adelante. Entonces, adelante, Adri.
Gracias, Camilo. Bueno, bienvenidos y bienvenidas a todas. Antes de iniciar, me gustaría proyectar un video de 1 minuto como preámbulo de la charla que vamos a tener hoy.
La innovación está revelando los secretos que los bosques han guardado durante mucho tiempo. Bajo la corteza de los árboles hay soluciones poderosas. La química de los árboles nos permite usarlos de formas que nunca imaginamos posibles. Ahora, los plásticos nocivos se pueden reemplazar con alternativas biodegradables derivadas de la madera. Podemos sustituir el grafito y los metales de tierras raras de las baterías y crear nuevas fibras sostenibles para contribuir a transformar la industria de la moda. La tecnología desarrolla constantemente nuevos materiales sostenibles a partir de los árboles, incluyendo materiales que pueden curar o brindarnos lugares para vivir y trabajar que simultáneamente fijan el carbono. Las innovaciones con drones están cambiando la forma en que gestionamos y protegemos nuestros bosques, ayudando a detectar y combatir incendios forestales y a salvaguardar la biodiversidad y los ecosistemas frágiles. Bosques, soluciones nuevas para un mundo mejor.
Bueno, entonces todo esto en detalle se encuentra en el informe que ya anticipó Camilo, que es el estado de los bosques 2024 que lanzamos desde FAO este año. No sé si me pueden colaborar con la presentación. Y pues la idea en este espacio es resumirles este informe que se hace desde la organización cada 2 años. Es un informe que en particular, pues como vieron, quisimos resaltar todo eso que podemos hacer manejando y utilizando sosteniblemente los bosques y pues tiene unas innovaciones que ahí vamos hilando con el panel, lo que queremos mostrarles el día de hoy. Entonces, mientras está la presentación, pues comentarles que la idea es que podamos detallar un poco lo que ya nos mencionaron Damaris y Ángela sobre la importancia de los bosques, presentarles los principales titulares del informe, los principales hallazgos, hablarles de estas innovaciones que son bien interesantes porque no son solo tecnológicas, mostrarles cuáles casos de estudio se priorizaron a lo largo de esa investigación de 2 años y finalmente pues dejarles unas acciones claves que también nos da el informe. Antes de comenzar me gustaría que se imaginaran, para comenzar entonces, pues enfatizar en que tenemos un 31% de la superficie de la Tierra cubierta por bosques. Ya Maris nos da unas cifras bastante interesantes cuya conclusión es que la biodiversidad terrestre está precisamente basada en estos ecosistemas y algo muy importante es que en la franja tropical del mundo pues tenemos el 60% de las plantas vasculares y Colombia es un país que está en la zona tropical y por eso pues somos el país también de la belleza. Algo que es muy obvio, pero que nos toca también desde la comunicación recordar es que los árboles y los bosques son fuentes de oxígeno, pues gracias a ellos podemos respirar. También son muy importantes para la regulación del ciclo hídrico y que, por ejemplo, en las ciudades tengamos abastecimiento de agua. También tenemos el tema de los bienes y servicios que nos brindan los bosques, porque también, de acuerdo con nuestras estadísticas, 1/3 de la población mundial, principalmente en áreas rurales, depende de bienes y servicios de los bosques, como la leña, no solo para la calefacción y cocción de alimentos, sino también que durante esta cocción se hace un proceso de salubridad, evitando muchas enfermedades gastrointestinales, principalmente en países que no tienen agua potable. Y hay un tema muy importante y que quizás tomó mucha relevancia después de la pandemia por COVID-19 y es que los bosques también son responsables de nuestra salud física y mental. Hay una hipótesis desde la medicina que se llama la hipótesis de la biodiversidad e indica que cuando no estamos en contacto con la naturaleza y esta biodiversidad, nuestros niveles de cortisol aumentan. El cortisol es la hormona del estrés. Por ende, cuando estamos estresados, empiezan procesos inflamatorios que nos pueden llevar a enfermedades graves, a enfermedades autoinmunes, y esto pasó mucho después de pandemia y es parte de lo que está investigando la medicina. Y no menos importante, pues los bosques son el hogar de un gran número de comunidades locales, principalmente pueblos indígenas y tribales, y en nuestro caso colombiano también de pueblos negros, que no solo viven ahí, sino que han sido los responsables de la conservación de estos ecosistemas y también pues gracias a ellos podemos tener todavía ecosistemas forestales que están cumpliendo funciones vitales. Entonces, un poco pues invitarlos a que puedan consultar en la página de FAO el informe. Está disponible en su versión extensa y en resumen en 6 idiomas, árabe, chino, inglés, francés, español y ruso. Y bueno, ese es el código QR. ¿Cuáles son los principales hallazgos de este informe? Entonces, en primer lugar, los datos recientes nos están dando buenas noticias. Ya nos anticipaban también que Colombia, en el más reciente reporte del Ministerio de Ambiente y del IAM, redujo la deforestación en 36%. Pero esto no solo ocurrió en Colombia. El informe nos está demostrando que países que incluso en el informe de hace 2 años eran como en el ranking de los 10 que deforestaban más, también redujeron su deforestación. Pero eso es una muy buena noticia, sin embargo, tenemos como también de precedente que el cambio climático se está agudizando. Están ocurriendo con mayor frecuencia incendios, están proliferándose las plagas y enfermedades por insectos y eso está haciendo también que los bosques sean vulnerables y se estén enfermando, ¿no? Al igual que nosotros, el bichito de la malaria pues nos reduce nuestras funciones y a veces vamos al hospital, eso está pasando también con los bosques. De otro lado, la producción mundial de madera para el último año está alcanzando valores sin precedentes. Estamos hablando de un consumo de madera de más de 4.000 millones de metros cúbicos al año. Y no sé si algunos se preguntarán, bueno, eso es una cifra muy grande, pero ¿eso a qué equivale? Más o menos tengan en la cabeza que un camión normalito siempre transporta entre 30 y 40 metros cúbicos de madera. Entonces, este valor nos está diciendo, imagínense que son casi 100 a 133 millones de camiones en filita que pueden incluso pasar entre continentes. Entonces, eso es un volumen bastante alto que pues también nos llama a la reflexión de, bueno, como seres humanos estamos consumiendo bastante madera en el último año y la reflexión es cómo lo estamos haciendo, estamos pidiendo que sea madera legal o no, pero si nuestros bosques se están enfermando por el cambio climático, van a ser capaces de seguir esa producción para que tengamos esa demanda. Las proyecciones incluso indican que vamos a duplicar esa demanda de madera a 2050. Entonces, acá tenemos como dos caras de la moneda o una dicotomía, ¿no? Por un lado hay unos buenos pronósticos de reducción de la deforestación, por otro estamos creciendo como población y demandando materiales naturales, y esto lo que también nos está como indicando es que debemos tomar medidas desde la innovación. O sea, a medida que va creciendo esos desafíos tenemos que ser aún más innovadores. Bueno, acá simplemente mencionarles que entre esos países que redujeron la deforestación están Indonesia, está la reducción de la deforestación en el 50% de la Amazonía brasileña, y ese 50% corresponde más o menos al 60% de la superficie del mismo país. En África, casi todas las regiones también disminuyeron la deforestación en los últimos periodos, y algo muy importante es que también se ha visto en 2 periodos de 10 años cada uno que la deforestación en los manglares, que son ecosistemas estratégicos, también se está reduciendo. Todos estos datos van a estar disponibles ya con mayor detalle en otro informe de la FAO a finales del 2025, que es la evaluación de los bosques a nivel mundial. Respecto a los incendios, ya nos mencionaba Damaris que están incrementando, y de hecho están incrementando no solo en frecuencia sino en intensidad, están emitiendo muchísimo más de lo que se emitía en periodos anteriores, y esa cifra que ven ahí que la mencionó Damaris es de 6.687 megatoneladas de CO2 en todo el mundo el año pasado. Y de nuevo les pongo un ejemplo. Esto más o menos, si consideramos que un vuelo entre Londres e Inglaterra ida y vuelta por pasajero emite 1 tonelada de carbono, quiere decir que estamos haciendo este mismo valor, o sea, 6.687 millones de vuelos transoceánicos en un solo año. Imagínense la cantidad de pasajeros. Entonces es una cantidad bastante abrupta que está ropa con fibras, que también lo van a ver con fibras de la madera en el informe, pues se necesita seguir sensibilizando y promoviendo la cultura y la innovación, que es algo, como su palabra lo indica, nuevo, pero que hay que hacerla y promoverla, incluso pues desde los diferentes ámbitos de la educación y desde ese trabajo intercultural, interinstitucional y multiactor. En esa medida, pues impulsar esas habilidades, ¿no? O sea, poder también como apoyar esas nuevas ideas, mirar si funcionan, replicarlas, promoverlas, etcétera. Garantizar los recursos financieros, que es quizás lo más desafiante, que quienes tienen el capital puedan apostar a tener un riesgo alto, que es parte de la innovación, pues que está asociado a una responsabilidad social no solo institucional, corporativa, sino individual, como tenemos como seres humanos, puesto que ya lo mencionaba Damaris, los bosques son vida y nosotros hacemos parte de esa vida, somos parte de las especies que dependen del planeta y por ende pues también somos corresponsables de aportar. La cuarta acción, la quinta, es promover ese entorno político y normativo que también sea innovador y pueda habilitar condiciones que ahorita se identifiquen, pueden frenar la innovación, entonces se puedan hacer estos ajustes normativos. Entonces, ir finalizando con decirles que esta innovación, pues, se debe hacer en forma responsable, ¿sí? O sea, quitando que es muy costoso, no, o sea, es porque es nuestra responsabilidad también como individuos para que podamos maximizar las innovaciones en el sector forestal y, por qué no, en otros sectores que están interrelacionados, pero también desde la FAO lo que queremos es promover esa innovación que sea transformadora de los sistemas agroalimentarios. Una de las causas de deforestación es pues el avance de la frontera agropecuaria y mucha de ella se debe a que necesitamos alimentos para todos nosotros. Entonces los sistemas agroalimentarios ahorita pueden ser más eficientes, inclusive resilientes y sostenibles con el clima, y esto es una de las innovaciones que también estamos invitando a que se tengan en cuenta. Es eso, les agradezco y los invito nuevamente a consultar el reporte. Gracias.
Gracias, Adriana. Increíble cómo lograste resumir un documento tan complejo y completo como son normalmente estos reportes. Seguramente se preguntarán ustedes cómo se hace para crear estos reportes. Y vamos a hablar ahora de cómo tenemos los datos detrás de los datos, y para eso entonces vamos a tener una conversación con unos colegas que nos van a contar un poco cómo se trabaja todo este proceso de monitoreo aquí en Colombia y cómo esto se relaciona con la información que se genera en este monitoreo. Entonces, gracias, Adri, por quedarte acá. Me gustaría entonces invitar a María Andrea Rueda y a Gustavo Galindo para hablar sobre precisamente esto. Los datos más allá de los datos, el papel de la comunicación inclusiva. Pero pues para que ustedes sepan quiénes son ellos, me voy a permitir contarles un poco. María Andrea es la coordinadora del proyecto GCF Visión Amazonía con FAO Colombia. Es bióloga con maestría en Derecho Ambiental y actualmente cursa una maestría en Dirección Financiera. Cuenta con más de 15 años de experiencia laboral en la formulación, seguimiento y evaluación de políticas e intervenciones ambientales y de cambio climático. En el Departamento Nacional de Planeación, fue formuladora de políticas de conservación, mares y costas, observación de tierra y cambio climático. También fue líder de evaluaciones de políticas como las de mares, licenciamiento ambiental y Plan Nacional de Ordenamiento Minero. Desde el Ministerio de Ambiente y Desarrollo Sostenible, María Andrea fue líder en la formulación de la Estrategia Nacional Red y actualmente es la coordinadora del proyecto de pago por resultados que se denomina GCF Visión Amazonía, desde FAO. Y por otro lado, Gustavo es el líder de procesamiento digital de imágenes del IDEAM y es biólogo con posgrado en análisis espacial y teledetección. Cuenta con una experiencia profesional de más de 15 años aplicada al monitoreo ambiental en Colombia, especialmente a través del uso de imágenes de sensores remotos para el seguimiento de ecosistemas forestales, así como el análisis de las dinámicas del cambio del uso del suelo. Desde 2009 ha estado vinculado al IDEAM en temas asociados al monitoreo de la deforestación y degradación forestal, así como estimaciones de carbono, tanto a nivel nacional como a nivel regional. Participó en el equipo técnico que generó el primer nivel de referencia de emisiones forestales sometido por Colombia a la convención y ha sido parte de la delegación técnica del país en diferentes negociaciones de la COP. Y pues aprovechemos para conocer también a Jack, que es el caimán negro o el jacaré.
¡Hola! Los saludamos desde Solano, Caquetá. Desde el sistema de monitoreo de bosques y carbono, el IDEAM genera boletines, reportes y alertas de manera periódica que muestran, entre muchas cosas, la dinámica de la deforestación del país.
¿Cuáles son esos boletines, reportes y alertas?
Mientras tanto, en el salón de monitoreo, cada año comunica a Colombia la cifra de deforestación y explica sus causas y agentes. Cada 3 meses genera un boletín de alertas tempranas de deforestación con los principales núcleos de alerta temprana de deforestación en el país. Cada mes, como parte de los boletines trimestrales, se publican estimados mensuales de deforestación para los departamentos de la Amazonía. Y cada día, una plataforma web permite consultar y descargar información satelital sobre puntos de calor como indicador de afectación en bosques naturales. Estos reportes, boletines y alertas además identifican dónde están los núcleos activos de deforestación. Por esa razón, el gobierno nacional, a través de Minambiente, busca transformar estas zonas en núcleos de desarrollo forestal y de la biodiversidad. El proyecto GCF Visión Amazonía trabaja en los núcleos de Solano, Paraíso Amazónico y Mapiripán. Y en el próximo capítulo conoceremos el estado de deforestación de estos núcleos y cómo el IDEAM nos va a ayudar a identificar los resultados de las acciones que realizaremos en los próximos años.
Recuerda, el IDEAM es el data center ambiental del país.
Bueno, ya conocieron a Jack y ahora vamos a ver también un poco el Jack de verdad, que normalmente está también allá en el IDEAM, en esa Liga de la Justicia, que desde hace tanto tiempo viene contándonos qué está pasando en el país, con los bosques del país. Entonces, precisamente me gustaría, Gustavo, comenzar esta conversación contigo para que hablemos un poco sobre la situación de los bosques del país, que nos cuentes un poco sobre el sistema de monitoreo de bosques y carbono, que actualmente recibe el apoyo de FAO, entre otros, y cómo esto toma relevancia en el marco de la gestión de la biodiversidad del país.
Muchas gracias, Camilo. Muchas gracias, Jack. El sistema de monitoreo de bosques y carbono lleva generando datos oficiales sobre los bosques y la deforestación en el país de manera anual desde hace más de 10 años, desde hace 11 años, genera alertas, pero no solamente es esa información espacial, que es bastante útil para los reportes del estado de los bosques, sino también está vinculado con las acciones de monitoreo comunitario, también con el seguimiento a las causas y los agentes asociados a la deforestación y también en proporcionar una información útil para integrar a las comunidades, al sector local con el sector nacional. Todo esto es fundamental para apoyar los diferentes reportes internacionales y nacionales sobre el estado de los bosques y de alguna manera también la biodiversidad.
Claro, los bosques no existen solos, no están solamente los árboles, entonces tienen un componente muy importante asociado a esta biodiversidad, son la casa de una gran biodiversidad. Entonces, ¿nos podrías contar un poco cómo este monitoreo de bosques y carbono se relaciona con el Plan de Acción de Biodiversidad?
El Plan de Acción de Biodiversidad está muy conectado en varias de las metas. Una de ellas es la de restauración, la número 2, donde el IDEAM proporciona información sobre las áreas restauradas de bosque y de otros ecosistemas en el país, y adicionalmente en el sistema de monitoreo hacemos también ese seguimiento a esas áreas en proceso de restauración. Ya este año, de hecho, hicimos el primer reporte de seguimiento de estas áreas restauradas en el país. Por otro lado, para la meta de pérdida de ecosistemas, nosotros a través del sistema de monitoreo de bosques presentamos los datos de la tasa anual de deforestación y el cambio en la superficie de bosque, que son el insumo principal para el reporte de la pérdida de ecosistemas boscosos en el país. Y adicional a esto, para las metas 22 y 23 ligadas con monitoreo comunitario, también el sistema de monitoreo de bosques participa activamente para este cumplimiento y el seguimiento de estas metas.
Bueno, y hacer referencia precisamente a estas tasas de deforestación, y pues el año pasado y todos celebramos esa reducción tan importante, pues se redujo un 36% la deforestación el año pasado, y lo que nos preguntamos todos es, bueno, esta reducción, ¿cómo se puede traducir también en potenciales recursos bajo mecanismos como los que lidera María Andrea, de pago por resultados? Pero ¿será que esos pagos por resultados también pueden estar beneficiando la biodiversidad y otros elementos?
El pago por resultados en el marco de alguno de los mecanismos asociados a red realmente da un potencial grande para que, con la reducción que se ha presentado no solamente en el último año, sino la tendencia descendente que se ha visto después de la firma del primer proceso de paz, que se pueda tener acceso a resultados que podrían ser bastante útil, como se han venido haciendo históricamente, para acciones de conservación, para acciones de manejo forestal sostenible y de desarrollo asociado con un crecimiento verde. Todo esto son acciones que son también útiles para la conservación de la biodiversidad y donde de manera se relacionan el cambio climático con las acciones de biodiversidad, justamente en que las acciones que pueden ser útiles para conservar los bosques sirven para los dos y pueden venir de los recursos que ya en este momento se están implementando a partir del mecanismo red de cambio climático.
Fantástico, Gustavo. Ya ahora seguiremos la conversación contigo, pero me gustaría aprovechar para preguntarle a Adriana, desde el rol que ha tenido la FAO precisamente en todo el tema de manejo forestal sostenible, ¿nos podrías contar un poco más sobre esa experiencia? ¿Cuáles y qué resultados podría resaltar sobre ese manejo forestal sostenible y el trabajo de FAO?
Claro que sí, Camilo. Bueno, yo les contaba en la presentación que el caso de Colombia fue identificado como innovador precisamente porque la Estrategia Integral de Control a la Deforestación y Gestión de los Bosques pues tiene 5 líneas de acción, y una de ellas es cerrar la frontera agropecuaria a través de promover el manejo forestal sostenible. Entonces, el trabajo conjunto entre Minambiente y FAO inició en 2018, donde precisamente a partir de los datos que genera el IDEAM de monitoreo de la deforestación, y estábamos en plena implementación del acuerdo de paz, el ministerio priorizó inicialmente, pues quisimos como trabajar, estaba la estrategia en hacer una propuesta de manejo forestal sostenible a través de la forestería comunitaria, que es silvicultura comunitaria, hay muchos términos, o manejo forestal sostenible comunitario, y se hizo, digamos, como ese documento teórico. Pero en 2018 también se quería, bueno, entremos a la acción, porque fueron las comunidades quienes en la formulación de la estrategia decían hay que tener una visión compartida y diferenciada del bosque. Para lo que ustedes ven bosque desde el punto de vista técnico, para nosotros son territorios de vida, o sea, eso es la vida, para nosotros es nuestra casa. Entonces se quiso poner en pilotaje esta propuesta de manejo forestal sostenible, y les decía que con estos datos de monitoreo en su momento el ministerio priorizó 4 núcleos o sitios que tenían como unas condiciones particulares. El primero era que fueran núcleos activos de deforestación conforme a la información que produce el IDEAM, que hubieran comunidades que estaban empleando o utilizando la madera de manera informal o ilegal, y que hubiera también como una gran capacidad de las corporaciones autónomas regionales de trabajar conjuntamente con estas comunidades, ¿sí? O sea, también hacer su labor policiva de control, pero también aportar como al desarrollo de estas habilidades también de las comunidades para que pudieran acceder a producir madera, pero de manera legal. Entonces iniciamos en Antioquia, Cauca, Valle del Cauca y Tolima, donde tuvimos también pues como unas comunidades que son campesinas, que venían pues aprovechando el bosque sin conocer toda la normativa nacional, una comunidad indígena en Tolima que tenían la particularidad de que el bosque para ellos es un territorio sagrado, pero que además hay una veda de la corporación, pero también se estaban, digamos, enfrentando a una deforestación aledaña por otros actores, y teníamos también pues la comunidad del río Yurumangui, que es una comunidad negra donde han vivido de la madera desde tiempos ancestrales. Y comenzamos a este trabajo conjunto, un trabajo que no llegó, digamos, con una propuesta escrita en piedra, sino de construyamos conjuntamente, y en esa construcción hay resultados muy interesantes, y es que actualmente, y pues ya Gustavo nos puede corregir o ilustrar más, muchos de estos sitios pues ya han reducido sus tasas de deforestación. Claramente no es que solo el manejo forestal sea el causante, hay una conflusión de muchos elementos e iniciativas, pero sí da cuenta de que hay una transformación en que las comunidades han visto que en la manera que se pueda entender ese punto de vista técnico de lo que es un plan de manejo, y que además desde los técnicos podamos entender que en Yurumangui la madera sale es en una época específica, ¿sí? No puede ser en sus periodos donde hay fiestas patronales, es un tema de la luna, de la marea, esa conclusión también es muy importante. Entonces, resultados, esos núcleos que iniciaron al principio en 2018 se lograron expandir a 8. Sí, actualmente estamos trabajando en otros sitios como Chocó con la comunidad de Cocomazur, en el Huila con una iniciativa que se llama el Grupo Ecológico Los Castores, y bueno, en otros que por efectos del tiempo no me voy a extender, pero hacen parte ahora de todo lo que es esta apuesta de gobierno de transformar núcleos activos de deforestación a núcleos de desarrollo forestal y biodiversidad, por lo que acaba de decir Gustavo, las dos cosas se hablan, están entrelazadas, y por eso un poco el mensaje de la presentación es: los bosques no son solo árboles, los bosques son la vida para muchas especies, incluyéndonos a nosotros. Entonces, ya estas comunidades también han realizado negocios verdes, están en todo el tema de negocios verdes que lideran las corporaciones, han desarrollado negocios con privados, negocios que han reconocido el valor de la madera que producen de este trabajo formal que se genera, negocios justos donde se reconoce ese esfuerzo, porque extraer un árbol no es una labor tampoco sencilla, y algo muy lindo, y es la inclusión del enfoque de género. En muchas de estas comunidades, cuando llegamos, las personas decían, no, es que los que cortan madera son ellos, pero había todo un colectivo de mujeres y niños que también estaban aprendiendo las tradiciones ancestrales de rescatar semillas, de poder regenerar esa zona donde se extraían la madera permisionada con plántulas que producían en vivero, rescataban del mismo bosque. Y pues también han desarrollado habilidades de comunicación, porque la comunicación no es solo desde nosotros, desde los periodistas, sino que los colectivos de comunicación locales sirven de replicar ese mensaje, que la sostenibilidad sí puede ser económicamente viable.
Qué bien. Me pareció increíble varios de los ejemplos que nos diste a lo largo de tu presentación, con la facilidad de poner algunos temas. Entonces, sería muy bueno también para aquellas personas que no conocen también qué es esto de manejo forestal sostenible, si de manera sencilla pudieras contarles de qué estamos hablando, pero eso qué tiene que ver con la seguridad alimentaria, porque pues dicen, bueno, estamos aquí, FAO, normalmente eso nos suena a alimentos, pero ¿qué tiene que ver la seguridad alimentaria, la madera, los bosques?
Bueno, Camilo, claro que sí. Vamos a ver si lo logro. Bueno, el manejo forestal es una técnica, ¿sí? Podemos decir que conociendo el comportamiento ecológico de un bosque, o sea, uno puede, tanto desde el conocimiento tradicional como del técnico, identificar que hay árboles que han llegado a un estado de madurez importante, que igual en el futuro se van a morir, y si se mueren se caen y también hay una alteración, digamos, del entorno. Entonces, el manejo forestal lo que busca es eso. Veíamos, por ejemplo, que la producción de madera está incrementando y desde siempre la humanidad ha tenido una relación con los bosques. Tenemos casas de madera, acá yo creo que la mayoría tenemos camas de madera, comedor, entonces la madera hace parte de nuestra vida y manejar sosteniblemente el bosque es eso, extraer la madera que se necesita, conociendo ese comportamiento ecológico de las especies, sabiendo que cuando están amenazadas no se deben talar, y ha sido, como les digo, una práctica ancestral que las comunidades indígenas y las negras conocen muy bien, y cuando eso, digamos, está relacionado con el conocimiento técnico y con lo normativo, pues ahí es donde no solo es sostenible, sino que es legal, ¿sí? Entonces, es una actividad que se produce, como les digo, de manera ancestral, entonces tampoco se trata de decir no lo vuelva a hacer, porque igual desde las ciudades estamos demandando también esos productos, pero además no solo es madera, y a eso quería ir. El manejo forestal sostenible también incluye la producción de frutos, semillas, de resinas, de fibras naturales, follaje también para ramos, decoraciones, y pues también el tema de producir otros productos, los jugos amazónicos, el tema que les decía y está en el reporte de fibras para la ropa, que la industria de la moda es una de las que más contamina y deteriora los recursos naturales, entonces en los bosques tenemos muchas posibilidades. Ahora, ¿cómo se relaciona con la seguridad alimentaria? Entonces hay dos vías, ¿no? En la medida que destruimos bosques para ampliar esa frontera agropecuaria para producción de alimentos, pues estamos incidiendo en la destrucción de los bosques. Pero también en los bosques hay muchos alimentos que se están promoviendo a través de la bioeconomía, donde también hacen parte, por ejemplo, de las tradiciones culturales, ¿sí? Entonces tenemos en algunas comunidades del Pacífico e indígenas, cuando un niño nace o nacía, pues hacía un tema de la obligada, porque el fruto en sí mismo o la raíz de un árbol te puede dar algunas características de tu personalidad que te van a ayudar a desarrollar, pero además a arraigarte al territorio. Y cuando hablamos que la expansión de la frontera agrícola destruye bosques, pues también vemos, como en el caso de la soya, y que no es solo la soya, sino de los cultivos, los arreglos agroforestales, es decir, que tienen el tema de cultivos con árboles, son más productivos. Entonces eso también nos hace que tengamos una mayor producción con un menor, digamos, cantidad de área y podamos tener alimentos realmente sostenibles. Entonces, en estos ejercicios de manejo forestal sostenible también lo que se ha buscado es que desde las comunidades se devuelva un poco a la tradición ancestral de tener huertas o producción de madera para leña sin que se tenga que desplazar grandes cantidades de distancias y de acabar con árboles que no están en su estado de desarrollo, y ahí pues se promueve lo que yo hablaba de la diversificación de actividades, ¿no? Donde por un lado tienes la producción de madera, de no maderables, tienes agricultura, puedes tener también producción de vaca para leche, sí, pero que también pueda subsistir de eso. Entonces están interrelacionados y parte de las acciones que se hacen en estas iniciativas que les mencioné también es volver a restablecer huertos si las comunidades ya han perdido esa tradición, porque se vio después de la pandemia de COVID-19 con las poblaciones que se trabajaba desde FAO Colombia, quienes lograron, digamos, tener como un menor impacto en su alimentación fueron las comunidades precisamente que tenían una huerta de plátano, de yuca, mientras que las otras se vieron muy afectadas no solo por el cierre de las vías, sino por los altos costos de los alimentos que pues todos también sufrimos desde las ciudades, pero en las áreas rurales era más complejo y más de un impacto muchísimo mayor.
Gracias, Adriana. Claramente lograste dar la explicación. Muchas gracias. Y en esta situación donde tenemos los bosques, se cambian los bosques precisamente para la producción de alimento, se dan algunas oportunidades también asociados a mecanismos de frenar estas tendencias. Ahí es donde nacen mecanismos como los pagos por resultados. Entonces quiero aprovechar, María Andrea, para que nos cuentes un poquito más qué es eso de los mecanismos de pago por resultados o pagos basados en resultados.
1, 2, 3, testing English. Hello, hello. Hello, good morning. Great, okay.
O quienes están en las áreas forestales del país.
Bueno, la verdad es que cuando los países hacen las negociaciones como lo que estamos viviendo hoy en día en el marco de la COP, cada país asume unos compromisos que se traducen en unas metas y objetivos muy puntuales. Cuando nosotros cumplimos como país esas metas y si eso está atado…
Great, awesome. Thank you.
Emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero como producto de reducción de la deforestación y por lo tanto pudo acceder a un pago. Como esta reducción de emisiones se generó en el bioma amazónico, el proyecto GCF Visión Amazonía reinvierte estos recursos en la Amazonía. Y de cara a la dinámica que ha tenido el país para reducir la deforestación y teniendo en cuenta que se establecieron unos núcleos de desarrollo forestal y de la biodiversidad, nosotros en el proyecto trabajamos 3 núcleos, los mostraba Jack en el capítulo que les compartimos. Estamos ubicados en Mapiripán, Meta y en Solano, Caquetá. Acá trabajamos con comunidades campesinas inicialmente, con las cuales estamos desarrollando todas las actividades que FAO ya conoce y Adriana explicó muy bien. Y inicialmente lo que hicimos fue ver cuáles eran las condiciones iniciales de estas comunidades. Y por supuesto tienen muchos desafíos, están en una zona no interconectada, quiere decir que no tienen electricidad, están en una zona donde no hay acueducto, no acceden a agua potable, la infraestructura pues es muy débil, entonces no hay vías, la manera de movilizarse muchas veces es en mula, en moto, 4 horas, en vías muy difíciles, las condiciones de seguridad también ahorita están muy complejas. Cuando llueve no se puede transitar en esas vías para que no se dañe la carretera. El trabajo con ellos tiene muchos desafíos, la vida de ellos tiene muchos desafíos. La seguridad alimentaria fue el primer desafío que quisimos abordar con ellos, precisamente en un diálogo de un tiempo muy largo para poder identificar en dónde podríamos empezar. Y bajo las dinámicas que Adriana explicó, lo que hicimos fue empezar a trabajar en un arreglo agroforestal en el que las comunidades pudieran enriquecer cultivos de pan coger con frutales amazónicos. Y acá también hay una connotación bien compleja y es que algunos de nuestros socios, es decir, nuestros campesinos, no son de ese lugar, sino que se vieron desplazados y llegaron hace unos años, lo cual significa que no conocen muy bien el uso de las especies como muchas otras comunidades como las indígenas y los negros. Y esto implica un reto también de poderles enseñar esas especies nativas, los beneficios que pueden traer para ellos y no solamente enfocarse en un arreglo agroforestal muy campesino, basado tal vez en el hogao y en el tomate y la cebolla y enriquecerlo a través de otras especies nativas. Ese es un primer ejercicio que estamos haciendo, lo estamos acompañando con unas estufas eficientes de leña que por supuesto tienen una connotación para la salud de la mujer principalmente muy importantes, pero que adicionalmente contribuyen a reducir la degradación del bosque por el uso de la leña controlada bajo unas especies leñosas que están en el arreglo agroforestal y adicionalmente se acompaña de un dispositivo que permite tener electricidad en la casa. Esto es pues algo que consideramos va a impactar muy positivamente la calidad de vida de estas comunidades y ahí estamos avanzando con ellas poco a poco, decidiendo cuál es ese arreglo que ellos quieren desarrollar para poder avanzar hacia una cadena productiva, sostenible, que les permita tener una actividad económica. Entonces ahí te dejo los retos y los desafíos que asumimos las comunidades y nosotros a través del proyecto.
Muchas gracias, fantástico. ¿No? Y me parece muy interesante tener esa capacidad como de contar qué es lo que se está haciendo y contarlo de una manera diferente. Me sorprende, ustedes me conocen hace algún tiempo y cuando comienzo a ver este tipo de aproximaciones como hablar de Jack y tener una liga asociada a todos los temas de monitoreo, los que estamos un poquito más viejitos decimos, pero ¿cómo? ¿De dónde salió esto? ¿Por qué estamos ahora acá? ¿Me podrías contar un poquito más por qué ese esfuerzo de tener una liga y a dónde va esta idea?
Bueno, esta liga nace hace unos años cuando FAO e IDEAM estuvieron trabajando juntos haciendo el Inventario Nacional Forestal y esto dio vida a una especie que está en peligro de extinción, que es un ave, el paujil, que en el capítulo era el ave que acompañaba a Jack. Después, ahorita en este proyecto lo que hicimos fue, como estamos enfocados en el bioma amazónico, también buscar una especie que también está en peligro de extinción y estos son nuestros reporteros. Encontramos en esta manera una vía de comunicación más amigable Y cuando nosotros estábamos formulando la Estrategia Nacional Red para el país, ya veíamos en ese proceso participativo que las comunidades solicitaban, necesito entender lo que están haciendo, y nosotros desde las diferentes instituciones queríamos poder tener una comunicación más asertiva, tener una comunicación más clara para ellos. Entonces de ahí nace tomar estas especies que quieren hacer un llamado y por eso los volvimos reporteros. Son especies que quieren decir, por favor, salve mi hábitat, por favor, humano, compórtese mejor porque me está poniendo en peligro. Y entonces también nace una idea muy bonita de poder contar qué es lo que hace el sistema de monitoreo de bosques y carbono, y nosotros consideramos que estos son nuestros héroes, que todos nosotros que estamos acá trabajando por nuestro país y por la Amazonía ya continental, de verdad somos unos héroes porque hemos dedicado nuestra vida, nuestro corazón, nuestro esfuerzo, nuestro tiempo, invertimos todo en esto y le ponemos todo el corazón. Entonces encontramos en estos animales, volviéndolos reporteros, una manera de acercar a todo el tipo de comunidades, no importa si son científicas, si son comunidades, si son adultos mayores o si son niños, pero de repente esto ha cogido mucho corazón, lo reciben muy bien. Estuvimos en el seminario de bosques con las comunidades, hicimos un taller de plastilina y pudieron elaborar a Jack y salieron muchas versiones de Jack muy bonitos, cambiaron colores, innovaron también ellos porque así lo viven, así lo ven. Y Jack, que es una especie que de entrada podría dar susto, pues acá de repente muestra un personaje que también es vulnerable, ¿no? Que esa especie que nos da miedo, que de pronto a muchos niños les da miedo, pues también requiere que hagamos acciones para cuidarlo.
Y entonces, precisamente, ¿qué podemos esperar de Jack más adelante? ¿Qué viene?
Bueno, nosotros precisamente este seminario lo llamamos Los datos más allá de los datos porque queríamos mostrar que el esfuerzo que se hace desde el IDEAM para generar datos no es solamente un dato, solamente un número, una cifra, sino que el IDEAM reporta información. Cuando ya compara diferentes años, diferentes lugares, qué está ocasionando la reducción de la deforestación, nos está proveyendo mucha información. Esa información que van a seguir generando, la vamos a seguir reportando a través de Jack, pero no solamente vas a reportar las cifras y los datos, sino que les va a contar los resultados que vamos a seguir desarrollando en esos núcleos de desarrollo forestal y de la biodiversidad del proyecto, de los demás cooperantes que quieran participar. Acá en el marco de la COP, mostrando esta estrategia, hemos recibido solicitudes de generar alianzas que vamos a seguir viendo cómo las podemos generar, pero Jack les va a no solamente a reportar los datos del IDEAM, sino las acciones que desarrollamos en los núcleos con las comunidades campesinas y más adelante con las comunidades indígenas.
Bueno, increíble, siempre hay una forma de contar las cosas, hay muchas formas de hecho de contar las cosas. Vemos hermosa ilustración que se está generando, pero también sabemos desde hace algún tiempo que Edgar está avanzando. Entonces, ¿cómo vamos, Edgar? ¿Cómo ha sido esta experiencia de crear en plastilina este bosque?
Bueno, en esto es muy interesante como pasar de hacer la animación, que es un trabajo detrás de cámaras, a tener aquí como todo público y toda la cosa, pero no, súper interesante, pues justamente como, o sea, yo creo que en esto hay algo que es muy importante y es la cantidad de públicos que atrae esta temática, o sea, que igual así como ustedes pueden estar encarretados viendo este proceso, pues todos hemos trabajado con plastilina alguna vez, entonces eso vincula a los niños, vincula a los adultos y pues es eso, o sea, a través de estas temáticas pues llegar y hablar pues sobre deforestación y pues sobre tantos temas pues que son importantes, y yo creo que también algo que es clave es justamente eso, o sea, la posibilidad de que los niños en especial se lleven, les dé ganas de hacer el personaje y servir como puente para que después investiguen más sobre lo que está pasando en el mundo. Yo creo que ese puente es fundamental, entonces pues bueno, aquí estamos.
Edgar, muchas gracias, porque realmente este esfuerzo, como dicen por ahí, pone en plastilina, o sea, explicas con plastilina para que todo el mundo pueda entender, y eso es fundamental. Gracias. Aprovecho entonces un poco el tiempo que nos queda para una pregunta que me gustaría que los tres me dieran como sus versiones, y es, tenemos un montón de estos datos de deforestación que se han venido generando en la última década, pero cómo esos datos pues al final pueden generar acciones que beneficien de manera concreta a las comunidades que están en los bosques.
Bueno, pues creo que hemos, con el video que vimos al inicio, o sea, son datos de monitoreo de cada uno de los países y además detalles también con datos de campo como el Inventario Forestal Nacional, de donde ya mencionaba María Andrea Cracks, es uno de los voceros y de la Liga de Monitoreo. Entonces, estos datos, digamos, consistentes, transparentes, sacados o lanzados de manera periódica, están permitiendo tomar decisiones. Entonces, en el caso de Colombia ya vimos que esa fue la semilla para que pudiéramos también involucrarnos muchos actores para el tema de manejo forestal sostenible. Ya tú también decías el tema de acceso a pago por resultados, pues vemos el proyecto GCF Visión Amazonía es la materialización de que Colombia demostró ante un fondo internacional que los datos estaban dando cuenta de la realidad, y ahí importante mencionar que era un fondo limitado y solo accedieron 8 países, dentro de los cuales está Colombia. De los 8 países solo está Indonesia, el resto son de Latinoamérica. Entonces también es esa relación que se hace entre datos de ciencia para hacer ciencia aplicada en el territorio, y ciencia aplicada en el territorio que no se está aplicando solo por los técnicos, sino por las comunidades, y por eso yo también enfatizaba en la presentación, no son beneficiarias, son socias. Y entonces la idea y parte de lo que se está discutiendo en esta COP y próximamente en la COP de cambio climático es eso, cómo viabilizamos que los recursos y también todas estas gestiones lleguen directamente a las comunidades, porque también los datos de ciencia han demostrado que donde hay pueblos indígenas, comunidades afrocolombianas, tribales en otros países, es donde se está concentrando la mayor biodiversidad del planeta.
Somos un país de bosques. Más o menos más del 50% del país todavía sigue siendo bosque natural, y casi todos los municipios del país, descontando 20 de ellos, tienen al menos 1 hectárea de bosque. Todas las comunidades están vinculadas a los bosques, y yo creo que lo más importante que hemos hecho nosotros en el sistema de monitoreo de bosques a lo largo de los años es visibilizar los bosques, incluirlos en la agenda política de este país, a nivel nacional, a nivel regional y también a nivel local, que cada comunidad, cada persona sea consciente de los bosques y el impacto que se tiene ligado con la deforestación. Dar unos reportes de manera semanal, mensual, trimestral, anual, es como un zumbido que está todo el tiempo, como lo hablamos en alguna otra reunión, que siempre está llegándole a la gente para que empiece a pensar sobre la importancia de los bosques de vida, como lo mencionó Adriana.
Adelante, María Andrea.
No, gracias. Yo, pues la verdad es que tengo un reto muy grande en mis hombros, pero lo asumo con tanto cariño porque después de pasar de formular la Estrategia Nacional Red a poderla implementar en un proyecto en un pedazo de mi país, para mí es un gran orgullo, y pues esa es la intención, que podamos contribuir a mejorar la calidad de vida de esas comunidades campesinas e indígenas, que podamos aportar con estas estrategias de comunicación. Como ven en este evento, así tratamos de trabajar con las comunidades tanto campesinas como indígenas. También estamos acompañando la consulta previa del programa Visión Amazonía y desarrollamos estos mismos esfuerzos pedagógicos para que las comunidades entiendan no solamente cuál información se genera, cuál es su rol también dentro del manejo forestal sostenible, sino que nosotros hacemos un esfuerzo por llevar las imágenes que los acercan. Ellos trabajan como en círculos y nosotros tratamos de mostrarles cómo funciona la cooperación con sus mismos herramientas a través de pedagogía, juegos. Entonces realmente creemos que poder comunicar más asertivamente nos va a permitir ver o mostrarle a las personas que el mejor uso de los bosques, que mantener los bosques en pie es usarlos bien, ¿sí? Porque muchas veces tenemos miedo de que no se puede talar un árbol y eso no necesariamente va a mantener el bosque en pie, sino que tenemos que usarlo adecuadamente. Y las comunidades a su vez llevan muchos años gritándonos: oigan, es que es mi territorio, acá vivo y yo necesito tener calidad de vida, y eso queremos hacer a través del proyecto. Es un esfuerzo muy grande que implica muchos actores, así como la Estrategia Nacional Red del país lo muestra, es intersectorial y como yo les decía, las condiciones de las comunidades requieren acceso a energía para poder habilitar algún tipo de cadena de refrigeración, para poder tener una cadena productiva o diferentes retos, pero acá estamos para hacer alianzas, para recibir propuestas, para acercarnos y para mejorar esa calidad de vida de las comunidades manteniendo los bosques en pie.
Muchas gracias, María Andrea. Al final quiero pues agradecerles a todos y a todas porque en todo este tiempo han sido ustedes los miembros de carne y hueso de esta liga que pone el corazón para que las cosas pasen de una manera diferente. Y recuerden que detrás de un dato hay muchas más historias, ¿sí? No importa solamente ese 36% que nos genera tanta alegría. Puede que después cambie, se reduzca, puede que vuelva y suba, pero siempre hay una historia, hay gente detrás de todos estos datos. Por eso es importante entender qué está pasando más allá, cómo ese dato de deforestación sí puede tener unos elementos asociados a la biodiversidad, otros elementos asociados a las comunidades. Entonces, si nosotros habilitamos esos espacios para trabajar con la gente, para entender y sobre esa lógica de llevarlos en el corazón, seguramente entonces nuestros sistemas de monitoreo serán más robustos y vamos a hacer que todo este trabajo tan complejo pues genere los beneficios para quienes tienen que generarlos, que al final son para los dueños de estos territorios que están ahí esperando que nosotros los apoyemos. Muchas gracias entonces a todos ustedes y también pues a las personas que nos siguen por las redes.
Bienvenido, buenos días, good morning.
Welcome.
Transition out so we can get going. Anyway, welcome everyone to this side event. So I am Andrew Bavanek. I head up food systems at UNDP. And this event, I'm going to talk a little bit about this event, the background and the context of why we are here, because it is part of a bigger process that we're involved with. But just to let you know, we're going to have two speakers from the governments of Thailand and Nepal, who I'll introduce shortly. We're then going to have a few comments from speakers in the audience, and then the idea is to really stimulate some participation and hear from as many of you as possible. So I will try to make it less one way, that way, but more that will be all connected, because hopefully those who have come here are particularly interested in the topic, which I think is quite unique here at this COP and in other COPs, because we're going to be talking about power. The big elephant in the room, the big word no one likes to talk about, but I believe is the biggest influence of all of our work, both here in the room and in the whole development community. So I'd like to just give a little context, because as I said, what we are talking about today is an important aspect of a larger initiative. So I've been working in the food space, the nature space for over 25 years, overseeing a lot of projects in UNDP, hundreds of millions of dollars, going into technical assistance and solutions for policy reform, policy support. And one of my main takeaways and observations from those 20 years and hundreds of millions of dollars is they are not being as effective as we expect and wish. And that's because technical solutions are only part of the puzzle. And really, we need to continue looking at the systems in which we are operating and going as upstream as possible to really understand what are the influences and the factors that are resisting the change we want to see. And one of the main, I would say, factors or levers that my team and I have identified is what we call power. Who is really influencing the decisions that are being made by governments on policy and on subsidies? And what influence do they have, and what can we do about it? And this is what really interests me, and I think is the question of the COP. What can we do to work with power, challenge power, disrupt power? I'm not naive here. I don't think we're going to be solving here how to completely change global power dynamics in the next hour and a half. But what I do think is important, and it's our responsibility in the development community, is to talk about it and to name it, to highlight it, to showcase it, and to start exploring what we can do better in the way we design projects, the way we support policy reform, the way we support subsidy reform, and not just focus on the data and the analytics. So because of that, we initiated earlier in the year the Food and Power Initiative. I have some handouts, some briefs, where we really started to explore, particularly in the food system space, but this is very relevant for all of us working in nature. But where are the big power asymmetries in the food system space? We know there's massive concentrations of power in the retail sector. We think about supermarkets and how they constrain the ability of local food markets to emerge and for farmers to sell their foods locally. There's power dynamics in global trade of commodities. There's power dynamics everywhere. And there are power dynamics within governments. And we know, let's admit it, ministries of environment are not the most powerful ministry in government. It is other ministries, finance, trade, industry, agriculture, that are influencing policies and subsidies. And I really feel we don't talk about this enough at these events. So that's what this is about, this initiative. We don't have the solutions at all, so this is also not a prescriptive initiative or event where we're just going to come and present the solution. I don't have the solution. But we're beginning a process. It's very emergent, where we are going to start with beginning. It's a snowball. We're trying to find the individuals like yourselves and organizations where this issue of political economy or power, whatever you want to call it, resonates, where you feel that it is something important and that is missing, and that you can come join this initiative. We're going to be spending the next 6 months at least co-creating, designing, learning what we possibly can do. What are the challenges? How do we better work with power? How we highlight power? We're already planning middle of next year to have a very high-level 3-day global dialogue on this issue. So maybe some of you will join us there. And to really try to convert this and evolve this into a much bigger program of work that could include trainings or tools. Let's see where it goes, and I look forward to hearing your thoughts on this, because it is very personal. We all come across this. We all hit a wall on politics. And so it's time to, at least, as I said, start talking about it. So I'm very excited. So that's the initiative, the framing of this event. And this event is the first time we're publicly talking about it. So, you know, taking a step off, trusting you all. But it's also good because this is a space, I think, hopefully, where we can be honest and say things. And, you know, I'm sure what's interests me with power, of course, is there are those who clearly say, you know, organizations like the UN, that we're too conservative in the way we work with power. Obviously, we're working with governments. We work in harmony with governments. And so there's, you know, we have our role. Then there are advocacy NGOs, like my friend Jeff here, who's going to be talking from Friends of the Earth, that play a crucial role in having a more independent voice. And so I'm all about, I have no problem with disagreements or different opinions. And what I would hope is that this initiative can be a big tent to bring in all the different stakeholders, from the conservative to the more radical, and see if we can find ways together to come up with packages and ways of working that can start tackling these key issues of power. So with that, I will start with our two brave panelists. They're probably wondering now what they got themselves into. They are both key government counterparts for a big program that UNDP runs called Biofin, that is working a lot on subsidy reform. And so they've both been involved in championing within their own national governments changes to policies, subsidies, and investments towards biodiversity. They both work on the biodiversity side, so they've also come up against or with, you know, the power and politics within their own governments, and hopefully they'll share a little bit about their experiences on that. So first off, we have Ms. Januka Pandit from Nepal, and I just found out from my favorite area of Nepal, Chitwan National Park, so the home of the rhinos. She is the Joint Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development in Nepal. So fighting from within the ministry on biodiversity issues. So Januka, thank you very much for being with us. And maybe you can start off with, just telling us about the policies or subsidies that you're trying to work on towards being nature positive, or however you want to put it. But more importantly, how what you've come across within the government in terms of challenges regarding different interests, different agendas, and how you've navigated that. Basically the politics that you face within government, because also it's not just, governments are not monolithic at all. Governments aren't good or bad, and there are ministries and there's individuals. So we'd love to just hear from you a bit, your experiences in this area. Thank you.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to thank you, host, for giving this opportunity to share my knowledge and experience on the behalf of Government of Nepal. First of all, before talking about the subsidy and its impact or its various factors, I have to briefly introduce my country, Nepal. All of us know Nepal is a small country which is located between two giant economies, China and India. In Nepal, we are the small and marginal farmers. Their average landholding size of the country the farmers in my country is around 0.7 hectare, and the operational landholding is only 0.5 hectare. In Nepal, subsidy is one of the prominent subsidy becomes the prominent from the farmer side, means from the demand side, and it is compliance with the political agenda to meet the demand. In Nepal, we have more than 90% of the farmers who are smallholder and marginal farmers. So we have to give on the subsidy to them to achieve the food security in the country. In Nepal, but at the same time, subsidy given by the government to the farmers is nominal. We estimate tentatively we given around $10 million annually subsidy, which accounts only 0.3% of the national budget. In my country, the subsidy given in agriculture sectors are mainly focused in price subsidy in chemical fertilizer, insurance premiums, and agriculture credit interest. In these three areas, major subsidy is given. Besides this, other subsidy is given in other sectors too. In my country, subsidy is given to sustain the marginal and smallholder farmers in one part, and another is to protect them, to give safety net to the farmers. At the same time, we are talking that globally says subsidy has negative impact, but I want to say that in my country context, subsidy has positive, it is necessary for the farmers because we have to give we have to protect our small and marginal farmers, and it gives the safety net to our farmers. It increases competitiveness because we are lying within the two giant economy, China and India. We have to attract the farmers in agriculture. All of us know that youth are not attracting in agriculture. This is not the case for the Nepal. In all ways, we have to attract the youth in agriculture because we know agribusiness or agriculture farming is too much tough. It is difficult to work. So youth don't want to engage in agriculture. So why? Not only in the case of Nepal, in the world wise, we have to attract the youth in agriculture. This is the same case in Nepal. Similarly, we have to engage the private sector. In my country, in agriculture, we have to attract private sector. Similarly, to increase to increase production and productivity, to adopt the new technology or already verified technology we have to adopt. Similarly, subsidy is helping to reduce the cost of production, to reduce the transaction cost. These based on this logical aspect or based on these positive sides, we are giving the subsidy to the small and marginal farmers. However, at the same time, global analysis or the various study reports, literature shows that subsidy has the negative impact to the biodiversity and the environment, like deforestation, soil health degradation, and in other areas, subsidy has the negative impact. This is claimed by the global study. In case of our country, it is difficult to establish it is difficult to quantify the amount of the effect caused by the subsidy, negative effect caused by the subsidy to the biodiversity, means we have the very poor, we have the no, I think we have the no evidence or no data in how the subsidy is impacting to the environment. There is no evidence. In this case, we cannot access this part or this type of damage or negative impact has been caused by the subsidy, and this is by the other factors. We cannot separate. In our country, the various factors are affecting to reduce the agriculture production and productivity, like climatic factors is the major factors in my country too. Before 1 month, I think before 1 month, there is heavy rainfall for the 1 week long rainfall, and 55 districts fall under the red zone. We have the heavy damage because of the rainfalls. These are also causing the effect to the biodiversity damage. So we cannot separate. This type of damage is done by the subsidy. This type of damage is done by the climatic factors. This is by the land fragmentation. Different factors are there. So we cannot separate now. Means we have to enhance our capacity. In the future, we have to develop our capacity to separate or to estimate the how biodiversity is affected by the subsidy. Similarly, in my various factors, we consider before giving the subsidy, we consider the various factors, like first of all, we think we have to protect to our the small and marginal farmers. So we have to give a safety net to them. We have to make them competitive, to them. So we have to attract the youth in agriculture. For the subsidy or to address the negative impact, or for to address the subsidy or whatever to say, we have also adopted different policy measures, and all we know, we are fully committed to the Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, mainly targeted on reforming and reducing harmful subsidies. To implement this, we have the National Biodiversity Strategy Action Plan 2024 to 2030, which is mainly focusing on initiating policy and administrative measures to reform subsidies and incentives harmful to biodiversity in fair, effective, and equitable way by 2030. For this, we have some priority actions too. For example, generating knowledge, which is focusing mapping of subsidies and incentives that are harmful to biodiversity. Similarly, creating a conducive environment to reform subsidy, like sensitizing stakeholders, periodic review of the impacts. Similarly, enforcing environment, biodiversity safeguard provisions. In the Target 27 of the National Biodiversity Strategy Action Plan, Target 27, there is also provision of the positive incentives for biodiversity conservation. For this, Nepal, my country Nepal, already practiced from the 10th periodic plan, which is started from 2002. We are focusing the organic agriculture. Before starting this periodic, before incorporating organic movement in our periodic plan, throughout the history, our agriculture is tradition by nature, or we can say it is organic by default, because in my country, total land mass, 77% of the total land mass of my country is occupied by hill and mountain region. In this region, we can say there is no use of chemical fertilizer, pesticide. So it is organic by default throughout the ancient time, not by after the 2002, 2003. Not is why it is from the ancient time. Similarly, one state, there are altogether 7 provinces or state in my country. One state, okay, has been declared by as organic agriculture state, and other points I'll say later. Now.
Sorry, yeah, do you want another minute or just very quickly?
Similarly, I have say major points. Then finally, we want to say from the government side or on the behalf of government of Nepal, without the evidence, or we have no evidence, information, so we cannot abolish or withdraw the subsidy which we are giving to farmers. We have to protect to our farmers. We have to think for the food security for the people. So we cannot abolish the subsidy right now. But in the future, we can address the, in the future, we can develop programs, strategy for greening the subsidy. Right now, that's all.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Sorry to cut you off. You had a lot to say, but let's move on. But thank you for that. Thank you, Januka. So now we're moving to Thailand. We have Ms. Patarin Tongsima, who's the Director of Policy and Strategy Group for the Biodiversity Management Division of the Office of Natural Resources and Environmental Policy and Planning. So you are very firmly on the biodiversity side. So Patarin, for you, the same question really, if you can share your experiences on how you sort of navigated the different interests and politics within the government to really try to push forward more biodiversity-focused investment subsidies policies.
Thank you. Thank you to let me share some experience and case study here. I have some PowerPoint just to make a case for the subsidy. For Thailand, we look at subsidy under the term of harmful subsidy. We look at the project or activities that have a negative impact on ecosystem and biodiversity, and try to repurpose it to some nature positive activities. So the first one, can I have the slide on? Because I can have 2 cases. One case is already success in transforming the negative impact project to the positive outcome. The first one is come from the seaside resort. The Paris, the 100 years old Paris along the coastline of Thailand, on the southern part of Thailand, that we need to protect because it's our cultural heritage to protect. That's why when we have started to protect this area from erosion like 2 decades ago, from 2007, they have a serious erosion. At that time, they thought that it's a coastal erosion that hit the beach all along the area of Phetchaburi province and Prachuap province. So we start building a seawall, gloy, and also a breakwater, all grey structure, all concrete structure, what apply to the area just to protect our cultural heritage there. So, but after that, we found out after that it's not really protect an erosion. It's caused like a series of another erosion in the other place. So we bring out scientists and oceanography to look at the place and evaluate the performance of that construction, and it's come out that it's caused a serious damage to the other part of the beach. So we start the project to reconstruct it and dismantle this all those gray infrastructure in the area in 2017, and with that we also put some nature-based solution. I think that the first one and the second one, please, next slide. Yeah, it's all concrete structure along the area. You can see they have a beach acknowledgement up with that breakwater, but it's come up not a sand, it's come with the clay as well. So the beach ecosystem has changed a lot. The sand dune that used to be there, they're all gone and substitute with the clay. From ecologist side, it's not good, it's not stabilize the beach, and it's not good for the ecosystem. So next slide, please. So we start to dismantle it. The seawall, the groy, one by one, and monitor the effect, the impact of the dismantle, the reconstruction of the gray structure. And we put some, in the next slide, we put some nature-based structure, like a small log on the shore, just to get the sand trap and beach acknowledgement, and it's success. After that, for the next slide, I can show you that the beach and the sand dune coming back with some native plant. As you can see, it's a beach morning glory and the egg of the Malaysian plover, that one of the nearly threatened migratory bird that never found in Thailand. It's been found here. So that's the first one. It's quite a specific place. So for us, it's easy to work on that. But I couldn't say that easy. It takes some time to work on that. But you have only to convince only one property owners that is that property is owned by the Border Patrol police. So if you can convince them and they agree and have an intention to make a change, they make a change. And at that time, because of this area, they have cultural value and they want to protect it. So they easily agree to dismantle the gray structure. But I think it's the one that make a construction of gray structure and the one that dismantle is come from the same department. It's the Marine Department. So we think we quite succeed in convincing them to do what they have done in the past and try to collect what they have done in the past. And it takes some 10 million baht to just dismantle the gray structure. So right now we're monitoring it and try to get some scientific data out of it by using the nature-based solution of the log for the sand trap at the beach acknowledgement, and hope that we can use it as a case study and best practice for the other area in Thailand soon. Okay, that one is the one in very specific area. So I think it's quite something that easy could convince and don't need more power to do that. But the other one that I like to present to you is one of, because we observed 3 of the case study in Thailand, and the one that I'm gonna give you 2 of them is one that in the specific area of Marukataya 1, and the next one, if you can see, this the area of, it looks like some ecosystem, some wasteland, it's a beach. The sand dune ecosystem in the southern part of Thailand, in Phang Nga, is for ecologists. It's beautiful. There really was diversity of biodiversity, a lot of animal, a lot of plants over there, native plants there. But for the second picture, if I can show you, the next slide, please. This is the same area. After we apply the land tax in the area. So it's not the bad intention for the land tax. They have a good intention to do a land tax to get some more taxation for the land that is unused and non-productive land. But once it enacted in 2019, quite early, it's come up that there are nationwide change of the land conversion all over the country just to avoid the tax for the unused and unproductive land. That's one case that we can show you. So this happened in all the private land all over the country. They substitute the what they call unused land with a lot of biodiversity, with the banana tree. They have a list of the tree that you can plant in that kind to make it productive. One of them is the banana tree, is the acacia. It's a very common tree that you can see all around the country. It's the acaciolina and the oil palm. So it substitutes the nature ecosystem with this kind of tree. So we have a lot of talking with the Ministry of Finance and all other stakeholders. Because of the tax, it's a local tax that goes through local administration. So you have to involve a lot of stakeholders just to try to solve this problem. I think multi-stakeholder consultation, very intensive one, have to go through for, I think we're going on discussion for more than 1 year already. And we come out with some suggestion for to give a new definition for the wasteland to be a green area. But we still need to work with the scientists to define what is suitable for the green area, what kind of tree should be there. So it's very detailed scientific data. So in that case, I think data and scientific opinion is still used, very necessary in this case, but it's not enough. I think we need something that from the other side, from the politician, from the mayor of the province, or even the local administration to push this forward. Something that can influence people, maybe not only from the political side, some social media, because in Thailand, social media is very popular, and people believe what they see in social media, especially for the young generation. So it can be used that way, because I think awareness and understanding for the nature ecosystem and the importance of keeping it naturally should be educated among the young people and also the local authority. But for that time, I just want to set the scene for you for the discussion. So if you have some experience, similar experience that you can share, and maybe we can find a way out of it soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Patarin. And very interesting hearing your views like on social media, the role of media, newspapers, public campaigns, getting civil society engaged as well. And I think you both really started to illuminate a bit the complexities within governments and the machineries in which you operate, and the role of data. But I think what we'll do now is start to dive more into, because I think data is clearly, it's key, but it's not sufficient. Data starts the discussions, but then those involved in influencing decisions have their own different interests. And I think there's also a lot of need to start bringing out what those different interests are. And I think your land tax example is a very good one, where there are different objectives here, from revenue generation, which is very different from nature conservation in this case, and the different politics involved in all of that. So I think you guys both gave us a good foundation to start with. I'll come back to both of you. later. Once we've heard it from a couple more people, we'll have time. I think you want to say more, Januka, but let's just hear from a few others, and I'll come back to you. Okay? So with that, we're going to call on a couple speakers to also give a few brief comments from their perspectives in different walks of food and nature. So the first is Mr. Diego Olarta, who's a biodiversity finance specialist here in Colombia, working for UNDP. So Diego, do you want to just give us your views on the interests and politics around the subsidy work that you're doing here too in Colombia? Thank you.
Hi, Andrew. Hi, everyone. In the national context, we have a lot of challenge about apply the roadmap to subsidies and change the harmful subsidies. And Biofin in Colombia start to work maybe 2021 and to analyze this influence between nature and agricultural sector. Obviously, the agricultural sector is more easy to identify the relationship in this type of impact. But now in the roadmap apply with National Development Bank. National Development Bank in Colombia is Finagro. Finagro is use subsidies the rate ratios in the loans with use these subsidies to promote obviously the agricultural sector. Now the big challenge for us, for example, is the same in Nepal, the data. Data is power finally, because you have data you can take good decision. But we have two principal actors, government and sectoral private sector. The government, in this case, the national context is good for us because, the Colombia government have a good speech about sustainable development and biodiversity and climate change. But now we have a challenge with the sectoral, for example, livestock subsector livestock, subsector rice, and try to have information from this enterprise or for these sectors is very, very difficult. But this data exists. This data is only used by a private sector. But we need this information to apply the roadmap to redirection these resources and change the harmful subsidies in this case. And this need time. We need more time to apply the roadmap and change, because in our cases we are working with the National Development Bank. By finally, our target is work with the commercial banks, because the loans is used by these entities, but the Finagro disseminate subsidies by credits and loans with the agricultural sector. In our case, the idea is the 2015 close this process and try to see results in the finance sector and the agricultural sector in 6 main subsectors: livestock, rice, coffee, cocoa, and forest production. And I don't remember yucca in English. I don't remember cassava. Thank you. And finally, with 6 sub-products or 6 subsectors, is the action concrete. We hope apply the redirection subsidies. And the idea with close this process is replied with other products at other production change. Now we are working is ongoing these tasks, and we have share more information in the other moment if it's necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Diego. Yeah, okay, there we go. Thank you, Diego. Now we're going to jump to Hermine Clayman, who is the head of policy of WWF's International Forest Practice, and was very responsible for the launch yesterday of a report on repurposing agricultural subsidies launched by WWF. So great to have you here, Hermine, and we really do want to keep building on all the great work that is already out there on subsidies and start adding this extra political dimension. So my question to you, very straightforward, is how do you think addressing power dynamics can help accelerate repurposing of subsidies?
Thank you very much. Thanks, Andrew, for having me, and welcome everyone. My name is Hermine Kleimann. I'm the policy head of WWF's International Forest Team. And yeah, we've just launched a study. It's called Turning Harm into Opportunity, Repurposing Agricultural Subsidies that Harm Forests and Non-Forest Ecosystems. And the study is doing two things. It's like looking at the relationship between subsidies and deforestation, or subsidies and impact on forests, agricultural subsidies, including 2 case studies from Brazil and Malawi, and then offering a repurposing framework, how to repurpose these subsidies in order to achieve multiple targets, not only economic targets, but social, environmental, and environmental targets, as well as building on a just rural transition. So we integrated just rural transition principles that had been developed by the Just Rural Transition Working Group. And doing this, we identified a few options for repurposing, which are fully aligned and supporting other GBF targets, such as sustainable agriculture, nature-based solutions. So I'm very encouraged, actually, to hear all these beautiful examples, because these are also reflected in our report. When in our repurposing framework, we are looking at 3 sort of like steps. Like first step is identifying the harmful subsidies, which in itself is really challenging because access and lack of data. The second thing is, the second step is conditions and barriers to repurposing. And the third step is actually anticipated outcome of the repurposed subsidy. And in the second step, the barriers, is what we also call social acceptance of the repurposing, of the reform. And the social acceptance at the moment is challenged because what we are seeing at the moment is that most of the agricultural subsidies from a global perspective actually benefiting large farms because they're like highly dependent on production and land. And if you look at target 18, it's sort of like based on the principle of equity, right? So the principle of leaving no one behind. So basically, we need to address power dynamics in order to be able to fully implement target 18, which builds on social and equity, right? This, but sort of like by breaking this power balance is a challenge, as we all know. I mean, our report, we have sort of like come up with some steps and solution, while power balance is was not a huge focus of the report. But we said like one solution could, for instance, be like a gradual shift from, reducing harm and moving to decoupled payments in a gradual manner in order not to sort of like to take the, everyone on board. I know it's not the strongest of measures, but it could be one solution. But ultimately, what we need to do is to work also with, we have to have strong political leadership in place, and also we have to have a very strong private sector and private sector champions that pave the way and are willing to actually go ahead, and probably who have been benefiting so far from these subsidies and who actually, see there is in the long run more costs, because the social costs or the externalities it will harm. And especially also like understanding that healthy forest ecosystems are actually, promoting food production. If you have these like destructive ecosystems, if you have deforestation, you will have a disruptive food supply chain in the end, because water cycles change, climate change, etc. So this is all harming soil. So eventually, we have a huge political momentum at the moment. We have the Glasgow's Leaders Declaration on Forest and Land Use. We have the UAE Food Systems Declaration. We have the agriculture sector and the forest sector. They both have commitments towards addressing harmful incentives, shifting agricultural policies towards sustainable agriculture, but they do not talk. So unless we get them to talk and really come up with concrete actions, ideally with the private sector and the World Business Council on Sustainable Development and Business for Nature, they have already strong actors who are willing to, to go the next step. And unless we bring them all together with finance ministers and create a huge momentum initiative, I don't think we will get there. So I talked too much. Shall I just pass it on?
No, that was great. Thanks,
Thank you.
Hermine. Yeah. No, I think we're really beginning to get into some of the deeper issues here and the connectivity between the policy making, the data, and then where the power is. We're talking about the private sector now as well, and how we bring them in. And are they a force for resistance or a force for good, or obviously, as always, a mixture of all of them. But how we do that, collaboration, can that help? I think there's lots of collaboration is key, but there's also a lot of challenges behind collaboration, particularly when there are power imbalances, because those in power don't always want to collaborate. So those are just some food for discussion. So we'll just go to our last speaker to stimulate us is Jeff Conant, who's Director of Friends of the Earth, International Forest Program at Friends of the Earth, the US. So we'd love to hear your opinions and views as well on all these issues of power dynamics around policy, nature, subsidies, and your perspective on what to do about it all.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. I'm going to stand up because it's a little bit more, it'll be a little more clear. I am taking Andrew at his word. I'm going to speak pretty plainly, I think, about some of what I see as the power dynamics that are the elephants in the room in a lot of the conversations that don't often get spoken about. And I'm speaking from the perspective of civil society. I am someone who's been very active in civil society social movements globally for the last 40 years or so, and I'm grateful that the UNDP is naming power asymmetries as a root cause of the global food crisis and the ecological and justice crises, because that's certainly how we see it in the slice of civil society that I come from. And I'm coming, like my colleague at WWF, from work on deforestation. We've just put out, I'm part of a coalition called the Forests and Finance Coalition, where we look at the financing of the key commodities that are driving deforestation worldwide, which are by and large food commodities, soy, cattle, palm oil, others. And we have seen that these commodities are not only driving deforestation, they're driving significant human rights abuses, they're driving eroding food sovereignty, eroding dignity, and that sort of thing. And we've seen in a study that we've just put out that some of the big deforestation countries, the countries where we have the biggest areas of forest that are being, wiped out, essentially, Indonesia and Brazil are both putting hundreds of millions of dollars into trying to stop deforestation while putting tens of billions of dollars into subsidizing the crops that are causing deforestation. So I'm going to start at a very high level to name some of the broken systems as I see them, and then I'll go on maybe to name some of the directions I think we need to go into. And I'll name the big elephant in the room. I'm coming from the United States. I'm not beholden to, I'm not constrained in what I can say by any government. And we really too rarely talk about militarism. So I just want to name that when we're thinking about problems with the broken food system and the broken economy, the United States government spends $900 billion a year on, on the military. That's almost $1 trillion. 40% of the global economy, or the global military budget. So imagine if 10%, 5%, 1% of that were spent on restorative, regenerative agriculture. Just imagine that. It's hard to imagine, right? Another elephant in the room, debt, the global debt crisis, right? Global South countries, by and large, are paying interest on debts, often odious debts, to the countries of the global North, which is constraining the ability of decision makers in Global South countries to actually put food in people's mouths. And this is combined with the trade rules that are often imposed by the multilaterals, by the WTO, by the US and Europe. So we need to look at reforming trade rules. We need to look at the stranglehold that big agribusiness has. There are a handful of corporates that control the global food system. And when we're thinking about power, I think it's important to recognize that agribusiness, industrial agribusiness, is not just farmers feeding people. It is a deliberately constructed system of power that has ensured that economic, social, cultural, political power is maintained in the hands of, you know, of the big agribusiness companies, the big traders, your Cargills, your Bungys, your ADMs. I know it's in some circles considered rude to name names, but I don't think we can avoid that. I think we need to think about the refusal of the global north to pay the ecological debt, right? The wealth of the north is extracted, going back to colonial times, from the global south. And there are any number of mechanisms being talked about in this conference, in the, you know, in the text, that are deliberately avoiding the question of dealing with the ecological debt. We need to talk about tax justice and tax injustice. There are massive amounts of corporate funds going into tax havens and secrecy jurisdictions. And this is draining national economies of, you know, funds that could and should be used for health and welfare and food security and food sovereignty. We need to think about corruption, rent seeking, and influence. And when I say that, I'm not just talking about, you know, your poster children of corruption across the global south, where many economies are dependent upon, you know, crony capitalism, you might say. I'm talking about my own country, where the big agribusiness firms are, you know, have legislators in their pockets. We need to talk about the opacity of corporate structures, where you have global corporations with very complicated, you know, corporate structures, so that you can't see who actually owns these companies. So we're going to need to see laws about beneficial ownership and transparency of shareholders and lending and so forth. Getting a little more abstract, the profit motive, the mandate for endless growth, the shareholder rights laws that say that shareholders need to make short-term profits on a quarterly basis. So their incentive is endless growth, which requires, again, the erosion of food sovereignty, the erosion of cultures. We need to think about, as Andrew signaled earlier, again, corporate concentration. About 10 corporations own the global food system. That needs to change. And there's a handful of financial firms that control those 10 corporations. We at Friends of the Earth have been campaigning around BlackRock, the $10 trillion asset manager, which manages more funds than anyone in the world. BlackRock owns 15% of every company in the S&P 500. That's a problem. That needs to change. And then drilling down to the individual level, maybe, the top 1% of humanity owns more wealth than everybody else. That needs to change, right? There's a great proposal from Brazil on the table right now for a 2% tax on wealth that would put, I just was looking at this, if the top 3,000 billionaires in the world paid 2% tax, that would raise $250 billion a year. Imagine that. That will affect food, you know, could, if the money is appropriately directed, lift a lot of people out of hunger on a continual basis. And then finally, and I'm sorry if I'm taking a little too long here, when we're thinking about power, we need to think about the land defenders, the environmental and human rights defenders across the world who are putting their lives on the line to defend dignity, to defend food sovereignty, to defend, you know, biodiversity. Right now there's an epidemic of attacks on indigenous and local land defenders around the world, in Colombia, in the Philippines, in Brazil, in Guatemala. We're losing 2 land defenders a week are being murdered because they are doing what we're all here to do, right? They're all defending biodiversity, they're all defending food sovereignty, they're all defending land. So I just feel it's important to name these sometimes very challenging topics so that we can really understand the terrain in which we're working. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Jeff. So I don't know if you all noticed, but we've gently taken you down a rabbit hole. We started with very diplomatic opening speeches from government, and then we started getting into some of the politics around financing, and then moved into subsidies, and then Jeff just took it away, thank you, Jeff, and started calling out some of the very big structural power imbalances that are influencing the way our food system and the way nature is protected. So we've got around half an hour for discussion. I'm hoping that these comments and sharings have stimulated some thinking amongst all of you that you would like to share. But what I will do is give our two government representatives an opportunity to maybe give any thoughts you have from what you've heard, or if you want to say a few things I might have interrupted you on. I'll give you both a chance to comment, and then we'll open it to the floor. So.
Thank you for giving me again opportunity. I already mentioned some points on the behalf of my country, Nepal, about the power dynamics in my country. The decision makers are in my country context for the subsidy. Decision makers are politicians. There are majority, more than 90% of the farmers are small and marginal farmers. They demand for the subsidy, but they cannot directly influence in the policy decision making. But on the behalf of them, the policy advocates, they play the major role, and they pressure the government to for the decision for the subsidy. In my country, before 2 years, we have one decision for the reducing some amount of subsidy, but within 1 month we have to withdraw the decision. In this case, this is our power dynamics. We bureaucrats or government Ministry of the Agriculture is just implemented, but the decision maker is our politics. Our politician is our decision maker. Thank you. This part I have meant to say in my presentation.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, for me, I think I'm gonna join the force to say that environmental ministry always have a lowest priority in all the government ministries. So that always happen. It's reflected in the money we get as well, just to solve environmental problem. Because we accept it like it's a 0.3 of the money for when compared to the GDP that come through to biodiversity. That really feel though, yeah. But so that can tell us the perspective of the government to deal with the problems. But right now we, I don't know, from the government perspective, it's hard to change that. So that's why what I feel that in environment and biodiversity, most of the work that come from the other side, from the civil society organization and international organization, like the subsidy, the study of the harmful subsidy. If you tell country to do that kind of study, it will never be get done. But they have to go through from international organization or education institute to do that. Just to say it loud, and then government will realize that what happened in the country. That is my observation for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, very good thoughts there. And I think you're really helping stimulate the conversation here. I mean, I think in some of our thinking, and again, as I said, we're in very emergent stages, when we think about power imbalances, it's the two sides of it, as you're mentioning. It's how do we perhaps expose or find opportunities to reduce influence of the most powerful, but then on the other side, it's how do we strengthen and bring more voice to those with less power. It's a bit of both. I mean, an interesting one is how do we help ministries of environment become more powerful in decision-making even within government? But also how do we give more voice for civil society, et cetera. So thank you both for sharing those insights. And I would open it to the floor now. So let's hear some hard truths. Jamie. Yeah, excellent. If we can give you a mic.
Gracias. Thank you so much. Great presentations, great ideas. My question is for anyone who's spoken so far. Your sense of, in the US, we have the concept of iron triangle, where we have bureaucrats, we have elected politicians, and we have private sector. And they each have their own sphere of power, but when they act together, they're almost unstoppable. And you have people electing, you have influence on elections, you have influence of, I'd love to hear your thoughts on how these different actors, when they work together, can be stopped.
Other hands? Come on, guys, don't be shy. But before we go to them, great, we've got a few there. We would just like to do an introduction. We have a VIP in our room.
We have the Secretary from the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development of Government of Nepal. So I want to introduce him. Dr. Govinda Prasad Sharma is here, so I want to introduce him in this forum.
Thank you. We'll see if you'd like to say a few words about power later on. Okay, so over to Matthias. No? Okay. Yeah, please introduce yourself, stand up, and
sure.
give it a go.
Sophia Murphy with the Institute for Agriculture and Trade Policy, and very interested in all these questions. But coming actually for the question of power, we have found, this is an experience coming from Minnesota back in the US, around using the subsidy discussion at the local level has been much more transformative, I would say, than trying to, say, change the Farm Bill, which is the legislation that controls subsidies to agriculture in the US. So just wondering if there's those sub-national experiences, which I think we were hearing a little bit about from the floor, where you don't often have the governance you need. You don't necessarily have the direct formal power, but you find community accountability is stronger. You find that the government officials involved, at least we have found, for example, with Farm to School, it starts as a local food purchasing experiment, but it's turning into an avenue for immigrant farmers into the state to find markets where they don't have the relationships historically that would normally make things easy. You find nutrition and health people using their budget because the kids are getting different kind of food. When they're able to bring these other conditions into what's going on, it's no longer 4 companies that supply all the food to every school in the state. You're starting to create avenues for alternatives. So I just thinking about different levels of governance and ways in which those experiences go up. We now get significant federal money for the Farm to School program. It would not have come, I don't think, if we hadn't been demonstrating what was changed in the state. And I know that context in the US is different, but I suspect some of that power iteration isn't.
Yeah, no, thank you. Let's keep this going. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Mateus from the Global Alliance for the Future of Food, and I like, Andrew, your framing at the beginning when you said, let's not be naive. We won't be able to change it, but we have to at least speak about it, analyze it, and look at it. And something that I think in the philanthropic community is not very clear, and I suppose also for others who work on food system programs, we normally do not identify very well who are the winners and the losers in the programs that we do. Sometimes we assume that if you propose a change, like a subsidy change, the same person who was capturing subsidy for something will change for another new practice. And that's maybe not the case. Probably it's a different actor which you're going to adopt this new practice and will achieve this support. So something that I think in the philanthropic community is happening right now is I would say a more honest conversation about once we present an idea, some people might lose out of that, and they might reject it, and they might make resistance, and normally these are very powerful people. This is not happening in all the philanthropic organizations that we work with. There are ones which are much more progressive, obviously, and there are ones which are still rejecting any discussion on political implications and power, but there is some change happening. I think it's time. I think people are feeling that these conversations, they have to happen, and I suppose that will be some change coming up on that particular community. Thanks.
Great, thank you. The time is now. Okay, we have Enrique there.
Thank you very much. Very interesting discussion.
Stand up and introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My name is Enrique Paniagua from UNDP. So I have a very specific question. Can diversity be part of the solution? Because, you know, all these companies they produce a mass amount of food to feed a lot of people. If we diversify the production to more farmers and with different, species, maybe that is part of the solution, isn't it?
Thank you. Would you like to say a few words?
Okay, thank you very much. It's very interesting discussion, policy discussion here. Just to complement some of the things that Janika has mentioned from the case of Nepal. Subsidy in case of Nepal is generally we may categorize the subsidies. The first that is provided to the whole society, I mean the public infrastructure or something like that, or we are not personalizing the subsidy. The particular individual, they are not getting benefits, but we are focusing on some public infrastructure such as market infrastructure. And the second component that I would like to mention here, the subsidy, is it really harmful or not? Some of the subsidy that are, say for example, we are providing smallholder farmers to come into business with the insurance premium. How do the some subsidy that is provided for insurance premium harm the biodiversity? It's not, we cannot see the direct relation, but of course, we have some subsidy like chemical fertilizers, which is more socio-political, I mean the dimension where even the government, even the farmers, activists, all there is some sort of the discussion and polarization, and finally the government has to come to the conclusion that this sort of the subsidy has to be among the power balance. Among the power balance, I have Janika mentioned that in the grassroots there are the farmers, smallholder farmers, and second, at the second tier, taking the reference of the smallholder farmers, there are some activists, there are some of the farmers leaders working at the little bit higher tier, for example, in the professional society. And at the top level, there are ministries and particularly the finance ministry. They are already burdened with the budget supply and other things. And political leaders, definitely, they are more wondering about the future elections. So they also consider that one. Besides this, the power balance, another factor that determines the level of subsidy that compelled to the politician, that compelled to the government is market. Say, for example, the price of the chemical fertilizer has continuously increased over the time. It increased from the after the COVID, the price of the chemical fertilizer, where the farmers, smaller farmers, they cannot have a purchase and they cannot compete with the market. They need to provide some food safety net approach, and the government, for the purpose of the food security, they are focusing on the chemical supply with some specific area, not all the things. But there are, we also focus on the alternative approaches like conservation agriculture, organic farming promotion, promoting local body and state governments in the production of these organic fertilizers, where the government focus on those things, vermicompost, promotion of the vermicompost, use of the engaging farmers in the hill station, where the farmers, they are moving from the hill station to headquarters, and also the migrate to the abroad for the source of the employment and decent jobs. We need to protect them. We need to provide certainty. So these are some of the, and these market forces also compel the government to keep some sort of the pattern. But we need to be very aware that the subsidies should not harm our conservation part. Subsidies should not harm our biodiversity. One point I would like to mention that we are a little bit, the major challenge of biodiversity is like climate change that is causing. The soil or topsoil that is that we are losing from the Himalaya, that is the more important thing that needs to be considered. The amount we are paying for the chemical fertilizer is not substantial, but we are limited in a very area, cereal production. That's, we are talking, we are just balancing all these efforts, and we are at the Ministry of Agriculture. We need to hear the voice of all, and should end with the logical conclusions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I think, also hearing you speak, reminds me of the importance of having political champions in governments who really are willing to help make changes and to see how we can support people like yourselves and political champions. Because there are, again, I think, I've been working with governments for 25 years or more, and it's about finding certain individuals who have some power, and we can try to help them find more power to really move things in government on policies for the farmers and for nature. So thank you for that. Maybe just a few thoughts my side from some of the comments I heard, and then I'd love to open it up for responses from anyone else or more comments. You can have questions, comments. But this issue of diversity, actually, that was just brought up. I think that's key. And yesterday I was actually moderating a session on health, biodiversity, and food, where agro-biodiversity came up a lot. There's a lot of discussion about the importance of local supply chains, food sovereignty, local food markets. But I think what's complex with all of this is, just as has been discussed in Nepal, all of the food production is embedded in a global food system, no matter how local it is. And so pricing of food is influenced by global food systems. And so it's so hard to get away from that global power concentration. How can local farmers compete with imported food that is cheaper? I mean, it's crazy, but this is why when you look at food, it always comes back to these power imbalances, the economics, trade policies, as we've talked about. And so, again, I certainly don't know what the answer is, but what I've realized is we have to take a systems perspective and always map out power at a systems level, not just at the local level, but understand all the constraints. But I think that is something that we need to be empowering the local farmers, local markets, how we can start disrupting some of these global trade flows. And I think the idea of looking at local policy reforms, local politics is also useful to do. I think in many cases, mayors can be as influenced by local power as national. But perhaps, and I think often like of tourism, in the tourism sector, mayors make decisions that are very influenced by local power. But maybe food has a different connecting force at a local level, with schools particularly. So we should always be looking, I think the point is to look at those entry points. And again, champions, and it could be a mayor, it could be a minister, but find those local, the political champions through which we can help amplify our messages and support them in what they're doing. Those are just some thoughts my end. I love the idea that you're talking about the time is now, that it seems to be ripe to be talking about these issues from the Global Alliance. So the Global Alliance Future of Food has a membership of a lot of different foundations. So there's foundation money. Something that interests me is where we can find funds to support more independent voices around this topic. Certain donors are more conservative than others. And so I think as we pioneer into this field of power dynamics and start talking about some of these topics, we need to find also, courageous pioneering donors who can come in as well. But, I think let's start this conversation and see where it goes. So let's see. I see our gender experts from UNDP here. And of course, gender and women power and equality, as I was saying, particularly in food systems, is key. So I don't know if you would like to share something about your thoughts on the power dynamics with gender within food systems. Let's hear from that. And then Jeff, we can go back to you. And yeah.
Thank you so much, Andrew, and congratulations to each of you for the really interesting interventions, and thank you for this session on nature, food, and power. And yes, my name is Kate Oren. I'm the Senior Advisor on Gender Equality at UNDP, so of course, all I'm thinking about are the gender dynamics in relation to this conversation. And pretty much no matter where you intersect, looking at whatever angle you take, looking at food systems, there are gender issues there. We know that women produce 80, 90% of food in many, many communities around the world. Women are producing upwards of 90%, cooking 90% of the food. So it's women in the houses who know the quality of food, who know how to manage the food, who know resource scarcity, who are managing those price fluctuations. We also know this is a world where 90% of the global population, 90% is biased against women. And that shapes the decision-making, the data collection and analysis, pretty much any of the work that we're doing in relation to examining and trying to make these structural shifts in the food systems. They're gendered issues. You know, when we're talking about big agribusiness, this is where women are underrepresented. This is where women have very little influence and power in terms of shifting norms. So actually, I was going to ask a question back to the panel. You know, UNDP does a ton of work boosting direct support to local women farmers, creating enabling conditions for more collective action for women to be influential in their local value chains, in market access, you know, shaping local markets. But I think at a higher level, we haven't quite gotten there yet. You know, what is the next level discourse? Where do you see the opportunities for deeper intervention for really gender transformative food system transformation? That's my question back to you.
Well, thank you. It sounds like a whole other session.
Yeah, maybe.
Fully agreed, and we can continue that. I think that is an important aspect. Although I'm being told we're running out of time. Unfortunately, we're just getting going, but we've got just two more speakers, and then we'll wrap up. So maybe I don't know if you'd like to. Give your comment, and then Jeff, you can close us down.
Hi, my name is Faris Ahmed. I'm also from the Global Alliance for the Future of Food, and I wanted to shine the light on the question that we haven't really addressed, which is agricultural research. And in Canada, where I live, it's very, very clear that agricultural research has a very clear power dynamic, and it's captured by and for the interests and the agendas of certain companies, corporations. If you look at the endowments going to Syngenta, Bayer, and others, and the research chairs controlled by them, it's very clear what it's going for. It's major crops, it's agro-commodities, and it really marginalizes diversity, and it really marginalizes agroecological solutions. If you look at what's going to agroecology in terms of research, it could be perhaps 5% or less of the research money. So this is something we need to visibilize, and I'm curious to know how you have been challenging that and addressing that in your work.
That certainly we've identified that in our background work, that it's important to be looking at the links between the researchers, and there's some fascinating detective stories, I suppose, coming out, showing how certain researchers are funded by companies or through company foundations. It's very similar to what's gone on in climate and went on beforehand in big tobacco. You know, so I think that we've identified that, and very keen as well to see where we take that. So in the efforts of time, Jeff, would you like to maybe respond to a few things and make a closing comment, and then I will wrap up.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for the opportunity. Since I'm apparently closing us out, I want to do it on a hopeful note with the question of diversity. And to begin, I'll be brief, but to say that the standardization of crops and food systems and seeds, again, was a deliberate strategy in the construction of power by agribusiness in the United States through the 20th century. It's no mistake, right, that most countries, all countries, are dependent on a very small handful of industrialized hybrid crops. That is a deliberate, what you might call a soft power strategy, right? And diversity is the key to resilience. We know that, and it's true in social systems, economic systems, and ecosystems and agroecosystems. And the guardians of diversity worldwide are indigenous peoples who maintain, when they are able to maintain access to their land, to their seeds, to their languages, to their cultures, right? And I mean, we're surrounded here, we're blessed to be surrounded by a lot of indigenous peoples who are struggling to maintain their lands, their seeds, their cultures, their languages. And global policy, this arena, right, the CBD is a huge opportunity, and the finance arena, a huge opportunity to put power back into the hands of local and indigenous communities who are the guardians of diversity. But it's a big struggle because the power system in which we all live does not want to see that kind of diversity live. So that's the struggle, to my mind, is supporting biocultural diversity.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. And with that, I'd love to thank the speakers, all of you, for your great interventions, the comments from the floor, our two panelists. Thank you so much. I hope this is just the beginning of our engagement with yourselves on these soft power or political issues, however you'd like to call them. And just, to emphasize, this is, for us at least, the beginning of this journey. This isn't a one-off event. We certainly do not have the solutions. It is emergent, and for anyone interested, do please let me know afterwards. As I said, I have some handouts that summarize where we're trying to go with this. And I really want to co-create this. We want this not to be a top-down power dynamic, but one of equality and co-creation. So I certainly welcome any of you and your brains and minds and hearts to join us in this endeavor as we go forward. But thank you very much.
So, welcome to this session. And this is really a look at what we are contributing from the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission. So we're talking about supporting biodiversity conservation and management in the ocean space. And what we're going to do, we have some really great speakers today, not including me, by the way. I'm going to give a little sort of an overview of what the IOC does in terms of support it can offer to parties and to member states across the ocean biodiversity, and then also have some examples from partnerships and also some examples from people, from groups that are actually working and developing services and products to support member states, and so really looking at how that works in practice. So without more ado, I'll introduce myself. My name is Emma Heslop. I'm Program Specialist. I support the Global Ocean Observing System at IOC UNESCO. We're also going to hear from Kyle, who is from the Global Biodiversity Information Framework, GBIF. And down, when we look at the applications, we're going to hear from Francisco Arias, who is a leader of one of the key marine institutes in Colombia, and he will be looking at some applications. And then we'll also hear from our own Ward Appletrans, who is a lead for the Ocean Biodiversity Information System, and so does a lot of work in ensuring that the biodiversity data is available, but also that there are, we look at now at products and services and how we integrate them with the GBF and other frameworks. Okay, so just to start off saying that the ocean is inextricably linked to society's well-being, and really without the ocean we wouldn't have a healthy planet, right? Without a healthy ocean we won't have a healthy planet. And we know that also at the same time we need to find a new equilibrium. There are increasing use and increasing stress on the ocean as a system and on its ecosystems and biodiversity, and this really in the end will lead to many more problems if we don't address them. So we need to find a new equilibrium. The ocean is a fundamental part of our planet's infrastructure, and in terms of what it's supporting, some examples are about 50% of the oxygen we breathe is produced in the ocean. Over 3.3 million people worldwide rely on both the protein and the nutrients from the ocean, and there are 600 million people and livelihoods supported through artisanal and other fishing, and that's only one of the industries that operates in the ocean. So it's really important across a multitude of ranges, and yet it's also being impacted by climate change and also by pollution. So biodiversity, pollution, and climate change, these three kind of so-called planetary crises that are affecting us. And the pollution and the climate change obviously inducing change in the ocean. So, and biodiversity itself is really a baseline health indicator of the ocean, and we should view it as such. And so what is being discussed here at COP16 is fundamentally important to the health of our planet. So the ocean is vital to providing, it also impacts our weather and extreme events. It's a fundamental part of our climate. It's the blue economy. It's community adaptation. And if we take that biodiversity piece, we're also looking at clear biodiversity as a part of all of these areas. So we are now seeing blue carbon, so a part of nations' carbon strategies, and also a part of the protection of the coastline from some of these extreme events, and obviously fundamental to enabling communities to adapt and survive climate change. But we can't better manage our ocean without more information, without more knowledge. And so this is really where the IOC comes in. The IOC is able to convene the scientific community around the ocean, along with government-led organizations and governments, also increasingly with industry and civil society, and taking into account the rights and knowledge of indigenous peoples and local knowledge, and really look at transforming that science information to generate the information that people need, and then to allow access and to provide people with solutions to the various issues that they're facing. And so this is all sort of done in a collaborative sense, so that the IOC is able to support their member states, but also the parties to COP16 with information that can directly help support the global biodiversity framework, and also is beginning to look towards the BBNJ agreement as well. So fundamental sort of knowledge and creation of information, and then beginning to take into account the indigenous knowledge and a perspective which is close to my heart, that we don't really want to look at a human-centric way of viewing the ocean. We need to look at a more nature-centric view of the ocean and our planet. And so, moving forward, underneath the IOC, there are a series of different programs that are ready and waiting to support member states in terms of reaching the GBF targets from the ocean perspective, which is really vital. And IOC really works across the value chain of oceans, from including the data through to taking the observations, the data, and then translating that into indicators and also into policy and management systems under sustainable ocean management or marine spatial planning. Also working at building capacity and convening nations in terms of agreeing the frameworks under which we will take the observations and deliver that data. And as a UN and an intergovernmental organization, that then is extremely powerful. And then the Ocean Decade is there to really help accelerate that change, to provide inspiration and to give greater visibility for ocean issues. Next slide, please. So what I'm going to do now is take a little bit of a deep dive before Ward and Francisco go a little bit further in giving an overview of the elements that are under the hood of the support that the IOC can provide. So the group I work with, the Global Ocean Observing System, is a program that coordinates across the ocean observations globally, working with many different countries in order to set frameworks and to set networks up and to work on best practices for taking a series of observations. So there's now 84 countries. There's more than 8,000 platforms in the water. We have 13 global observing in networks, 3 new emerging networks coming on board, some of which are right into that coastal space. One of our newer networks is a fishing vessel observing network, and that's really using existing assets in the water, not requiring us to go to sea an extra time, which is really being more efficient about how we gather our observations. We're also operational. There's more than 100,000 observations, in fact more than 120,000 now observations a day flowing into operational ocean forecasting, but also flowing into the likes of the GTS, which is the global technology system of the World Meteorological Organization, so that's feeding the weather forecasts and the extreme event forecasting. And there are now more than 600 biological ecological networks, and these are all based around our essential ocean variable framework. Next slide, please. Oh. So, to give you an idea, so this is working across climate, across the biogeochemistry, across the operational ocean services, and also the biological and ecosystems. We have a minimum set of essential ocean variables, and these are really what we need to observe in order to assess the ocean state and variability for important global ocean phenomena, and to provide data for applications that benefit society. And these EOVs are a reference for the global observing community. They also are used in data systems and in industry. And so these are really important, and they're framed by the global mandates. So the Convention on Biological Diversity, the United Nations Climate Change UNFCCC, but also for the Sendai framework and fulfilling the mandates under the Sustainable Development Goal 14. So all of these, we take the needs and requirements and work out what is that minimum set of ocean observations that we need to measure. Next slide, please. So if we dive down a little bit deeper into the essential ocean variables that are associated with the biological and ecological systems, we have both habitats and species, and these are from mangroves to seagrass, from microbes to mammals to sea turtles, and also including phytoplankton. And these are really the 12 EOVs that we need in order to measure biodiversity. Thanks. And we also have 3 cross-disciplinary EOVs, and these feed more into the areas of reducing pollution levels around marine plastics and ocean sound and other things that stress the environment. So with these 12 EOVs, we're able to support 5 of the Global Biodiversity Framework targets and 9 of the headline indicators. So target 2, restoring 30% of all degraded ecosystems, 30% of land, waters and seas, and reducing the introduction of invasive alien species by 50%, reducing pollution, and fundamentally ensuring that the knowledge is available and accessible to guide biodiversity action. Next slide, please. So, moving along from the observations and a little bit down the value chain, some of these EOVs are already used to report to indicators. We also have something called the GOOS BioEco portal, which allows you to assess where the observations are taking place across the globe. So those more than 600 programs are represented there against the variables that those programs are measured. And these are sustained observations. And then the data flows into OBIS and attached and through its data nodes. And so there's a clear collection in terms of developing the best practices and the communities underneath these ocean observations, and then ensuring that the data flows down the value chain and reaches those users. So next slide, please. Okay, so observations and data. So OBIS is also one of the big programs underneath the IOC focused on ocean data, and Ward will speak about that a little later. But it's really fundamentally connected with the EOVs and ensures that the data can be accessible by nations, and also nations can search that database and find out what observations are available in their area. And Ward will begin to talk about how you can use that data to begin to produce species maps and also analyze for alien species invasion. So this then becomes a powerful tool. And OBIS is growing really every day. And there's a lot of, there's been a big increase in the number of observations that are housed within OBIS now with the advent of eDNA and other techniques like that. So next slide, please. Another area of IOC's work is around multiple stressors, and this is an example from ocean acidification, which is really one of the core goals, so showing that connection to the targets, the international mandates that we have. So life below water is target 14 underneath the under the Sustainable Development Goals, and so the sort of the global science community gets together to both to understand the extent of the stress, to be able to map that, and be able to understand the impact on life underwater, and to look at aspects of minimizing those impacts and sort of fulfill the mandate of the indicator of the Sustainable Development Goal 14. But this is also supports the Target 8. And then there are also other areas such as deoxygenation and work on blue carbon, and also work in terms of eutrophication and nutrients that go on within looking at the multiple stresses. So adding to that scientific base to help advise policy in that area. So Moving forward then, perhaps again down that value chain into marine spatial planning. This is another part of IOC's work, and you can see that it's really directly linked to the GBF Target 1, really ensuring that all areas are under participatory, integrated and biodiversity inclusive marine spatial planning. So working with the CBD Secretariat, with UNEP, with other partners, the Marine Spatial Planning Group has developed guidelines in terms of beginning to mainstream biodiversity spatial planning into the marine spatial planning overall. And so this is all about capacity development as well. Next slide, thanks. So you can see they're developing guidelines and building the capacity of practitioners and stakeholders globally. And the Marine Spatial Planning Group has been working since 2006. So this is an ongoing evolution, and they have a very large community that is there ready to take up these guidelines. You can also see within the State of the Ocean report, helping towards Target 21, is a view of how much of the ocean is under sustained marine spatial planning at the moment. So this then is providing information towards that target, as well as under the State of the Ocean report, there is a whole section on the biodiversity state of the ocean. Next slide, please. Great. And so finally, to the UN Ocean Decade, this is an accelerator for transformation. There's some 500 actions underneath the Ocean Decade, and over half of them are focused on biodiversity. So this is a really important area. And in another session, we were talking around OBIS, which is looking at eDNA and other actions. And they're really looking to push the boundary, to innovate, to move us faster towards a more sustainable system. And so the Ocean Decades is a really great opportunity. It also has great visibility and taking much more really being a voice for change in the ocean space. So I will conclude a little bit by looking at some of the challenges that I see in the next couple of years, and perhaps areas that we need to work hard on, because it's all very well. We have some strong systems, some strong frameworks, but we have more work to do, especially in the next few years, to try and achieve the targets. Underneath the Ocean Decade, they had a Vision 2030 process looking at achieving transformation by 2030. And some of the key areas they identified was moving to more ecosystem-based management, identifying key knowledge gaps and key service gaps, making sure that the solutions are science and data-driven, and making sure we engage a wide range of stakeholders and engage in capacity building, which are all goals around of the CBD. Next slide. So what do we need to do? Well, we know that we don't have sufficient observations, and so this is one of the areas. Without being able to plug those knowledge gaps, we're not going to have the right level of sustainable action. So this is a view of perhaps where we need to go with ocean observations. We've tracked over 600 active, sustained observing networks taking these biological and ecological EOVs. But back in, say, 2019, we had only tracked around about 200. And the big step up was due to funding from the European Union that actually got somebody paid to really start to work in the European context to connect in these systems. So I think there's many more that can be connected out there. That's one thing. But obviously we need to have engender more observations at the same time. The survey back in 2019 showed that only 7% of the ocean surface was actually being actively monitored, and that's a huge gap in our understanding. Okay, and some of the biggest gaps are in areas where there is perhaps the least capacity to stand up, observing systems, and we'll come back to that in a minute. The other area I see is really managing to turbocharge the digital solution, so making sure that all the data we collect can be accessed by a wide variety of stakeholders. And the IOC is taking a step forward in this direction with a kind of a new digital architecture, looking at a federated system. But this really makes sense. You need to be able to combine the ocean data perhaps with other coastal data, perhaps with economic data of some sort. It needs to be released, and it needs to be able under standard web technologies to be able to be searched. So moving forward, we have a plan based around something called the ODIS architecture to really enable all the different parts of the IOC to connect in and not just connect their data together, but also enable others such as GBIF also have a relationship with OBIS, to enable them to also search across the metadata network. And this will also support the production of data products. And others can also, in an open system, connect in. So this really, we hope, will be a profound ocean information system and allow easily the biological observations to be combined with biogeochemistry, to be combined with the physical data, which are also, drivers of trends that we see. Next slide, please. So Ward will speak more about this, but this is just saying that having a user focus to what we do, moving down the value chain, this is another important area. So we have sufficient data to develop tools now, and although we have data gaps, we shouldn't wait for the system to be perfect before we start to make significant use of that data. And so one example on the screen here is creating maps for marine spatial planning around species distribution. So next slide, please. And so some final thoughts from my side, because we're talking we talked a little about the technology and what we really need to do, but there's other more soft actions that we need to be able to take. We need to advocate more collectively, those in the ocean community, for ocean biodiversity as fundamental to achieving the GBF and the Sustainable Development Goals. We won't have a healthy planet without a healthy ocean. That the ocean observing data and modeling, they really need to be viewed as critical national infrastructure, and we need at IOC level, but also other levels, to start to advocate for that, because the budget for supporting these systems will not necessarily be possible to just come from a science budget. It's not always the biggest budget in a country. And then we also need to increase, and the IOC will work in this area, the blue component of our climate and our biodiversity financing. Currently, I think that there is the Sustainable Development Goal 14, it has got the lowest amount of that kind of funding coming into it, and really this will be a problem moving forward. So again, perhaps it's advocacy, but it's advocacy in a certain direction. And we also need to develop our capacity and workforce. So with that, I would just like to say observations, information, and capacity development and using these marine spatial planning tools are really important aspects of where we need to go. And for our next speaker, I'm going to hand over to Kyle, who's going to speak about the Global Biodiversity Information Framework framework. There's too many frameworks here. I knew it was an F. But, and, how partnership and working together, especially in the data field, is allowing us to pool data sets and to allow users to draw from all sorts of different architectures and data systems, and keeping the consistency and the work on metadata and things like that it really frees the data to be able to be used. So I'll hand over to you, Carl.
Great, thank you, Emma. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. Can we pull up the first slide, please? Thanks. I'm going to talk a little bit about GBIF, the Global Biodiversity Information Facility, and OBIS, the Ocean Biodiversity Information System, and what is really a long-standing partnership and collaboration between our two platforms. In many ways, we're complementary. We'll talk a bit about that. But we both provide biodiversity information freely and openly for use that is relevant to both scientific research as well as biodiversity policy. So next slide, please. I'll start with a short history, which has an interesting element that I hadn't discovered, which is the formal partnership between OBIS and GBIF actually predates GBIF's official launch. The first agreement with OBIS and GBIF was set up in June of 2001, and it wasn't until September 2001 that GBIF was formally established. So this really does go back all the way, at least to the beginning of GBIF and early days for OBIS. So this is ongoing, and by 2004, OBIS was the largest provider of marine data in GBIF. We've had a series of agreements, but then in May of this year, what we feel is surely the high watermark of the partnership. OBIS and GBIF endorsed a joint strategy and action plan for working together over the next several years. Next slide, please. And this is the team that sort of hammered out the final details in February ahead of its adoption in May. It is important, I think, for us to reflect that this is the work of groups of individuals. As data infrastructures, I don't know, Ward, if you sometimes feel that OBIS is viewed as a, well, I don't know. It would be difficult to be a free-floating object in space, but we certainly have people who approach GBIF as if it is something that runs by itself. We are a data infrastructure. We're also a network, and these humans are absolutely essential to making these things work. And so that team that was there in Ostend in February, we're grateful for their efforts in closing this collaborative agreement. Next slide, please. I wanted to just show that you can see some semblance of the progress that's been made with the partnership, through the partnership, simply by looking at the map of occurrence records available in GBIF. This map is from 2014, and if you can click once, you can see some growth, right, by 2017. For the next one, when we get to 2024, just look at the oceans, okay? Right? This is a productive partnership, and one that they're all, like any relationship, there are always things that can be improved. It takes effort and energy, but we do see very positive results from working together with OBIS. Next slide. One thing that is helpful is to look at these two networks sort of and the ways in which they overlap and don't. We think these are complementary networks. And in many ways, I think what a map like this provides is an opportunity to understand where those possible marine-focused entry points might be for discussions where one network is weaker and the other is stronger, trying to strengthen our shared efforts through those activities. Next slide, please. Another map. This is a map of installations of the GBIF Integrated Publishing Toolkit, or IPT. This is free and open source software that GBIF developed and maintained, widely installed, as you can see, in a little more than 350 installations around the world. The reason I bring this up is that this is the same software that powers the OBIS network. Long-standing adoption of the IPT is one of the things that I think has made it much easier probably for us to work together. We have common tools. We share this common tool in making it possible. Moreover, this common tool is used even more widely. So for parties who are interested in developing their own biodiversity information facilities, this provides not only a known tool, but a community of users who can help speed adoption and provide support where necessary around the use of this in sharing biodiversity data. Next slide, please. So I'm going to close. I mean, this is brief and fairly high level. I'd encourage you, if you have questions, to approach me or my colleagues here at COP. We'll have some contact information later. But I want to focus on maybe some areas of shared work, some past achievements, current activities, and maybe some idea of the kinds of things that we may be doing in the near future. First one, I've sort of grouped under the heading of structured ecological data. There's a range of activities that we could talk about here. I want to really highlight OBIS's leadership within the GBIF community in advancing the work around data standards obviously, this sort of richer ecological, structured ecological monitoring data is really critical to understanding trends of life in the oceans. It's important on land too, but the marine community has long understood the value of this structured, richer data, and so OBIS has advocated for it. Really, I'll start with maybe one seemingly small move to build an extension that allowed the addition of things that were not captured by the data standard as initially produced around ecological data from the GBIF network. That in part inspired what is now about a 2.5-year research and development activity within the GBIF community to try to think about what a more diversified, richer data model would look like. This is, one of those activities where we're trying to change the tires while flying down the highway. But it's been really productive so far. We hope that by next year around this time, we're actually able to share some very exciting results of that work. But critically to that too, OBIS provide a use case. This has been a very use case driven research and development exercise, and so that use case from OBIS has been quite helpful. And then the last thing I'll mention in this sort of group of things, earlier this year in February, another extension of the Darwin Core data model, which is the basis for much of GBIF's data, had a new extension added to it called the Humboldt Extension for Ecological Inventories. This is really a long-term, long-desired piece of work that provides much of the structure needed for having some richer data. And we have a number of tools. Well, we have a lot of work to do in the coming year around this. One of the things is to really sort of rethink how researchers and policymakers might search for this sort of data. It's not as simple as going to look for species in a certain area. You need to identify and understand, do we have similar methods? Is this comparable data? So that we can really begin to see change over time. And OBIS has been a critical advocate of that sort of work. Next slide, please. And I'm going to finish by talking about DNA-derived biodiversity data. So this is, both networks have an interest in data that comes from having evidence of species occurrence that's available only from DNA. It is often paired with other data resources so that we can identify what species we might be looking at, whether they've been described. If they haven't, it provides a way of actually sharing that information and putting it in the same structure for people, which we hope will be provide some of the same kind of emergent properties around the research, make the data available, and researchers will make better use of it than we could imagine. I also want to note that OBIS authored a new chapter in some existing guidance around the publishing, the sharing of data from DNA-based evidence. And that was released, I think, earlier this year as well. And I'll conclude by mentioning that just a couple of weeks ago, we announced a new pilot program around a new tool, the meta-barcoding publishing toolkit, which will make it easier for researchers who hold meta-barcoding data to package a Darwin Core archive from a common file format, one that they'll be familiar with, and sort of automate it through a browser interface. That then will prepare them to hopefully share that with not only GBIF nodes, but potentially OBIS nodes as well. So next slide, last slide. I want to thank you again. If you have, I've thrown a few URLs in the slides. If you want to get a sort of broader overview of where GBIF sits, and in many cases where OBIS sits alongside us around marine, you can get an overview at gbif.org/marine. And thanks again on behalf of my colleagues, Joe Miller and Andrew Rodriguez, and many of the other colleagues back in Copenhagen. So thank you.
Thank you, Carl. And thanks very much for stepping in at the last minute, because I know that you also then lost your PowerPoint. And so thank you very much for persevering and delivering a great presentation. Next slide, please. So next, I'd be very like to welcome to the stage. It's a personal pleasure and a great honor that we have Francisco Arias here, who is the lead of one of Colombia's key marine institutes, if not the key marine institute, but I can't judge. So welcome, Francisco. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. Thank you very much for those words. And thank you for being here, everybody. So I will present the experience of Inbemar and our relationship with this really, let's say, challenging thing of sharing data around the world and around the ocean. So next slide, please. So I'll give just some examples, since it's the what I was asked to present. How have we been working with IOC? And let me start by saying, please, next one, a little bit about Inbemar, so that everybody knows about our institute. We are an institution focused on doing science in the ocean of national interest of Colombia. That means that we work in the Pacific, in the Caribbean, the island, the Central Caribbean islands of Colombia, and other waters around the world. We include in our research Antarctica, the Eastern Central Pacific, Caribbean Ocean. In general, we provide knowledge, information, so the environmental system of Colombia can make good decisions around the use and sustainability of the oceans. So we're part of the National Environmental System of Colombia, and we have research stations. Our principal offices are in Santa Marta in the Caribbean, but we have also offices in Buenaventura in the Pacific, in some other parts of the coast. We have a long, short history. I always mention this. It's around 60 years of work, out of which 30 have been all related with the environmental system of Colombia, which means also that the history of science and technology around the ocean in Colombia, it's very, very short in terms of the work that we've been doing in research. Next slide, please. I will say that our relationship with IOC and the activities in IOC comes from Colombia's linkage to IOC, which was actually, we were not part of the 40 founding countries. We joined IOC just until 1968, I believe. You know, IOC was established in 1961 as part of UNESCO, although Colombia was part of UNESCO from the beginning. But since then, we've been working together in different activities. And since you asked me to present how have been our relationship with Inbemar, Inbemar, as you saw, was just established at the, one back please, yeah, 1995 actually. And since then, we've been very active in establishing linkages with IOC activities from all these years. And I would say that we've been focused in what I will call the strategic view of IOC and the relationship of IOC with the party countries of IOC. And I will say also that Colombia has been very committed into this. We opened IOC's regional office in the Caribbean in Colombia. We host IO Caribe in Cartagena de Indias since mid-80s, and that has been really an important message from Colombia on the commitment with ocean-related issues, but also it has allowed us to connect our activities with our different partner countries in the region. In terms of, let's say, focused actions, I will mention that we have maybe 3 cohorts of activities. One specifically focused on strategic lines of work with IOC. I will mention that we were part of the executive planning group of the Decade of the Ocean. I was participating into the group of scientists that helped into constructing what we are developing today in the Decade of the Ocean. Some other activities, but I will mention that. And from there, in Decade actions focused or being hosted by Colombian institutions, marine institutions. Second, what I would call the regional aspects of our relationship. in which we started around 15, 20 years ago, in what was being developed, especially in the Caribbean area, around the transfer of technology, the development of activities for the observation of the ocean. There we have OBIS, we have different actions, and also in what we call the regional aspects of our relationship with IOC. Mainly in the development of capacities, especially in data managing, information management, training, and I will at the end present one of our key activities with IOC. And next. As a resume, I would say that I will mention some examples of the work that we've been doing, the development of actions in the Eastern Pacific region with our host border countries of Ecuador, Panama, Peru, and Chile, in the development of a network of information for the management, for the sustainable management of coasts and activities around the coast. This is very interesting because from there we've developed some indicators and tools that today are being used by different countries in the marine spatial planning in their coastal regions. Second, we hosted the development of what was called the Caribbean Marine Atlas. It was a strategy to get information from the countries to be put into the service of decision makers around the Caribbean with different aspects. First of all, to open the information to everybody, which was always difficult. Second, to check the quality of the information and the availability of that information in proper time and in the correct language for decision makers. And third, in a tool that we could actually use around the region, the different countries, that was a constraint in terms of the possibility of different of the countries to get access to the information tools. We developed the tool at INVEMAR. We offer the tool for these countries, and it's being actually used in that. And last but not least, INVEMAR was established as an associated unit for information, and there it's where we have developed the most active relationship with the different data exchange capabilities with IOC. I will mention that OBIS Colombia, which is the node, has today more than 2 million registers in the platform. This is very interesting because 10 years ago, we had almost nothing from that. So it's very interesting and how this strategy has allowed us, not only from INVEMAR, to put data there, but to get data from universities, from different institutions, even from international sources that have sampled in our waters, that it's being put into the platform. This is really a major breakthrough in terms of the connection and the availability of data around biodiversity in both Pacific and Caribbean waters of Colombia. Next, please. So, a little bit of the history and the strategies that we've been following to establishing different data sets, databases, and data acquisition systems and offerings. From INVEMAR, we've been specialized data in the different ecosystems that we work with. For instance, mangrove information system, or fisheries information system, or coral information systems, all which are being connected in what we call the National Marine Information Subsystem, which actually provides data to the other national data management strategies and also international. So it's been a challenge to connect, to have this, let's say, the common language in terms of technology of this, but it's being done, and today we can connect data from our databases to the other platforms around Colombia and around the world. We have more than 40 million data sets which are available, which is very interesting, and as I mentioned, they are focused in different ecosystems or different activities or different let's say, information strategies at INVEMAR. So, next please. I will focus in one of our, let's say, activities that gives us a lot of pride, let's say it like this. We were chosen by IOC in what it's called the Ocean Teacher Global Academy strategy. In the past, this was something that was held mainly in Oostende in Belgium. This is partially funded and supported by the government of Flanders from Belgium. And it was decided to open this capacity, this way of training people around the world in different places, especially focusing on the languages of the regions. INVEMAR offered its capacity. We were chosen to hold the regional training center for Latin America, the Spanish-speaking and Portuguese-speaking countries in the region. And for now, with more than almost 15 years of work, we've been training in Spanish technicians, professionals, people interested in ocean. Back, please. And this is some of the statistics that we can show. We've been working with now 39 countries. We held 61 courses in 18 different topics, and we have trained almost 1,500 persons around the Latin American and Spanish-speaking countries. Now we are connecting with other continents. We've been receiving now scientists from Africa, from Asia, being trained at INVEMAR. And the most recent breakthrough was to scale our courses into digital formats. Pandemia helped us into do the translation into dynamic systems, so we can have it both in person or virtually. So that comes to the end, and so if there are any questions, please, I'll be available. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Francisco. That was great. And I mean, it's really a delight to see the range of activities, I mean, that we know and we work on within IOC, but seeing them put into practice, and also the networking sort of across boundaries that are needed in terms of the ocean that can be supported there. So I'm going to turn to Ward Appletant, who is also a member of the IOC, to talk a little bit more around how to use and harness the power of the data that we have already to begin to produce useful products and services towards the GBF.
Thank you, Emma, and welcome everybody, and thank you for the invitation. We've heard a lot about OBIS already, but I will go a bit more into details about what we can do with the data in OBIS. So OBIS, so the official language that was adopted by the 150 member states of IOC of UNESCO is that OBIS is a global open access data and information clearinghouse on marine biodiversity for science, conservation and sustainable development. I think this is an important language that the member states adopted, seeing OBIS as a clearinghouse mechanism within the multilateral frameworks. Next slide. So we already saw from the beautiful images the global view of the increase of the amount of data in GBIF, the increase of the amount of marine data in GBIF also. So it's really thanks to the fact that we are a network of data managers, scientists, and users, and especially the national or regional or thematic OBIS nodes, like INVEMAR hosting the Colombian OBIS node, that is making this possible. We actually we've seen that in the last 4 years, we've published the same amount of data that we published in the first 20 years of OBIS. So OBIS started in 2000 under the Census of Marine Life. It was a privately funded program for 10 years. And then it was adopted under the UN. I think maybe that's something unique that started as a privately funded enterprise, but the member states found it so important to keep the legacy of OBIS, to keep it running, that it is actually the responsibility of governments to assume the sustainability of OBIS. I think that maybe is something that's quite unique. Because we collaborate now much more closer also with GBIF, we also had to focus a little bit our activities, because we don't need to do everything. We don't need to duplicate everything. So our focus in OBIS is also now looking at getting more data in and getting more data out of the system, developing the standards and the capacity to publish data in OBIS, but also providing fit-for-purpose data packages for the different applications. Next slide. And one of the applications is contributing to global assessments. Like OBIS is one of the primary sources of information for the UN World Ocean Assessment, for the IPBES assessments, the Global Harm from Algal Bloom assessment, published under the IOC, and also recently the State of the Ocean report. Next slide. To give you an example of what we did, so we worked with Protected Seas company in California that manages the boundaries and the implementation of marine protected areas. We looked at what data do we have for MPAs, and we found that actually 50% of all the data in OBIS, of like the 130 million records that we have, half of them are actually within MPAs. And what was also interesting is that 70% of the threatened species on the IUCN Red List are reported in MPAs. What was also interesting is that if you look at the population, the range of the populations actually is only a small fraction of the endangered species occur in MPAs. On average, it was only 7% of the habitat of endangered species is actually protected by MPAs. Next slide. So, target 3, the 30 by 30. We have a number of projects that are contributing to this target. Next slide. One of them, so there are a number of, so the European Commission has launched this ocean and climate mission. A lot of projects now are being funded in Europe, and one of them is MPA Europe. It's looking at where should the 30% be in the European ocean, European seas. So we developed comprehensive pipelines to create distribution range maps, combining OBIS and marine data from GBIF. And we now developed distribution maps of 15,000 marine species at a 5-kilometer grid. And this is really unique. This was never done before. It's such a small grid size. And we're looking at how those distributions will change by climate according to the different IPCC scenarios. So combining those biological data, combining it with habitat data, combining it with the carbon sinks, looking at the climate change scenarios, looking at the connectivity in the ocean, we will do an overlay of all those layers and to identify where what the most important areas are for protection. So this is really the nature voice. We are not looking into the social or human dimensions. It's really what is the nature telling us and what are the most important areas, taking into account climate change and connectivity. Next slide. So this is an example of our new tool. We haven't advertised it yet on our website, but it's we are going to do that very soon. So we have distribution maps. You can enter a species and you can see what the distribution is at the moment that we have recorded in OBIS and GBIF, but also what is the potential distribution, the likely distribution according to the thermal niche, and then you can see how that will change according to the climate change scenarios. So you will see in the Mediterranean, for example, you will see a lot of loss of species because the Mediterranean is heating up much faster than the open ocean. Next slide. Yeah, of course, well, we have a lot of data for Europe, but we will still have a lot of data gaps in Europe. But with modeling, we can try to fill it. But of course, your models are always much better if you have more data. But I think for half of the European species, we have been able to create those models. And the next step is let's go beyond Europe and even offshore and in the high seas. Another really exciting project linking in what we did in marine protected areas, and specifically the Marine World Heritage Sites, is the UNESCO eDNA Expeditions project, where we decided that let's do eDNA expeditions, get a snapshot of biodiversity. Let's focus on fish and megavertebrates, because that's the group where we have the most barcodes. But engage the local community, engage local school children, try to create more awareness about what the biodiversity is in their local areas, and use eDNA as a very low-cost, innovative, ethical way of doing monitoring of biodiversity. So these are the expeditions that we organized. This is a 2-year project. Can you imagine 21 expeditions that we organized in 2 years, all over the world. And you will see the next slide, a few images of school children taking eDNA samples. So we shipped sampling kits. A sampling kit is like $25 each. It's really not expensive. So they filtered the water, they added a buffer, so they fixed the DNA, shipped it back to us, and we did the sequencing. And look how amazing the results are. We're going to publish a dashboard where all the school children can see what was in their samples. I mean, in Aldabra, in just a few liters of water, we had more than 800 species that we could identify. There are much more that we could not identify because there are no barcodes in the reference libraries. But just in a few liters of water, more than 800 species. 21 are actually threatened species on the IUCN Red List. 60 shark species, 1 turtle species, 5 marine mammals, and 379 fish species. Isn't that, I mean, and in the dashboard we will show pictures of all these species, so that really shows, like I think it's difficult to imagine what 800 species is until you see an image of each of those species. And then just showing how amazingly biodiverse these World Heritage and marine protected areas are, and are really the hotspots and the places that we really need to protect. Next. On the dashboard, you will also see the number of species that are currently under heat stress or will become under heat stress because of global warming. And that will be information that is going to be useful also for the managers to see how the ecosystem might be changing because of climate change. Of course, there are a number of challenges with eDNA. The DNA reference libraries are not incomplete. Sometimes you have wrong assignments. It's very easy to contaminate your samples, and you don't have abundant information. But it is easy to do. I mean, even even children the age of 8 were involved in the sampling campaigns. You can do a lot of automation. It's an ethical way of doing monitoring because you don't need to actually collect and kill marine life, especially in marine protected areas. That's not what you want to do. And it's a very good tool to detect rare or elusive species that hide, species that only come to surface during the night, that you don't see easily by visual detection. Then another target, so target 6, another project that we are active in is building an early detection, early warning system on marine invasive species in Fiji for the Pacific Islands. Next slide, please. So this project is ending now. It was a 4-year project, and it took us a year to co-design the monitoring plan with local stakeholders. That was really key, getting all the right stakeholders involved and build that local capacity. So not like we go to Fiji and we will do the work and then we go back home and we will analyze the results. No, the capacity, building the science capacity in Fiji was really instrumental in this project. So they have been trained. They know what to do the eDNA monitoring. They know how to do the DNA extraction, the library preps, the PCRs. We provide the bioinformatics pipeline that already spits the Darwin Core archives, but we will investigate the meta barcoding tool from GBIF because that's really going to be really interesting also. and have this provide data management support to SIDS and to developing countries. That's really important because it doesn't always make sense to develop new databases, new pipelines, because that's something that's universal. I mean, we can easily recycle that. Yeah, and I already mentioned the training that we're doing. Next slide. So the decision support tool that we're also offering is when there is a positive detection, it analyzes the risk of establishment of that species, looking into the thermal niche modeling. So this species has been detected in Fiji. It's a tunicate. It's highly invasive. We have 2 highly invasive species detected in Fiji. Now we know what the native range is. We know what the areas where the species is being introduced. Now we have a new area in Fiji, but we also know that species will be able to establish a population because the habitat is suitable. Next. Yeah, now we're really hoping that we can expand our PACMAN project to build a global marine invasive species surveillance program, or maybe even a marine pest species, maybe looking more, not also including pathogens and other pest species. Next slide. So target 20 and 21 of the Global Biodiversity Framework is strengthening that capacity building and technical cooperation and ensure that knowledge is available and accessible. Next slide. So Francisco, you already mentioned the Ocean Teacher Global Academy. That's the IOC program that we link with, that we organize all our training programs. We have an OBIS manual that's very comprehensive, that explains very well in very much detail how you can publish your data in OBIS and use data from OBIS. Infimar is involved now in a new OBIS training course in Spanish on the Ocean Teacher Global Academy Moodle platform, e-learning platform. It's something that we have been really working hard on is this OBIS training course that allows OBIS nodes or national entities to get a certificate, like a recognized OBIS certificate. That's really what we want. We want to build a capacity, great trainer of trainers. Like if you have an OBIS certificate, you can then use that and start training others. You have you show that you have the knowledge to do that. And then working with Goose, I'm finishing, working with Goose in further coordinating, streamlining the observations and the data flows into the global systems so that countries can use the information also for their national reporting to see how far they have been able to implement the targets of the GBF. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ward, for giving some really great examples of using the data in practice and directly focused towards the GBF targets and sustainable biodiversity and ocean management. So we're a pretty small group, so I don't know if anybody has any questions. We were thinking of having a panel, but we've only got a couple of minutes left. So I don't know. Yes, I see one taker there for a question.
No, I love the modeling. I was just curious if you're able to do depth modeling as well, because that'd be really, and all those distribution modeling that you have. Is that part of the models?
Okay. That's a very good question. It's something we're working on. So now, for the modeling, we use the environmental data from Copernicus, but it's much more. It's really the surface layers. But we're now working on a data package to link every record in OBIS with the temperature and salinity, taking into account depth and time. So this will be something new that will be released. Yeah.
I can mention that we at INVIMAR, in this effort of declaring 30% of protected areas, we went and we decided to go in the waters of Colombia, out in the ocean, deep water, and we actually made some deep water samplings on DNA in the Caribbean and the Pacific. And now we have some experience in gathering the data associating it with physical and chemical parameters and fisheries, because we had a fisheries area that was being studied in order to make a protected area. So it was interesting, so we have some experience, and it helped in the declaration of the area.
That just 30 by 30, right? So I'm a botanist, so 2 dimensions on land. Is 30 by 30, do they take into account depth as well for the calculations? Interesting, yeah, okay. I actually gotta say just one more thing. The EDA work that you said, I mean, the necessity of having reference DNA libraries. This is on our agenda as collaboration. We really see the need for this in our collaboration with Catalog of Life, which of course OBUS is working on as well. So this is, yeah, hopefully we can get some funding to do this properly, to get all of those barcodes, reference libraries built into a really machine readable system that can action those names. But seeing your talk just reinforced that need to me.
There we go. One very quick question, I guess one from my side, and I'm going to direct it at Francisco, seeing as he's here. If IOC was to focus on some areas to really help advance Colombia and other member states in achieving the GBF targets, where would you recommend we focus our efforts?
I would say deep waters. Yeah, deep waters, it's a real unknown face of the ocean in this moment. So second part, it's huge challenges because it's more expensive to go out far from the coast. You need more equipment, specialized equipment. Actually, in the example that I mentioned, when we declared Beata Ridge National Park and Colinas and in the Pacific, we didn't have all the capacity. We had to hire ROVs with the capacity to take the samples, and then we had to develop actually our own, let's say, technology to pump the water from those depths. And then you have a challenge of the people, the trained people to go out at sea, to analyze the samples, and then to make the reports. So you have challenges, huge challenges into that. But I would say that deep water areas would be the place to go.
That's good. So deep waters below 2,000 meters is deep for you, right? Just to check, because for biologists sometimes it's below 200 meters, and that's really for a physical oceanographer not very deep. But okay, so that's very interesting, and also it sounds in a way as if there's some practical level of what it means to do the support for marine spatial planning and the support for further offshore and deeper waters that we need to kind of consider in ocean observing, what some practical level kind of thinking and support there, some best practices even. Yeah.
Between countries.
Yes.
Actually, part of the perspective that we had when we decided where to go to the declaration of these areas was to go in the borders of Colombia with our neighbors, because we wanted to have a full picture of the area. And in the case of Beata Ridge, actually we have the national park that was declared by Colombia and what I call a mirror area in the Dominican Republic, which
Brilliant.
has covered more than 10 million square kilometers in a protected area. Of course, the other challenge now is how to manage that from, which is far away from the coast and everything. But I guess the purpose of having a large area with all the connections and the different perspective in this 3-dimension that was mentioned, of course, was key to that decision.
Okay, perfect. Thanks very much. So I'd like to say thank you very much to all our honoured, our excellent guests, our excellent presenters, and to the team that has stayed to listen to the presentations. For me, I found it really interesting, and I found the dialogue very very supportive of helping inform sort of a little bit about where we need to go. But with that, and conscious of the time, I'm going to close the session. So thank you very much.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes a todos y todas. Es con enorme gusto que les damos la bienvenida al cambio climático en el piedemonte amazónico. Y hoy vamos a conocer las experiencias de dos municipios, Florencia, Caquetá y Mocoa, Putumayo. Yo saludo y agradezco pues muy sentidamente a las personas que se encuentran acá precisamente en el Pabellón de Naciones Unidas, acá en la COP16, y también muy especialmente a las personas que nos acompañan en el canal de YouTube. Muy buenas tardes a todos y todas. Pues hoy tenemos el gusto de poder abordar dos experiencias locales que nos permiten conocer los desafíos y los esfuerzos que dos municipalidades de la Amazonía colombiana, Florencia, Caquetá y Mocoa, Putumayo, están experimentando para abordar el tema de la biodiversidad y el cambio climático. Vamos a conocer hoy entonces las experiencias de estas dos municipalidades, ambas pues caracterizadas por una historia en la cual pues han enfrentado múltiples retos a lo largo de los años, desafíos derivados pues obviamente del conflicto armado, del desplazamiento forzado, y que hoy en día enfrentan retos muy significativos en temas de cambio climático y conservación ambiental. Por supuesto, las dos municipalidades cuentan también con muy valiosas experiencias que sin duda ayudarán a través de estas experiencias pues a dar a conocer mejores prácticas y pues todo lo que han estado realizando para lograr este cambio en sus comunidades y avanzar en el proceso de cuidado ambiental y de atención de poblaciones desplazadas y migrantes. Es entonces pues con un gran placer que damos la bienvenida a nuestros dos panelistas del día de hoy. Por supuesto al alcalde Marlon Monsalve de Florencia, que tiene una gran trayectoria en materia de administración pública. El alcalde de Monsalve ha dedicado sus esfuerzos a mejorar la calidad de vida de los habitantes de esta ciudad con un enfoque especial en las comunidades desplazadas y en la protección del ambiente. Muy bienvenido, señor alcalde, a esta casa, la ONU Colombia. Pues voy a iniciar tal vez con el alcalde planteándole una pregunta en particular. ¿Cuál ha sido su experiencia en materia de atención a estos temas de gestión ambiental, cambio climático, atención a poblaciones desplazadas, y qué es lo que está realizando la municipalidad para atender pues a estas poblaciones e incluirlas como factores de cuidado ambiental también?
Muchas gracias por el honor, Salvador. Saludo especial a ONU, a la OIM, al público que nos acompaña, a quienes se conectan en las redes sociales. Como alcalde de Florencia, Caquetá, siendo oriundo de esta tierra, capital ambiental de Latinoamérica, decimos nosotros, estando en la transición andino-amazónica, tenemos claros algunos factores que son sustanciales para poder sacar adelante la gestión ambiental, la lucha contra el cambio climático, la adaptación y mitigación del mismo, poder atender a la población desplazada, y todo bajo la perspectiva del enfoque transversal que significa la protección de la biodiversidad y el ambiente. En ese marco hay un primer momento de diagnóstico, de reconocer que esto es una deuda histórica que tenemos en el territorio. Como todos los problemas que tiene la ciudad de Florencia, en materia ambiental tenemos contaminación de las fuentes hídricas, día a día se deforesta más, tenemos asentamientos humanos que no están en la legalidad, que se proliferan bastante y que son resultado de hecho del conflicto armado en su mayoría, porque Florencia es una de las capitales del país que más alberga población desplazada y población víctima del conflicto. Entonces el primer momento es de reconocer la realidad. El segundo momento ha sido el de actuar ya, actuar a mediano plazo y actuar también para el largo plazo. En el actuar ya hemos emprendido una estrategia de educación ambiental, porque hay que hacerlo ya con los niños, niñas y adolescentes, y de una vez por todas también generar conciencia ambiental ciudadana y en los establecimientos educativos. Tenemos una agenda de educación ambiental, desde la cátedra ambiental lo hemos liderado, y por supuesto con la experiencia que tenemos comenzamos a hacer esto de los viernes de COP16 y allí articulamos, pero ya decidimos que termina la COP y nosotros vamos a continuar todos los viernes trabajando en la materia y luego trascendiendo en otras dinámicas de educación ambiental que son fundamentales. Por otro lado, en el actual ya hemos hecho alianzas estratégicas para poder plantear ya el saneamiento básico, ¿cierto?, la recuperación de las cuencas y microcuencas, realizando proyectos de colectores intersectores, de alcantarillado y demás, que son sustanciales y de petar para poder recuperar las aguas de la ciudad de Florencia, el río Hacha, la Quebrada La Perdiz, el San Pedro, el Orteguas y demás. Por otro lado, es fundamental entonces que reconozcamos que el sector privado aquí juega un papel importante, no solamente la gestión pública, o sea, las alianzas estratégicas y desde luego la cooperación internacional. También en el actual ya tenemos una coyuntura de aprobación del Plan de Ordenamiento Territorial, ya se sometió a Consejo de Gobierno, pasó a la Corporación Autónoma Corpo Amazonía y quedó taxativamente regulado un cordón de protección, ¿cierto?, del territorio amazónico de Florencia, un cordón de protección de determinantes ambientales muy serias, ¿cierto?, sin bloquear con esto el desarrollo, donde tenemos un modelo de vivienda amazónica que queremos compartir, especialmente enfocado para desplazados y desplazadas. También tenemos claro la prohibición de manera taxativa de la explotación petrolera en Florencia, la prohibición de hidroeléctricas en Florencia, pero esto conllevando a mirar economías alternativas como el promover el turismo de naturaleza, porque no podemos decir per se no al petróleo si no tenemos la alternativa. Hemos dicho no a las hidroeléctricas, pero tenemos un proyecto que está andando ya en su estructuración de granjas solares para generar alternativas. Y a mediano y largo plazo tenemos dos apuestas de arquitectura institucional sustanciales para gestionar recursos, como el área metropolitana del Piedemonte Amazónico el 24 de noviembre, acudiendo al principio de soberanía popular, Montañita, Florencia y Morelia decidirán en las urnas si quieren o no ser área metropolitana, y son 4 hechos metropolitanos a saber: vivienda rural y urbana, vivienda amazónica, transporte ambientalmente amigable, turismo de naturaleza y conservación y protección ambiental. También tenemos la apuesta del Distrito Especial de Conservación Ambiental. Queremos que Florencia se vuelva distrito y está el proyecto acto legislativo radicado en el Congreso de la República, esperemos tenga toda la suerte y que tenga también este espaldarazo de la COT para decir: nosotros, como esa transición andino-amazónica, en el marco del Distrito de Conservación de Aguas y Suelos, necesitamos que Florencia se vuelva distrito y asimismo sumarle no solamente a Florencia, sino a todo el Caquetá de la región amazónica. Eso en términos muy generales, faltan algunos elementos, pero es de lo que ya hemos avanzado.
Muchas gracias, alcalde. Bueno, a lo largo, digamos, de más de 2 décadas, la OIM ha tenido pues el honor de acompañar al gobierno colombiano hombro a hombro y asimismo a muchas lideresas, campesinos y comunidades en diversas iniciativas para promover el desarrollo sostenible en las 2 municipalidades. Y muy concretamente yo quisiera recordar, y un poco para introducir también al alcalde de Mocoa que nos acompaña, pues el trabajo que también la organización realizó de asistencia humanitaria durante el desbordamiento de los ríos Mocoa, Mulato y Sangoyaco en 2017 precisamente en su municipio. Queremos pues entonces con este breve introducción pues dar la bienvenida también al alcalde Carlos Hugo Piedrahita, que es el alcalde de Mocoa, capital del departamento de Putumayo, y como ustedes pueden ver es un joven líder político de 33 años, que es ingeniero agrónomo y especialista en gestión de proyectos, y por supuesto con un gran compromiso también con la comunidad indígena, exgobernador del resguardo indígena NASA La Florida 2 veces y además de docente universitario. Para usted, alcalde, pues la misma pregunta: ¿cómo en su alcaldía se están fomentando los esfuerzos para la inclusión de la población desplazada, migrante y en general las víctimas en actividades relacionadas con protección, medio ambiente y todo lo que tiene que ver con los recursos naturales?
Bueno, muy buenas tardes para todos. Un saludo muy especial en este pabellón hoy de Naciones Unidas. Gracias por la invitación, a OIM también, por supuesto a usted, Salvador. Un saludo muy especial a mi compañero de panel, colega y amigo, alcalde de Florencia, Marlon Monsalve, a la gente que nos acompaña acá en el público. Un agradecimiento muy especial también a Socapitales, a la doctora también Natalia por el apoyo y el acompañamiento en estos espacios. Hoy nosotros representamos fielmente lo que no se debe de hacer en materia de ordenamiento territorial en los territorios apartados como los nuestros. Mocoa es una ciudad de cerca de 90.000 habitantes que creció de manera rápida, y esa explosión demográfica obligó a que la gente que se desplazaba de los municipios del Bajo Putumayo. El Putumayo se divide en Alto, Medio y Bajo Putumayo. Mocoa hace parte del Medio Putumayo y hacia el Bajo Putumayo la violencia recrudeció sobre la década de los 90 y los años posteriores al 2000. Eso obligó a que la gente migrara desplazada desde esos municipios, corriendo, salvando la vida de sus familias, de sus hijos, y llegar a la cabecera municipal de Mocoa, a la capital del departamento del Putumayo. La ubicación de las personas que llegaban en situación de desplazamiento pues se generó de manera desordenada, sin una previa planificación del Estado, del ente territorial, en este caso la alcaldía de Mocoa, y llevó a que la gente se ubique sobre las riberas de los ríos. Esos ríos que durante toda su existencia pues han reclamado su lugar, su espacio, y que lógicamente después de esa migración de cerca de 17, 18 años de población víctima, con cerca de un 40% de la totalidad de la población de Mocoa, hoy hace parte del registro único de víctimas. Esas personas se ubican sobre las riberas de los ríos y en 2017 nos ocurre una tragedia que es del orden nacional y del orden internacional. Muchos la conocen, una avenida fluviotorrencial que acabó con la vida de más de 400 personas en las cifras, por decirlas así, del Estado. No sabemos cuántas porque muchas personas quedaron sin encontrarse, otras que no tuvieron suerte también quedaron en otras ciudades sin que también se pudieran identificar. Y eso, o ese ordenamiento territorial de las ciudades nos trae a nosotros un reto enorme hoy. Nosotros hoy tenemos la posibilidad de encontrar en la institucionalidad, en actores como ustedes y en estos espacios de diálogo, aliados estratégicos para que el ordenamiento de nuestro territorio se desarrolle alrededor del agua. Ese ordenamiento del territorio, de un territorio que está surcado por 3 ríos, esencialmente el río Mulato, el río Sangoyaco y el río Mocoa, y que las personas no vuelvan a ubicarse sobre las riberas de los ríos, porque seguramente, y a pesar de todos los esfuerzos que haga la institucionalidad, si sucediera otro episodio como el de la avenida fluviotorrencial de 2017, perdería la vida muchas otras personas. Es la oportunidad que tenemos nosotros hoy desde la alcaldía de Mocoa de liderar un plan básico de ordenamiento territorial que hoy se encuentra en fase de concertación con la autoridad ambiental y con el apoyo de la institucionalidad en el mes de diciembre estaría entrando al Consejo Municipal para que surta los trámites de debate, de concertación y de aprobación. Esa herramienta va a ser nuestra principal hoja de ruta para planificar a una Mocoa no solo a los 12 que tiene la vigencia de los PBOT, sino a los 25 y a los 30 años, si queremos una ciudad ordenada, por supuesto enfocada en conservar el agua, la biodiversidad y la vida, que es lo que nos caracteriza a las ciudades del piedemonte amazónico, la transición entre los Andes y la llanura amazónica. Son ecosistemas únicos, no se repiten en otra parte del mundo y eso nos hace también hoy a ser acreedores de potencias turísticas, no solo del orden nacional, sino también del orden mundial.
Gracias, señor alcalde. Creo que nos da pie a su intervención pues, precisamente para plantear esta realidad particular que tienen todos los municipios, todos los territorios que conforman parte de la Amazonía. Y por supuesto, como todos conocemos, el 42% del territorio de Colombia es amazónico y la Amazonía pues aporta el 15% del agua que circula en el planeta. Usted refería con mucha propiedad el tema de cómo hacer un manejo de aguas y cómo hacer que la estrategia de manejo de aguas y de ordenamiento territorial contribuyan precisamente a que pues no se generen mayores desplazamientos o desastres humanitarios como los que experimentamos en 2017 en su territorio. Un tema pues muy importante es entonces hablar de esta realidad particular de las ciudades y comunidades amazónicas dado que de ellas pues depende gran parte de los recursos hídricos del país, como señalábamos, pero también que experimentan grandes dificultades en temas de soluciones basadas en la naturaleza, en saneamiento básico, conectividad, incluso educación de todo tipo, pero también ambiental. Y en una lógica de justicia ambiental y territorial, pues yo quisiera plantear la pregunta a ambos alcaldes de cómo hacemos para lograr la equidad en estos territorios amazónicos que por un lado aportan pues tantos recursos a la humanidad, también tantas lecciones aprendidas en manejo de la biodiversidad y de los recursos naturales, pero que al mismo tiempo pues carecen de inversión y focalización de proyectos estratégicos de desarrollo. ¿Cómo hacemos para pues llevar la voz de estas comunidades, de estas poblaciones a los foros como la COP16, y cómo hacemos pues para canalizar recursos hacia ello? Y creo que esa es parte de la razón por la cual ustedes están precisamente en esta COP, señor alcalde. Sí.
Bueno, claramente nosotros, Colombia es un Estado social de derecho organizado en forma de república unitaria, y por más que hablemos de descentralización y autonomía territorial, lo que determina el nivel central a nosotros también nos afecta. Hoy en el Congreso de la República cursa un proyecto de acto legislativo que ya va bien avanzado para cambiar la dinámica de cómo se distribuye el sistema de participaciones y empezar a acercarnos a esa descentralización que siempre desde la base teleológica del constituyente del 91 quiso se materializara. En ese marco de realidad, nosotros tenemos que, de hecho ya le dijimos ayer a la ministra de Ambiente, la doctora Susana, que parte de las conclusiones sustanciales de la COP16 desde Colombia es que haya una coherencia entre lo que pensamos, decimos, hacemos, y no solamente a nivel individual, sino de Estado. Y como Estado necesitamos reorientar una apuesta de reestructuración también del sistema nacional ambiental. Entonces necesitamos recursos, sí. El Estado tiene que darnos más recursos a los territorios para no estar desgastando tanto esfuerzo en Bogotá, sobre todo, y en muchas ocasiones perdiendo tiempo. Y cuando hacemos eso no es solamente con los sectores que quizá interesan generalmente a los políticos, que son transporte, quizá vivienda en algunos momentos, sino también en el tema ambiental, o en los asuntos ambientales y de biodiversidad. Entonces, llegar desde la estructura del Estado con más recursos, con la reingeniería del Estado. Pero también el Sistema Nacional Ambiental tiene que transformarse porque se ha legislado ambientalmente para un país homogéneo, cuando somos heterogéneos, heterodoxos, multiculturales, pluriétnicos, y gracias a las situaciones de esas diferencias, pues nosotros merecemos tratos diferenciales. Entonces no es lo mismo hablar del marco jurídico ambiental de la Amazonía, al que merece la Orinoquía, al que merece el Chocó biogeográfico, al que merece la costa Caribe, y la región andina. Cada región, estructura socioterritorial y cultural merece un trato jurídico diferente. Les voy a dar un ejemplo. En Solano, San José del Fragua y en el Caguán me pasó una situación similar en cada parte. Y es que las juntas de acción comunal son muy fuertes en la parte rural y ellas tienen comités ambientales. Y en esas zonas están desencantadas con nuestra corporación. Yo he tenido ese diálogo con el doctor Piedradita, alcalde de Mocoa. Se han dado tensiones entre departamentos de hermanos, pero nosotros hemos depuesto las diferencias para poder dialogar y resolver. ¿Por qué está la diferencia? Porque tenemos 30 y pico contratistas para 89 kilómetros cuadrados de extensión territorial. Entonces yo digo, ¿por qué los comités ambientales y la Junta mejor deben hacer parte del Sistema Nacional Ambiental? Con eso coadyuvan a la corporación, una corporación que no es culpa de quien la oriente, sino de la estructura de cómo está concebida, no va a tener nunca eficacia. Entonces allá la Junta de San José del Fragua, de Yurayaco específicamente, con su comité ambiental, estableció normas de veda, de limitaciones de caza y de pesca, pero la corporación en su momento dijo, ustedes no son autoridad ambiental, no las pueden proferir. Y yo digo, en virtud del principio de rigor subsidiario, pues esa norma local puede ser más estricta, pero no puede ser más flexible. Y allí si incorporáramos al SINA, a las juntas de acción comunal, nos ahorraríamos plata o recursos, porque tenemos el talento humano allá preocupado, el campesino que quiere también ayudar a conservar. Y en ese marco de reforma del Sistema Nacional Ambiental decimos, desde el Caquetá, desde el Putumayo, desde la Amazonía, también nos tenemos que preocupar y generar una atención muy fuerte desde la COP para que se haga la transformación jurídica de Colombia y así permita que el contexto territorial, que es diferente, como ya lo planteábamos, cambie. Por otro lado, pues nosotros venimos a estos espacios también con generar una resonancia muy fuerte, un grito pues desde la sociedad con todo el respeto y cariño para decir nosotros estamos presentes y no sea en torno solo a planteamientos de marca, porque a veces sentimos que nos utilizan a la Amazonía, es como una estrategia de marketing digital o empresarial para poder sacar adelante unos recursos, pero que al final parece que no impactan realmente en el territorio. Entonces decir, pues las autoridades locales son legítimas porque somos elegidos por voto popular, tanto los gobernadores como los alcaldes, inclusive las juntas de acción comunal son elegidas por voto popular, entonces desde ahí es que se debe sacar adelante la aplicación de la gestión de recursos, sumado a eso las poblaciones afrodescendientes, las comunidades afro y los territorios indígenas que también tienen propiamente su estructura jurídica bien establecida desde la Constitución Política del 91. Entonces digamos que a nuestro criterio, yo he sido docente de Derecho Ambiental, entonces siempre le he preguntado a mis estudiantes, ¿la norma ambiental, la ley de la República es necesaria? ¿Se tiene que corregir, reorientar? Y algunos dicen no, otros sí. Yo considero que sí es necesario reorientar o hacerle reingeniería al sistema jurídico, pero no es suficiente. Que sea necesario no quiere decir que sea suficiente, porque entonces en la suficiencia ya operan otros factores. Una vez hecha la reingeniería jurídica, uno de ellos debe ser la ética ambiental. Y la ética ambiental, reitero, pasa por el nivel de conciencia que deben tener no solamente la ciudadanía, sino desde los servidores públicos. Usted va a la administración pública y encuentra que los servidores públicos no son coherentes ambientalmente, entonces tenemos debates con comunidades indígenas, tenemos debates con poblaciones afro, tenemos debates con juntas de acción comunal sobre cómo tratar la naturaleza, pero en casa no actuamos con coherencia. Nuestros hijos no tienen esa noción de educación ambiental, entonces digamos que ese marco de llamado a la coherencia pues tiene que ver con la educación ambiental, que en Colombia se divide en dos básicamente, en los PRAES y en los PROCEDAS. Entonces, proyectos ambientales escolares y proyectos ciudadanos de educación ambiental, que a mi juicio han fracasado en el modelo que están planteados. Y allí, entonces, hemos dicho, debe haber transversalidad, pero con una importante gestión de recursos para ellos. Por ejemplo, la partida que hay del 1% de la Ley 2056 del Sistema General de Regalías para Asignación Ambiental, no debería manejarla el Ministerio de Ambiente, ya tiene el Ministerio de Recursos, deberían llevarla totalmente a los municipios, ¿cierto? Y que se comprometa especialmente una gran porción, un porcentaje importante para que vaya dirigido a educación ambiental que sea desde pedagogías claras como aprender haciendo, no simplemente sentarnos en un auditorio a disertar o a discernir, porque generalmente eso no funciona, sino para aprender, por ejemplo, a restaurar restaurando, para aprender a realizar negocios verdes haciendo negocios verdes, para aprender a hacer cualquier actividad en torno a la protección desde el punto de vista de la práctica, porque en últimas la mejor manera de comprender, de aprender y de gestionar es haciendo, ¿cierto? Está el método científico, de hecho, tiene en esencia eso. Entonces, para no extenderme, quiero hacer énfasis en esas variables. Nosotros tenemos una ruta clara, la población a veces se afana, como gobernantes que tenemos esa carga tan grande en los hombros, sentimos esa presión social de, bueno, ya llevan 10 meses y ¿qué están haciendo? El proceso de planeación hay que hacerlo muy bien, eso no se torna de la noche a la mañana. Nosotros tenemos una canción en nuestro equipo que es nuestro himno, llama Arroz con Habichuela, que es del Gran Combo de Puerto Rico, estamos en Cali, no podemos hablar de salsa. Entonces esa canción quiere decir que todo tiene su esfuerzo y el esfuerzo al final se premia, y el esfuerzo no se hace de la noche a la mañana, las transformaciones del territorio se logran con la disciplina, con el sacrificio bien entendido, ¿no? No desde el punto de vista colonial, sino bien entendido, el esfuerzo, de la berraquera que tenemos los colombianos y colombianas, y en especial los habitantes del territorio amazónico. Entonces, en ese proceso de planeación estamos recuperando una ciudad, pero siempre pensando, como dijo el maestro Galeano, con un ojo puesto en el microscopio, los problemas locales del día a día, y con otro ojo puesto en el telescopio, porque somos ciudadanos de Florencia, de la Amazonía, de Colombia, pero también somos ciudadanos del planeta.
Muchas gracias, señor alcalde. Bueno, hablábamos precisamente de soluciones locales que pues precisamente responden a realidades locales y que responden por supuesto a los desafíos particulares que se presentan en una comunidad, y bueno, planteamos en un inicio lo que sucedió en 2017 y por supuesto relacionando esto con todos los retos que tiene la municipalidad para llevar proyectos que ayuden a cerrar las brechas entre unas regiones y otras. Señor alcalde, ¿qué nos puede comentar que estamos haciendo en su municipio?
Bueno, la realidad de Mocoa a hoy, 2017 a 2024, 8 años después de la tragedia que tuvimos, de esa avenida Fulvio Torrencial, es una realidad un poco cruel. Lo decía Marlon hace un rato, el Estado finalmente ha dejado muchas responsabilidades en los entes territoriales locales, se descentralizan gran cantidad de obligaciones, pero finalmente no se descentraliza el presupuesto. Y lo que finalmente terminamos los alcaldes es con un cúmulo de obligaciones, con una carga muy, muy pesada, pero sin el presupuesto para poder resolver esas dificultades que tenemos nosotros en los territorios. Y es ahí donde surge la posibilidad de que a través de hechos puntuales históricos como el de hoy, el de la COP16 aquí en Cali, sea el escenario y sea la vitrina para que nosotros podamos alzar la voz, levantar la mano y decir que allá en el sur de Colombia, en esa Colombia profunda, en esa Colombia apartada, llena de dificultades y necesidades, hay pueblos hermanos como el de Florencia y el de Mocoa que claman de la inversión no solo nacional sino internacional, y que sea esta la oportunidad para que conozcan las dificultades que atraviesa la Amazonía colombiana, que hoy a mi juicio y a mi parecer pues es la que apaga el calentamiento global del mundo. Es decir, nosotros estamos viviendo dificultades por el cambio climático que se están causando en países desarrollados industrializados que deberían de invertir, por decirlo así, en manera de resarcir el daño que se le hace al ambiente global general, y que a las ciudades como Mocoa, como Florencia, que son ciudades amazónicas resilientes, les permitan que ese favor que estamos haciendo de mitigar el cambio climático, el calentamiento global, la reducción o la transformación de esos gases de efecto invernadero en oxígeno para el resto del mundo. Mocoa, el Amazonas, es el pulmón del mundo. Nosotros filtramos el mundo, el aire del mundo. Esa oportunidad de visibilizar nuestro territorio hoy es una oportunidad única. Por eso agradecemos que en estos espacios vengan personas de diferentes lugares de Colombia, de diferentes lugares del mundo, y escuchen nuestras realidades, porque esas realidades nuestras son diferentes a las de estas ciudades, pero se correlacionan directamente. Hoy Bogotá, por ejemplo, tiene una escasez importante de agua potable para abastecer a sus habitantes. Una solución práctica, y se ha hablado mucho de eso, es que esos ríos voladores o esos ríos que recorren las nubes de nuestro territorio, que precisamente nacen allá en la Amazonía colombiana y que recorren a través de aire hasta Bogotá y en Chingaza, generan lluvia y abastece el agua de Bogotá, pues es una oportunidad para generar encuentros y generar esas relaciones entre ciudades, inclusive locales aquí en Colombia, Bogotá-Mocoa, Bogotá-Florencia, donde los campesinos, nuestros campesinos, que protegen la naturaleza, que protegen el bosque, que no talan los bosques, perciban por lo menos un incentivo por no afectar la naturaleza y el bosque, y que ese bosque que cultivamos y que protegemos pues sirva para que genere esos ríos de agua y finalmente no se presenten esos desabastecimientos como los que se vienen presentando finalmente en ciudades como Bogotá, que uno creyera que no se iba a presentar y que hoy ya es una realidad. La Amazonía, Mocoa, Florencia tienen la capacidad de brindar soporte al resto del país, pero hace falta esa subsidiariedad desde el gobierno nacional, esa corresponsabilidad de cada uno de nosotros como seres humanos en cuidar también y ayudarnos a preservar esa naturaleza, esos bosques que tenemos en el territorio. Y lo digo de esta manera porque una persona que vive en el campo, y voy a entrar a hablar de temas con ejemplos. Una persona que vive en el campo, un árbol, cortarlo para ella significa un ingreso económico, porque es madera que va a vender, que va a procesar y que a través de esa madera va a percibir un ingreso económico para el sustento de su familia. Decirle a esa persona, como se establece hoy en la norma y que a veces las normas van un poco más allá de la realidad de los territorios, que no lo corte, pues implica decirle que no tenga un recurso para los ingresos de su familia. ¿A dónde debemos de apuntar? A que esas personas que sean cuidadoras y protectoras del bosque, de los árboles, pues reciban un incentivo desde el orden nacional, desde el orden internacional, para cuidar y proteger nuestros bosques. Nosotros soportamos la carga en la Amazonía de la contaminación hoy global y esperamos que subsidiariamente también desde las diferentes instancias pues nos permitan llegar con recursos a nuestros campesinos, a nuestros pobladores, que son los responsables hoy de filtrar el agua y el aire de todo el planeta.
Bueno, el alcalde de Mocoa señalaba pues un poco la importancia que tienen las comunidades indígenas en todo este tema precisamente de protección del medio ambiente y la biodiversidad. Y en ese sentido, pues lo que hemos observado muchas veces tristemente es que estas poblaciones son precisamente las que se ven más afectadas por el desplazamiento forzado, pues asociado a un montón de problemas, incluido por supuesto la violencia, pero pues también la apropiación indebida de recursos naturales. Y yo quisiera pues plantearles esta pregunta a ambos: ¿cómo podemos hacer precisamente para proteger a esas poblaciones? ¿Qué es lo que estamos haciendo para sumarlas a nuestra lucha ambiental?
Bueno, es muy interesante la pregunta, porque desde la Secretaría de Inclusión nosotros en Florencia tenemos que atender a los grupos poblacionales, incluidos los pueblos indígenas, que tienen, a veces pensamos que los pueblos indígenas todos piensan igual, todos tienen una sola manera de ver la vida, y resulta que cuando usted habla con el pueblo Nasa, piensa muy distinto al pueblo en Vera, y así sucesivamente, y nos metemos en camisa 11 varas. Por eso tenemos que ser cuidadosos en el marco del respeto, inclusive en cómo nos dirigimos desde el lenguaje con los pueblos indígenas. Hemos tenido ya algunos encuentros en el marco de la normatividad, y allí estamos en esa tarea de evidenciar cuáles son sus intereses, sin perder de vista algo, pues la soberanía que tienen. Y cuando hablamos de soberanía no quiere decir que no hagan parte de Colombia, es la soberanía en su pensamiento, en su conocimiento y en ver la vida. Ya digamos que sentimos que sea un paso cualitativo para poder conservar los pueblos indígenas, pero falta muchísimo en torno a la atención. Y tiene que ver mucho con lo que dice Carlos. Entonces nos dan muchas obligaciones con todos los sectores poblacionales. Tenemos una Secretaría de Inclusión empobrecida, pero tenemos que atender a la población afro, que en Florencia pues son cerca de 6.000 personas, la población indígena que superan o están cerca de las 3.000 personas, y de ahí para allá a las poblaciones, entonces a la población LGTBIQ+, a la población de mujeres, las mujeres reivindicando sus derechos, a los jóvenes, saludo especial a Dailer, que hace parte de la plataforma del Consejo de Jóvenes de Florencia, y nos vemos a gatas para poder suplir los requerimientos de cada sector poblacional. Entonces nos dan competencias muchísimas, pero no nos dan recursos. Entonces hay que hacer énfasis en eso, en que Colombia se tiene que obligar. Si Colombia fue sede de la COP16, tiene que decirle al mundo cómo va a ser de aquí en adelante para responderle a la biodiversidad, y responderle a la biodiversidad y al ambiente, también responderle al medio humano y a este circuito de poblaciones, incluidos los pueblos indígenas. En lo particular, estamos fortaleciendo ya convocatorias para que exclusivamente puedan acceder a recursos adicionales, que esos recursos los gobiernen los pueblos indígenas. Y la situación de desplazamiento, pues allí tenemos una estrategia, primero de banco de alimentos, que sui generis queremos o hemos visto cómo ha funcionado en otras partes, con obviamente el enfoque diferencial, de gestión de vivienda amazónica. La población indígena nos ha enseñado de cómo con bioconstrucciones podemos hacer viviendas que sean pertinentes para el territorio y que no sean tan costosas. Tenemos un déficit de 12.000 viviendas y muchas personas de origen indígena no tienen vivienda en Florencia, no tienen acceso a un techo digno en Florencia. Entonces, esas soluciones desde la sinergia son muy importantes, pero yo a veces creo que además de los recursos hay que llevar conocimiento adecuado de los territorios. El conocimiento de la población indígena hay que llevarlo, pero no quiere decir que esto transgreda su cosmovisión. Es conocimiento de cómo técnicamente estructurar proyectos. Es conocimiento de cómo defenderse ante este mundo occidental. Y allí pues la responsabilidad, porque yo le he dicho a los hermanos indígenas, ustedes, porque nosotros también somos de origen, somos mestizos, ustedes tienen una corresponsabilidad de hacer que sus costumbres y sus usos con las garantías mínimas establecidas se conserven, y nosotros tenemos la obligación de decirles defiéndanse en este mundo occidental capitalista que es una realidad y global. Y allí entonces tenemos clara una ruta para la gestión de proyectos, porque el Ministerio de Ambiente está sacando constantemente convocatorias para diferentes también grupos poblacionales y diferentes intereses en torno a la protección ambiental. Deben saber también cómo gestionar estos recursos y no de manera paternalista, les he dicho, tienen que esperar que el municipio de Florencia per se tienen que formular los proyectos para que vayan a los grupos poblacionales. Sería muy bueno entonces que el acceso a la educación se universalizara, porque tenemos allá en el sector poblacional afro e indígena, por ejemplo, una universidad de la Amazonía que de manera minoritaria le da participación en los cupos a estas poblaciones, cuando yo considero que debería tener programas enteros llenos de población indígena estudiando por su enfoque, por su especialidad y por el saber y lo que quieran estudiar en esa orientación vocacional también las comunidades y pueblos indígenas. Porque desde allí entonces hay que hacer un diagnóstico, claro, qué es lo que quiere el pueblo indígena, y la carta de navegación ellos la tienen porque constantemente hacen sus planes de vida, hacen sus planes de trabajo, y en esos planes de vida y planes de trabajo pues tenemos que simplemente armonizarlos con los planes de desarrollo. Nosotros hicimos un ejercicio de armonización y al final aclaramos situaciones porque llegamos a tener una tensión con ellos, una tensión social, inclusive se presentó una acción de tutela al plan de desarrollo, pero al final nosotros demostramos que está toda la voluntad para articular con la población indígena, y en ese marco pues tenemos una ruta que está activa para poder resolver las dificultades del caso. Yo quisiera hacer un apunte con respecto a lo que dice también Carlos. En virtud de todo lo expuesto, hemos dicho, convoquemos a los alcaldes del territorio amazónico, inicialmente a las capitales, luego vamos a hacer un foro de ciudades amazónicas, y en el foro de ciudades amazónicas, que será el año entrante, pues queremos hacer caso a la asociatividad amazónica, para que entre todos los hermanos del territorio amazónico de Colombia y luego continental hablemos para un mismo lado, y que esto también se materialice en virtud de la protección de la Amazonía y también, por supuesto, estos territorios indígenas.
Muchas gracias, señor alcalde. Tal vez para profundizar sobre el tema de prevención de conflictos socioambientales, pues nos interesaría mucho conocer, por supuesto, las buenas prácticas también de Mocoa, y en esa línea también, pues si pudiéramos abordar un poco lo que se está haciendo en materia de protección de líderes y lideresas que cuidan precisamente el medio ambiente.
Bueno, Mocoa tiene hoy una dificultad enorme en lo que tiene que ver con conflictos socioambientales, y es que tenemos la presencia de una minera, una empresa minera de cobre, que tiene unos títulos sobre la parte alta de la cuenca del río Mocoa, que es uno de los principales ríos de la ciudad, pero que sobre todo es uno de los ríos que finalmente desemboca en algún momento en el río Caquetá, y que llega a los grandes ríos de importancia, no solo para Colombia, sino de importancia estratégica para Latinoamérica. Concebir la explotación de cobre en la Amazonía colombiana, pues es algo que no cabe en la cabeza o en un pensamiento que crea en la biodiversidad, que crea en la protección del ambiente, que crea en la protección del agua y la vida, porque creo yo que por más responsable que se quiera hacer un ejercicio de explotación minera sobre ecosistemas tan frágiles como el del piedemonte amazónico, pues no va a poder tener la posibilidad de brindar a las futuras generaciones de estos territorios y sobre todo a preservar el agua y la vida para esas generaciones. Estamos nosotros haciendo unos esfuerzos enormes hoy porque tenemos una dificultad enorme, y es que hace algunos días, aproximadamente un mes, el Consejo de Estado anuló un acuerdo municipal que prohibía la explotación minera en el territorio y dejó la puerta abierta para que empresas, no solo como la que está presente hoy, sino cualquier otra que quiera hacer actividad minera en el territorio, pues puede hacerlo. Y se ve y suena paradójico que en un territorio amazónico, de piedemonte amazónico, pues se permita que este tipo de actividades se realicen. La tarea nuestra hoy es, a través del Plan Básico de Ordenamiento Territorial, poder brindar algunas áreas estratégicas para la conservación del agua y la vida, y que ese acuerdo municipal que apruebe el Consejo y que se va a convertir en la hoja de ruta de los próximos 12 años en la planificación del territorio, pues sea nuestra garantía para las futuras generaciones de Mocoa en materia de conservación y de protección del agua, la biodiversidad y la vida. Son 3 palabras que las repito mucho porque pienso que están correlacionadas. Mi origen indígena, yo soy del pueblo Nasa, pertenezco al pueblo Nasa, tuve la oportunidad de nacer en un territorio que tiene una estrecha relación con la naturaleza, que sentimos como propia a la Pachamama, y que cada situación en la que se sienta en riesgo o en peligro, pues es una situación que pone a nuestro corazón también a palpitar a muchos latidos por segundo, y que nos pone también en sobrealerta en situaciones como la que tenemos. Esperamos nosotros que esas decisiones que en ocasiones se toman desde los estrados judiciales, pues tuvieran un poco más del soporte de los territorios, de conocer y de caminar el territorio. Quienes hemos caminado los ríos, la selva, conocemos en realidad el riesgo tan enorme que representa dejar que este tipo de actividades se desarrollen en la Amazonía colombiana. Y los conflictos socioambientales que vamos a vivir y que estamos viviendo ya hoy alrededor de este tema, pues va a generar violencia, va a generar, yo creería nuevamente, que desplazamiento forzado de las personas, y sobre todo va a generar un impacto ambiental irreversible para la Amazonía colombiana, que, como lo dije hace un rato, es finalmente el pulmón del mundo y es de donde nosotros podemos brindarles al resto de Colombia y el mundo la oportunidad de respirar aire puro. Y si empezamos a trabajar ya sobre proyectos de extracción y de explotación minera en la Amazonía, yo creo que el camino no es ese, que vamos por un camino equivocado, y que si no hacemos algo rápido vamos a tener problemas irreversibles, y estamos acabando con lo poco que tenemos hoy para descontaminar el aire del mundo, para filtrar ese aire contaminado que llegan desde los países desarrollados, y sobre todo para preservar el agua, que creo que a futuro va a ser motivo de guerras, porque hoy ya vemos esa escasez de agua como uno de los principales puntos de la agenda, no solo de Colombia, sino del mundo.
Muchas gracias, alcalde. Y bueno, creo que nos queda tiempo para alguna pregunta, para un par de preguntas. Si alguien de los presentes aquí, de las presentes, quisiera plantear alguna pregunta para los alcaldes y estas en relación a estas presentaciones que nos han.
Testing English 1, 2, 3. Testing English 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing 1, 2, 3. Thank you, Yanis.
Hola, buenas tardes, alcaldes y Pabellón de la ONU, invitados. Mi nombre es Dailer Montoya, soy un joven hijo de la Manigua, de la Puerta de Oro de la Amazonía colombiana, Florencia. Pregunta para ambos alcaldes que son de la región amazónica.
And this is the English channel. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Thank you. Good luck on the event.
Puntos específicos en los cuales ustedes digan, la COP16 en Cali fue un éxito rotundo para defender y conservar la biodiversidad de la Amazonía.
No sé si hay alguna otra pregunta. No. Adelante, alcalde.
Yo creería que son al menos dos puntos a saber, o 3 puntos a saber. Dos exógenos y un endógeno. El endógeno, ponernos de acuerdo los alcaldes de la Amazonía para empujar por un solo lado. Asociarnos y decir, hagamos una agenda de estructuración de proyectos regionales, comunes, porque cuando he estado hablando con Carlos todos estos días, lo conozco cada vez más somos amigos, y Carlos me corrige, pero hemos aprendido mutuamente de los caminos que estamos emprendiendo. Entonces, si hacemos ese diálogo de experiencias, entonces alguno tal vez es muy fuerte gestionando saneamiento básico, el otro es gestionando restauración, el otro gestionando para fortalecer los acueductos. Por dar ejemplos, sentarnos a dialogar con las rutas que estamos emprendiendo nos va a ayudar bastante. Hablamos con el alcalde Alejandro Eder hoy y también nos dio varias opciones. Quizá algunas descartamos, otras no vamos a descartar, vamos a seguir. Entonces yo creo que una propia de nosotros, que es resultado de la COP, es ese clic que hay para poder dialogar permanentemente y empujar para cada territorio y para la región. Y dos, adicionales, la reforma del sistema jurídico ambiental colombiano, al sistema nacional ambiental, a la justicia ambiental, en fin. A nosotros en particular nos obligan a realizar también a cumplir acciones populares. Cuando yo fui docente de Derecho interpusimos muchas acciones populares y el karma me persigue, porque ahora como alcalde estoy cerca de irme para un calabozo por las acciones que yo ayude a presentar y pues no hay recursos, no quiero mucho al Marlon de esa época ya, de hecho los alcaldes no me querían. Lo digo molestando porque yo sé que sirvió, pero sustancial es que nosotros hagamos una reforma del sistema nacional ambiental porque no hay experticia en la justicia ambiental, por ejemplo. Se habla de criminalidad ambiental, de delitos ambientales, pero la Fiscalía General de la Nación no está preparada para asumir una investigación criminal ambiental. Termina a veces junto con la fuerza pública sin quererlo, afectando derechos quizá. Entonces la experticia del ejército y la policía que ha ido mejorando cualitativamente, pero ahorita en este caso la fiscalía es necesaria. Tiene que haber jurisdicción ambiental. A los jueces de la República fallen casos sobre medio ambiente o de ambiente que sean expertos en los temas ambientales. Allá reclamábamos que el Caquetá tuviera los ríos como sujetos de derecho, con acciones más contundentes, y citamos sentencia como la 622 de 2016 que catalogó al río Atrato como sujeto de derechos. Y allá no, pues los jueces ni sabían que existía la sentencia ni se tomaron la molestia de ir a Google a buscarla y dijeron que es esa vaina de sujetos de derecho estando en la Amazonía. Entonces la experticia en la justicia y la reforma al SINA que ya mencioné sería como un factor, un elemento adicional, y el otro pues tiene que ver con la gestión de recursos. Entonces ya tenemos claro un marco, un panorama del Fondo Verde del Clima, de qué puede hacer Naciones Unidas, de qué puede hacer el Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo, cómo opera el BID, cómo opera la CAF, y cada uno en su especialidad, en su enfoque de financiación o de créditos, y en general, pues nosotros hacer en el marco de esa primera agenda de trabajo que establecí la posibilidad de lograr recursos para el territorio. Yo creería que son algunos elementos importantes después de la COP, con mucho más trabajo del que veníamos realizando.
Muchas gracias, alcalde. Y para ir cerrando, pues la misma pregunta, alcalde.
Bueno, yo creo que puedo resumirlo en un solo punto. ¿Sería exitoso para la Amazonía colombiana el cierre de la COP aquí en Cali si tan solo se integrara y se le inyectara los recursos necesarios a una sentencia que nos tienen interpuestos a todos los actores de la Amazonía, y es la sentencia 4360, Amazonía sujeta a derechos? Una sentencia que nos han puesto a cumplir, pero que no cuenta con los recursos necesarios para emprender acciones que en realidad generen impactos reales y positivos en la protección de la Amazonía colombiana. Si desde la COP16 hoy las partes se ponen de acuerdo desde el ejercicio institucional del Estado colombiano y desde los cooperantes internacionales y los aliados estratégicos internacionales a dejar una bolsa común para proteger la Amazonía colombiana, creo que sería un éxito y habría sido clave esta cumbre hoy aquí en Cali y esta COP16 que ha congregado a gran parte del mundo en busca de la protección de la biodiversidad y el ambiente.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Quiero agradecer pues otra vez a los asistentes acá en este panel. Tengo una pregunta ahí, pero me parece que tenemos un minutito. Sí, adelante, por favor.
Muchas gracias. Bien, muy buenas tardes con todos. Soy Ruth, Yanesha de Perú. Primero que nada, felicitar por el interés como autoridades que vienen trabajando en la inclusión de los pueblos indígenas. Básicamente quería consultar qué estrategias y medidas estarían tomando ustedes como alcaldes frente a la inclusión de los pueblos indígenas en la defensa de los territorios, sabiendo que, por ejemplo, en Perú, los conservadores, o es decir, los defensores de los territorios vienen asesinándose, ¿no? O los vienen matando en este caso. ¿Qué hacer frente a esto o qué sugerencias darían para los demás países latinoamericanos que sufrimos este tipo de atentado? Muchas gracias.
Yo hablé del tema, pero complementaría con esto, el Foro de Ciudades Amazónicas con este enfoque diferencial de territorios indígenas. Tiene que ser importante el enfoque. Y finalmente, yo creo que lo primero que tenemos que hacer es aprender de ustedes. Si yo no aprendo y no me, pues Piedradita es NASA, pero yo no. De pronto yo sé menos de la cosmovisión indígena que Carlos Hugo Piedradita, pero entonces mi compromiso va a ser inmiscuirme más y permitirme aprender más de los pueblos indígenas.
Bueno, la tarea que nos queda a nosotros es precisamente lo que decía Marlo. En mi territorio hay 29 cabildos y resguardos indígenas, yo hago parte de uno de ellos, y la tarea nuestra es poder integrar toda la cosmovisión que tenemos las comunidades indígenas en lo que tiene que ser la planificación de los territorios. Si la planificación de los territorios y la misma legislación colombiana se hubiese hecho teniendo en cuenta esa cosmovisión y esa forma de ver la naturaleza, el agua, los bosques, les aseguro que hoy no tuviéramos la gran cantidad de conflictos que existen en los territorios y sobre todo hoy no estuvieran sufriendo muertes los líderes indígenas que preservan la naturaleza y el ambiente. Esa es la principal tarea, escuchar a nuestras comunidades indígenas, a nuestros sabedores, a nuestros taitas, a nuestras mamitas, porque en ellos está la sabiduría y la cosmovisión de la protección integral de la naturaleza y de la vida.
Bueno, agradecer muy sentidamente al alcalde de Florencia y al alcalde de Mocoa por este foro. Hemos aprendido bastante, creo que resaltamos elementos muy importantes de lo que tiene que ver con la biodiversidad y el cambio climático y los desafíos que se están enfrentando desde la Amazonía en el piedemonte de la Amazonía. Muchísimas gracias a todos los presentes y a todos los conectados.
Nevada de Santa Marta. Esperamos que eso cambie eventualmente y que todos y todas nos conozcan como Sierra Nevada de Gunawanda.
This panel is called Indigenous Perspective about the Joint Program on the Links Between Biological Diversity and Culture, the Reflections from Sierra Nevada de Gunawanda. And what better way to start this panel than with the system of knowledge being represented by our traditional spiritual authorities. I would like to ask the Jate to join us in the opening, this first moment, and then we're going to start weaving the word as we do in La Sierra, to weave knowledge to show why it is so important to start recognizing the knowledge in these discussions that are taking place in this Conference of the Parts, number 16. As you all well know, Article 8J is one of the most important articles for the global indigenous movement, as well as for the Colombian indigenous movement. Article 8J recognizes our traditions, our knowledge system, and how we can better protect Mother Earth. In this case, I would like to give the word to Jate to join us in this space. And I invite all of our partners to be with us in this harmonization.
Nisangula chayaga. E shiblamaka nguna namak haba namajgatun ehejiha ke shiblamaka nasan shiblamaka hikana nugne kana majgata kwajiha. E zankava shangunamaka nasan shiblamaka hikanuma. Habakish Kasabi, Habakin Mashkatuinka, Shikula Kwajeha, Nasanguda Chaki, Nasika, Lesai, Kakubuka Hekanakuge, is Sejinka skimming Geha, Sankaban, Gunamakan Montun, Konkaluka, the Lankalukane. Na Inkajinina Nasan Kanuka to Gigits Hekamailing Wapana Hekahim. Nebesahi me pleta me he me shadeges kazapana kwajeha. Nasanga sangabayan goja sangaban goja ko namakan masgatuika chigeteno kwajeha najeha. Na injini nan hekana no atame bangu kuyata hika sejinka no ne. Hekahaba ite no go khaltule chihaba hi chihaba to no hekahagi chihaba hi chihaba tajuna. Hava ye ganurne, Quadama hava ye canurne chahava. Sankavangunika Kasaha skimina lejiha, Numashgatu nehijiha heka a luna hava, I sene nula hava Sankavangu Namaka Gatuin, she could unkalokana la quajiha. Hekanes heka heka na kaguba heka kaguba kale gangano haga heka tugigit heka meili heka na gopana hingopana ijihi plata jihi na besahi shi meili gwakwaje yazunga tsega jangwane na amak heka na izunga bashibla meikwama kwiaba ikwama mujiga beikwe na amak mei Nasan Mantua Quajehan Kavahan, Hovenka Nasan Ulichigate, Nuhanguna Quajehana Jehana, Enginike, Waka, a Kigets a Hikina Kalansh, Quaji Shigbania, Jigahena, a Chehan, Jiwash a Chehanke, Hai Hekana Nas Heka Yajilebi, Nuka Lohan Yagajilebi, Iki to Lejiksha, Hiki Hekana Jgahena, Kuijikola, Kuinda Sangulacha. no hahangwan gugenkin nes mama salein no la vita salavata nes kugek.
Mama Salen no la vita Saravata.
Of the Kogi peoples, and that we are part of the four congregations of the Puebla Nevada. He's sharing from his wisdom, from the recognition of ancestral knowledge and ancestral systems. He is sharing why it is fundamental, because from the very beginning, to be able to look after life, after our earth, anything in any element that exists in nature, everything was created through knowledge, and that knowledge is what every culture can practice it through its dynamics and traditional practices. All of humankind has that path of teaching us. It is fundamental in this space that we are talking about biodiversity, about conservation, of how to make a pathway to change this global damage and harm that is happening to our global mother. So it is fundamental to look at it through the language of knowledge. So he is expressing that us from Sierra Nevada, from a princess, our spiritual mother, has given knowledge to each and every one of us about how we need to exercise care. And in his language, what he says is guiaba. What it means is to guide, to orient, so that we can grow with that consciousness and harmony, and keep our peace with Mother Earth. So it is important to harmonize first from the practice and knowledge, and that is why it's so fundamental to present that integral knowledge from the peoples of Sierra Nevada, because knowledge does not go through to individualism, but it is something integral which gathers all of the knowledge, and by uniting that knowledge, we will be strengthened to move forward, looking after our Mother Earth as the gardens that we are. Thank you very much to everybody. I would kindly ask you to take your seats.
Chayena, a todo el mundo, muchísimas gracias por estar aquí.
Thank you very much for being here with your energy and your thoughts. I will start by saying, Mr. Minister, that I'm going to break protocols with this panel, because we will not start in the natural order in which formal presentations are begun, but we will start in a circular logic, starting from the outside to then return to those on the outside. And the first person who is going to have the floor is Najer, representative of UNESCO. He's going to be talking about our joint work and its challenges. The second person is the governor of Coancoamo, speaking about the logic of the systems of knowledge of Sierra Nevada, of Buenavindua, and speaking then our minister about the national logic and how important it is to move forward in the knowledge system recognition, to end with Chrissy, who is our Australian Indigenous guest and the president of our Indigenous caucus, in front of the material committee. And I am Carmen Rosa Guerrares Cancuama from Sierra Nevada of Cuendamendú in the north of Colombia. And those of you who do not know my territory, it's the heart of the world. And allow me to start this introduction. We know that in 1972, the Convention on Protection of World Heritage, Cultural and Natural Heritage is created. And we started in 1972, and it took us until 23 to start thinking that we needed also to recognize those things that were not material and that are translated in different manners and that are linked to territories. But it also took us even longer to get to COP10 of biodiversity and start thinking about how it was necessary, something that for us, the indigenous people, is absolutely natural, that nature and knowledge is one system, us united to our territories. And then it took us even longer until 2022 for our knowledge system of 4 indigenous peoples represented here was recognized as material humankind, guaranteeing that the world's heart can continue living. We are on a dialogue here between different knowledge systems. The Occidental one is represented in the UN, and the other knowledge system, there are many more, but I'm going to speak about only 2. The indigenous people's knowledge system of Sierra Nevada de Guanavidua. And with that, I'll give the floor to Nigel, who's the Chief of Indigenous Knowledge of the Scientific Politic Divisions of Basic and Natural Sciences of UNESCO. And I'm sure that it was a lawyer, the one who named his position. And with a great amount of pleasure, I give you the floor. Good afternoon. I'm going to be speaking in English because remember that we have simultaneous interpretation to Spanish and English.
Honored to be here on behalf of UNESCO, United Nations Education, Scientific and Cultural Organization. And we have had the chance to work with Carmen and other leaders, Chrissy, in the dialogue about the realization of the work of the Convention on Biological Diversity. ¿Por qué no? Sí. Podemos. So you want to get me in 2 languages? You choose. The first thing to say is UNESCO
I'm sorry, I cannot
was founded on the basis of our mandate about culture, science, education, and communications. So we've had a long relationship with indigenous people, but also over time we developed this relationship, including the 2003 Convention on the Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage. And the Sierra Nevada is part of the recognized list of intangible practices of indigenous people related to their territory. We're currently also in the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, which is a big opportunity for you as communities, but also of governments, to look at what is the connection between language and biodiversity, language and territory, language and food systems. And UNESCO is there to support you in developing those tools to bring about transformation. Many times we receive indigenous people at UNESCO and they say, no one listens to us. We're losing our language, we're losing our culture. But we also know there are many good examples, and the Sierra Nevada is a really inspiring story about culture, about cooperation, about facing many big challenges, but coming out united and rich in the culture. So the message we want to leave to you today is we're in negotiations. The whole world is here. And it's a chance for us to make a roadmap, a way forward, a path in nature that we go together. And this is identified in the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework as the joint program of work on the links between biological and cultural diversity. So you'll hear a lot about 8J, but supporting 8J is the application of the work on the ground, including from UNESCO side, our 2,000 sites around the world, World Heritage sites, biosphere reserves, and geoparks. And so UNESCO is here to say, let's make this work. Cultural diversity, biological diversity, community leadership, but cooperation on each scale, that we work together. And I was reminded in coming here, the first dialogue was in my country, in Johannesburg, between the CBD, Convention on Biological Diversity, and UNESCO. And everyone said, this matters. So over 22 years, we've been building this relationship, and the parties have recognized that. So we're very honored to be here. We're looking for the conversation, but to tell you, UNESCO is available as your partner to help with this implementation. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Nigel.
Thank you very much, Nigel. And I wanted to give the floor to the governor of Canquamo, because here we are speaking about peace with nature. And there's more and more things adding up. For us, the knowledge system is one. So how do you see the link between nature, culture, peace with nature from the knowledge of Sierra Nevada? Thank you, Carmen. Well, with the permit of mother and father of this territory that are allowing us today to be here and share, I am happy to have here our authorities, men, women of our peoples. We are the seeds of the heart of the world. Thank you, Carmen, for making this possible, and my greetings to all of the panelists and minister. And Chris, our colleague who's here working for UNESCO in this hard job. In this exercise, there's a very important element here that the Mamo has connected us to that system of knowledge. And things that are easy for us to give an answer, because as he was saying, knowledge is life. And that principle gives us this basis within the framework of what is expressing here in this COP16 as the knowledge systems and how the different peoples compare that. And then have that knowledge process that for us, peoples of the Sierra, entails having balance with the elements that guarantee life to keep that basis as a life mandate for humanity from the heart and, of course, from the knowledge. It is ordered following a material and spiritual strength that interacts. And on that regard, all of this recognition is translated not only into a life system, but a government system of those elements of nature. And the importance, as we were saying within the scope, is because Sierra in itself is an integral territory that we know as a heart of the world, as a heart of the universe, because it is based on the ancestral knowledge. Now, as the fundamental black line that is connected with the lagoons, hills that are a fundamental part of our lives, but also the government and the territories of the sea and its biodiversity that establishes a balance with the whole territory. And so the translation of that order, of that system, is in ourselves, is in our body. We do not protect the knowledge, but it's the knowledge that protects us. It looks after us. And that takes us to the other elements that were being mentioned: to look after life and to look after knowledge. And now we have a fundamental step moving forward: the unity of air, fire, earth, and water. Each of our peoples has a function. That's why we always say everything has a mother and a father, the male and the female, and the knowledge so that air can continue to exist, water can continue to exist, and as an important recognition about these international treaties of all of the jurisprudences, together with the Colombian government, has moved forward into the recognition of World Heritage and of the biosphere of UNESCO, translating as well the importance of that ecosystem for the world. And that's how we consider that this is fundamental to contribute at the same time as conserving biodiversity and life within these territories, which will represent a guarantee so that it can remain within time, not only for those peoples on the Sierra, but also for all of indigenous communities, given the authority that they have. In the Sierras, we speak about ancestral authorities. And well, maybe a fundamental task so that other communities can mark those territories that can materialize so that we can continue contributing to peace and harmony with nature. Thank you, Cabildo. And in fact, in this space, it has been said that we do not protect Mother Earth. It is Mother Earth who protects us. And it was in 2022, Mr. Minister, that our knowledge system was declared as material heritage. And this is COP16. And I wanted to ask how relevant, how important is the protection of those knowledge systems? Because allow me to tell you something, and I would like to share with you. It's not so common for a knowledge system to be declared immaterial heritage. It's not majority, and Nigel can correct me. There are many places that are material World Heritage, and there are many, many other expressions that are immaterial heritage. But this is iconic. And in fact, Colombia is an example for this declaration. And I wanted to talk to you, Mr. Minister, so that you can tell us how important institutional is so that you can tell us how biodiversity and knowledge can be protected. Thank you. Thank you to Mamos, the authorities, and the peoples of Sierra Nevada. And of course, thanks to the United Nations and the Ministry of the Environment, as well as the Presidency of the Republic of Colombia for making this COP in Cali. I think that the question entails other questions. I think that this is a question that doesn't have just one answer, and that's what we're here to discuss. Not only on this blue part, but also on the emphasis with people, as the president has said. If it's not the peoples, the ones who mobilize to defend the knowledge, biodiversity, the environment, and life, international instances do not have enough power and incidents to do that. And I think that that's something we need to learn. And allow me to begin like that, because unlike the question, I think that the recognition, which is getting to examine something again, is produced from a place that should not only recognize, but also give autonomy, because these are peoples such as yours that have taught us the way to look after it.
Saberes
que esa idea que tú consideras excepcional
This idea that you consider wonderful for systems of knowledge to be considered heritage, that should be totally like that, because without a knowledge system, there's no possible care. Nature is not a place that has not been touched. We are in her, and we have produced enough damage to be facing a polycrisis like the one we are experiencing these days. In certain sectors, they are still saying that we are being exaggerated, but I do not believe that this is a catastrophe. So, who is then the owner of that knowledge, and who has been here for the long run, and even in the terrible conditions of war in this country, still have a system that keeps some balance, even with the national dramas that we've experienced? I would say these are the ancestral cultures. So, in this regard, it is very important for us to consider the international institutionality, but that is not enough. I would say that today the action needs to be more bold, and this is why, as someone from our team said, this discussion was not accepted, which is bioculturality. And that word was not accepted because it is still not included in the UN system. But we will keep on insisting on this, because we believe that if we keep on separating culture and biodiversity, we won't be able to solve the challenges that you already resolved. For you, there's an integral perspective, but for us in the outside, like you well said, there's a separation, as if we were taking care of something and we are like, no, you are not caring that. That is taking care of you. You should not be taking care of it, but you shouldn't damage it either. So when that starts to change, we will really understand that the world will need more radical actions than just these systems that, of course, are virtues of UNESCO and the heritage system, but still we need to create social and community ways of action, to considering that we need to protect monuments, heritage, and life, and that will include human life. And I believe that the populations from the mountains, the hills, have a lot to teach. And as the president said, the Black Line system needs to start owning the territory. And as you've been requesting for a long time, we put on the table the comment that you made at the beginning, to stop calling this mountain as Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta. It is the Sierra Nevada of Conagundua. So we need to use the right names and work culturally, because if we do not work these issues culturally, we will keep on believing that we can save someone. But the truth is that we are the ones that need salvation, and you have a lot to teach us. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. And continuing with this line, because as the Minister said, there are debates happening on this stage that without a doubt need to put on the table the links between nature and culture, the links between what might sound obvious, biodiversity and the protection of biodiversity, and climate change or desertification. And as the minister said, we are experiencing a polycrisis where we have loss of biodiversity, desertification, and climate change that is eliminating strategic ecosystem. And with this, I would like to give the floor to Chrissy, because she's actually leading the Biodiversity Indigenous Caucus, and she is leading everything related to the links between conventions. Because for those of you who were in the UN system and those who were not, you know that per convention signed by the parties, a secretariat is created and some spaces such as parties conferences or conference of the parties for parties to meet and make decisions on how this is implemented. And the challenge that we are seeing here and the change of paradigm is how can we have a holistic review of all of this? And in fact, Colombia is leading this debate right now and is saying we need to start connecting our agendas. So Chrissy, I wanted to ask you specifically about the work that you are doing in the Indigenous Caucus right now, linked to your role at UNESCO as the president of the caucus on the Convention on Humanity, Monuments and Heritage. How do you see this and the urgency to coordinate these scenarios?
Thank you, Carmen. Thank you for the invitation to come and speak here in this forum. And I want to acknowledge all the Indigenous peoples of Colombia and particularly this region. This is a custom for Australians to acknowledge what we call the traditional owners and pay our respects to them. So please accept my acknowledgement and respects for the Indigenous peoples of Colombia. In June this year was the first time we were able to actually have a meeting of delegates, because we were attending the UNESCO World Heritage Committee meeting, and there were a number of us that were also involved in the CBD processes. And Nigel took that opportunity to actually get us all together for a workshop for one day. And it was very useful because it was the first time that since Cancun, a COP, I forget the number of that now, but it was certainly, sort of the first time that Indigenous peoples were able to come together to talk about both conventions. And in those discussions, we identified, some key themes, and I'll talk a little bit about that because it's a recurring theme for the intrinsic connection between nature and culture. As the chair of the International Indigenous Peoples Forum in World Heritage, I also have been advocating to actually minimise the gap between nature and culture in the World Heritage processes, and that's not only the listing process, but looking also at the other reporting processes that happen within the World Heritage systems for state of the conservation reports, tentative listing nominations, and sort of where we might be actually attending meetings and other conventions that are dealing with World Heritage as well. So those discussions led to a expert workshop on recognising Indigenous values and acknowledging that, and looking at how advisory bodies can ensure that that was going to happen, not only with FPIC, but through FPIC, to ask a question, because the Indigenous peoples sometimes are not engaged in the process of nomination for a World Heritage listing. Some countries and governments, yes, engage their Indigenous peoples, and so, sort of during the FPIC process, they will look at what are the values, what are the Indigenous values that should be at least acknowledged within the World Heritage listing, because it's part of the promotion of a World Heritage list. I have 2 World Heritage properties sitting over my traditional lands and marine space. So that in Australia is the Wet Tropics World Heritage Area, and that's a tropical rainforest. It's the oldest in the world, actually, and then also the Great Barrier Reef. So it's fairly unique, and in fact, I think it's the only one in the world that actually meet like that. But we were engaged at a later stage. We weren't engaged when it was actually put on the World Heritage List and for either properties, and they were listed in the late 80s. And in those days, they weren't consulting with Indigenous peoples about their values. There was nothing to sort of see, you know, sort of where they could have input and some meaningful discussions around, you know, sort of their cultural values. So we are on the back foot now in trying to get our Indigenous values recognised. But at the same time that we're doing that, we're looking at the global biodiversity framework and looking at where Indigenous peoples can be engaged and should be engaged in all the different themes of the CBD, ranging from, you know, sort of Article 8J, of which Nigel talked about a little, right through to biodiversity in marine and coastal biodiversity, health, DSI, all of those things that are being discussed at this COP here now. You know, sort of Indigenous peoples need to be engaged in that. And I'm also following the cooperation with other conventions at this COP. And I've been doing that for a while, actually, because I felt that a long time ago when I first joined the CBD, that there was no synergies and cooperation between, at that time I was only involved in World Heritage, but not so much the convention, but at the World Heritage management side of things. And it was, you know, sort of just such a disappointment that there wasn't any synergies of connecting them both, because they're consulting with the same Indigenous peoples from one convention to the other, or from one government program to the other government program. And so it just has an effect on Indigenous peoples, in that we call it consultation fatigue. And so because they're usually talking to the same people over and over again, and they just get so fatigued. But it's, you know, from the point of view of actually having that cooperation between two conventions that are basically looking at the same thing: Indigenous peoples' cultural values, Indigenous peoples' engagement and input into, you know, sort of where they can have meaningful participation and have some outcomes. So the workshop that we had in New Delhi looked at all of these issues and, you know, sort of made some recommendations around some themes, but we also made some recommendations around, and I'll just pull them up because I don't know them off by heart, but around, you know, sort of what should we do now? Where should we go and what should we do? You know, we looked at human rights and conventions, we looked at innovations and that. So there are some conclusions and pathways. The pathway forward, we felt that there was a need to identify and improve pathways for the recognition of links between biological and cultural diversity. A participatory exercise will highlight good practices and explore how Indigenous and local knowledge systems can be more effectively integrated into both the KMGBF and the World Heritage Convention practices. So our recommendations from that workshop and you know, sort of other discussions that have been going on within the caucus of the International Indigenous Peoples Forum on World Heritage was looking at enhancing cooperation between the conventions, and we need to do that better. Improving FPIC implementation, and we need to do that better and differently. It's not just you ask for consent at the beginning of the process, or you know, sort of you ask them once and you think you have consent for the rest of the time that project might be going on. It is if something changes, either in your program brief or in the community where a leader may change, they need to be consulted. So it's an ongoing process, free, prior, informed consent. And we are trying to practice that in Australia as well, because we're not doing it right. People are coming to do it once and they think they've got consent, but they need to keep, you know, if things change, well then you've changed the way that you want that project to work. You've got to actually go back and get consent. Documenting and sharing best practices, and there's a lot of documentation around for that. Supporting Indigenous-led initiatives, and there's a lot of sense in doing that, because if you look at some of the traditional practices around, you know, for Australia we use fire management that helps to increase and improve the soils, the growth on, you know, sort of that there's not these wildfires that go through. So if we burn at the right time, you don't get these hot fires that go, and it's, the fires are going up into the canopies. Improve the state of conservation reporting, and applying FPIC, because what we're seeing that's coming through the committees, and I've attended about 5 different meetings for the World Heritage Committee meeting now, we get in touch with the communities when these reports come through, and they say, no, we haven't been told about it, we haven't been asked about it, we don't know anything about what the government is putting in. So it's really state parties that need to take account to make sure that they're doing these things right. And my government does it too. And so I get on to them and say, I haven't seen that, where is it? I need to look at it and have a look and give you know, input into it. Integration of cultural and natural heritage, and that's looking at, you know, sort of the cultural from the World Heritage, but also the natural from the World Heritage. Many of the World Heritage sites that are listed for its natural values only do not talk about or acknowledge cultural values in that space as well. And that the cultural values in that space may be intangible, songs and dance and, you know, sort of stories across the landscape. That's really important for us, because it tells us who we are, it gives us our identity, it tells us, you know, sort of what some of the attitudes and behaviours are for different individuals and family groups and clan groups, to where they need to take responsibility for. And the recognition of OECMs, and that's part of what the CBD has pulled together in the last, I don't know how many years it's been going on now, but that is other effective conservation measures. So if there are, it's not a protected area site, it can be listed or looked at under the OECMs.
Yes.
So that's how, yeah, we are interacting with the 2 conventions at the moment.
Thank you, Chrissy. Gracias, muy amable, Chrissy. Y yo quería aprovechar
So I think the point that everybody has made is that the United Nations system needs to be more agile, but also needs to think more holistically. So the dialogue with indigenous peoples is saying, put it all together. And I think our opportunity here is to say together, and we thank the minister for challenging the UN and say, let's go further. We cannot do development without culture. So we have cultural instruments. We have biodiversity instruments. We have climate instruments. But fundamentally, this is one United Nations, one human family, and one planet. So how can we move more together, but more effectively, to make harmony? And we started off with a process of harmony by the first peoples here. How can we make more harmony in the practices of the different conventions? But also, CBD is a convention. It's an agreement. But the rest of the UN, UNESCO, UNDP, UNEP, ILO, we can help implement. We can support both the communities and the governments to let's make this actually come to work. So at the end of the day, we're not just asking for a biodiversity convention or just World Heritage. We want a living world that we give in a good state to the next generation. And I just say, Colombia is a world leader in helping us bring this concept forward. The Coalition for Peace with Nature is a very bold step. In the agreement, we have this opportunity for the joint program of work, which is joint with who? CBD, Indigenous peoples, IUCN, UNESCO. We work together. So that's the opportunity. We hope you have dialogue and bring that forth.
Muchísimas gracias, Nigel. Y
We have so many challenges here. I do not think that institutionality has understood the dimension of what we are supposed to be doing and reconfiguring in our minds. And I'm telling you this because there's a national plan on biodiversity, there's a national plan for culture. All the national plans that we have are important, but they are not enough to transform reality. In order to transform reality, we need to understand that we are not outside of culture, that we are diverse cultures, and it is only through cultural knowledge that we will be able to transform the territories. So the challenge for our ministry is first to disseminate our national plan for culture a lot more because we are trying to tell other institutions in the government that without the cultural comprehension of the country, it will be very hard for us to have institutional action. The issues related to water, work, the economy, wars, peace, all of these topics are crossed by cultures. If we do not get that, we will keep on doing programmatic things that are not horizontal nor strategic. So this is the main challenge. It is a huge challenge. And I think that peoples and cultures need to do something about this.
Of course. The very last question is for you, and you only has 1 minute, no more, because we are 7 sociocultural regions, and I want to talk about the challenge that we faced, being so different in the world, but having these specific goals that we are all interested about achieving these goals and fulfilling this goal as AJ. Can you share about the challenge in 1 minute?
I think the challenge for a lot of Indigenous people, sort of that we need to stand and be assertive about a lot of things. We have documents to back us up in the UN DRIP, and for UNESCO, they have a policy for the engagement with Indigenous peoples. It's then the implementation of that, whether governments take it up and sort of abide by those policies in those documents that will assist the interaction and the relationship between Indigenous peoples and their governments.
Thank you very much, Chrissy. Y yo quiero darle un espacio a
And I would like to give space to a couple of questions because I know another panelist coming and I see you, don't worry. And I wanted to know if there are any questions here that are related to this. Here we have spoken about different things. To summarize, we have spoken about the challenge that exists in the UN and joint work, all of the declarations that are to be linked and articulated because they get to just one territory and not different ones. And they get to a country, to Sierra Nevada of Gonodua, the indigenous knowledges that are making that call for unity and the institutionality of those countries that also has the call as the challenge to articulate both knowledge systems. So I would like to ask if anybody has any questions. Hello, good afternoon to everybody. It's my pleasure to be here and hear all of the panelists' really very important words and actions. Between the minister, the cabildo, I would like to ask you something very specific regarding something that the minister has mentioned together with the ministry, and it has to do with the cultural change towards peace in nature. I think that those affirmations that have been done from the ministry can help us create many bridges amongst biodiversity action plans and the national culture plan, because at the end, The question is how to make cultural change to have peace with nature, because if we do not change culturally, we're not going to get to have peace with nature because we're not living with it. So I wanted to mention that to both of you and ask how that knowledge of the peoples is related to support that change in the culture to get to peace in nature. Is there any other question? Otherwise, we can give this answer, and I'm going to stay here. Cabildo. That's another panel, right? Oh, okay. I just wanted to thank you because that is very important. The challenge is precisely more than changing. How is it that we can reconnect that relationship we have with our mother, with nature, with that exercise that if we do not change our heart, we're not going to be in peace with nature. And the what the minister was saying here, it is a challenge to reconnect it all. More than getting it together, it's a matter of reconnection so that it can transmit us knowledge. There's a spiritual union amongst all of us. That's why we have sacred spaces in a life system. We are a life system in our body. It is connected from that transformation with the knowledge, the thoughts, and we need to connect to water. So it is a reconnection of the spirit of our mother, our father. If we understand that, we will continue with the guarantee of life and with this bed of integrating actions and biodiversity plans. That is what is going to allow in time to look after each other and for a mother to look after us. Thank you very much. And for respect of the space, because each territory has its own rules, I would like to thank absolutely everyone for being here with us. I would like to recognize the presence and the weaving of the thoughts and presence of all of the ones who have been here and have our respect for the Bolomisak, Nasa Bidar, Sepidara, and other indigenous peoples from this area of the 115 that we have here in Colombia. Thank you for having been with us.
My name is Ralph. I have the pleasure of starting this session. Just would like to start with one more logistical announcement. Unfortunately, there's no interpretation into Spanish. Lo siento, lamentablemente no hay interpretación al español. Por información. So as I said, my name is Ralph Kruger, and I will be leading through a good part of this session. I work for the International Labour Organization, one of the agencies of the UN, and much of my work relates to employment impact assessments, which of course we will tell you a little bit more about. But more broadly, in this session, we're trying to make the link between environmental conservation and job creation. And of course, our perspective on things is not really the main topic of this overall conference, but we're trying to add a little piece to the puzzle, and we hope that it's actually useful, because the analysis that we do and that we're trying to highlight in a few examples that we'll give to you is actually an additional input to the argument for conservation action. And I think it adds a little additional argument to the case. In a nutshell, the argument that we will make is, okay, you're doing what you're doing to serve a higher purpose. The thing that we are giving to you is just a solid number that you can put on a side effect. So we'll be talking about how many jobs, what kind of jobs you may be creating through environmental action, for instance. And of course, is not the main argument, but it's a good side argument, and it's even better if you can put a concrete number to it that you have somehow derived from thorough analysis, and therefore there's some recognition that that's not just a made-up number. From our perspective, from the things that we do at the ILO and also that others do that try to do these kinds of assessments and come up with a good estimation or a good measurement of the numbers of jobs that are being created, environmental conservation action is not unique. I mean, we do this for many things. And admittedly, most of the things that my colleague Alina here and I actually work on are infrastructure projects. Not really what you may want to see and support, but the methodology that is used to actually look at those things is the same, can be the same. Let's say it this way, that can be used to also look more into conservation action and to put numbers on these. Again, from our perspective, when we're trying to look at these things, we're looking at how can we contribute to the creation of more and better jobs. This is sort of the, if you want, the overall heading over this side of the panel that we're trying to do to inform decisions. Of course, it's not our analysis that creates jobs. It's a very indirect way. We inform, and the idea is that we inform, if we're looking at a particular project, we inform how it could be made even better in terms of employment-related aspects. Of course, it should also inform any future similar project to learn from this. I mean, the usual, if you want, evaluation function to see what you can learn from this for anything that you do in the future. And finally, we're also working with countries in terms of them using similar approaches so that they can take better informed decision as far as employment is concerned. In many different things, and in most of them, employment is not the main objective. It's a little bit like in the biodiversity scenario. It's not the main thing, but it's an interesting and useful side effect if you can actually put a solid number on it. So, what do we have in store today? We'll start out with talking about something that's a little bit on the margins in some ways. It's my colleague Alina, will present to you a study that she did on the impact of a drought in Zambia. So we'll start out actually showing a little bit of, okay, so what's the worst, what are the bad scenarios that you can suffer from, what are the impacts of those things that we all try to avoid, at least to avoid that they happen more frequently, that have an impact on employment as well. So again, coming back to our angle of looking at employment consequences of, in this case, not an intervention that any government has done, but a natural phenomenon. We'll then go a little bit further in terms of the actual topic. I'll try to describe to you a case where we have looked at an environmental project that is currently happening in Madagascar, and to tell you a little bit about which numbers we basically derived for this specific interventions, and just to give you an idea how they can be used, because there are also some, let's say, more detailed findings that give you, or that give us and the government and the implementers more ideas where they may need to tweak a little bit the approach they have. And then we actually move to the panel discussion. That we have a small but very interesting panel for you. We have Alina interviewing and actually steering the conversation a little bit with Sonia Castañeda, the Deputy Director at the Biodiversity Foundation Spain, who will present to us the results of an analysis that they have done, which looks at nature-based solutions and the identification of opportunities and skills needs in Spain. So this is the first one. And then we also have the pleasure to have Juha Siikamaki, excuse my pronunciation, the chief economist of our neighbor here of IUCN, the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, who will also link to the topic of nature-based solutions and link it to decent work. And there's very interesting work, part of which the IUCN and ILO have done together, but I'm sure there's more to it from your perspective as well. So I give the floor to Alina to link an assessment that she has done using GIS methodologies, geospatial information systems approaches, so basically things like satellite data information with the area of employment. And this for the drought that hit Zambia a few years ago. The floor is yours, Alina.
Thank you, Ralph. Hi, everyone. My name's Alina, and I'm a GIS specialist, Geographic Information Systems specialist, and technical officer working at the ILO based in Geneva. So, as Ralph mentioned, we are specifically working on conducting employment impact assessments, mainly with a focus on infrastructure investments and interventions. But we're trying to explore how we can use this more innovative data, geospatial data and satellite imagery to the application of environment, which is the case study I'm going to present today. So I'm going to talk about a case study in Zambia where we assessed a drought event back in 2018 and 2019. And because we're the ILO, what we're fundamentally interested in at the end is having some idea of how these events have impacted jobs and livelihoods for the affected population. So I'll bring it back to that at the end. So next slide, please, Oscar. So as I mentioned, this is looking at a drought event that occurred mainly in 2019. It affected most specifically the southern part of the country, the southern province and the western province in Zambia. FAO estimated that around 2.3 million people were affected, and the drought negatively impacted livestock, crops, and led to heightened food insecurity for the population there. So our research question and what we wanted to use this data for was first to find out how severe the drought was that impacted these areas, the subsequent impact that that had on crop productivity and agriculture, so how the crop yield was affected, and then in turn, how that then impacted jobs and employment for those people living there. So in a nutshell, the methodology, the broad methodology we followed was using high-resolution satellite imagery. We first mapped out drought severity. So we used satellite data and we extracted properties related to soil, moisture, and temperature to try to examine where the drought hits the worst, because what we wanted to do was to compare the impact on jobs in those areas that were most impacted by the drought compared to jobs in areas that weren't as badly affected by the drought. So that was our treatment and control group that we used in the analysis. We then used the satellite data to classify the land cover of the area. So we did this because what we wanted to do was extract areas of agricultural activities, in particular extracting areas of cropland. So once we've done that, we knew where our drought was, we knew which areas of, where the areas of crops were. We then, taking the crop calendar for Zambia and also the spectral properties from the satellite data, we extracted the different crop types. And then finally, what we did was, again, using the satellite data, we estimated what this meant in terms of productivity loss. And at the end, we brought in survey data to try to understand what that meant for jobs in terms of employment as a whole, wages, and working time. Next slide, please. So for the first step, I mentioned we first wanted to map drought severity by looking at soil, moisture, and temperature. So we did the study across 3 years, 2018, 19, and 2020. 2019 being that year where the drought was most severe, which can be seen in the map. So in the south of the country, the areas in red are those where the drought severity is the highest, and they're the areas that we focused our analysis in. So we were really particularly interested in how crops were affected and how crop yield was affected in these areas, and the subsequent impact that that had on jobs, wages, and working time. So once we'd done that, we then, as I mentioned, extracted agricultural area and tried to classify the different crop types. So based on the timings, we used monthly satellite data, and based on the timings of when the different crop types grew in Zambia, and the spectral properties of the data, we classified the different crop types. And we found that in our study area, the main crop type was maize. So that was the main crop that we were looking at when we were doing this analysis. What we then did was overlay this extraction of crops with the previous maps and indicators on how severe the drought was. So this is what produces the map on the right. So the darker areas are where we can see a high concentration of crops, and also those areas that had the highest severity in terms of drought. So again, they're the places where we're interested in seeing how jobs were affected and how crop yield was affected. And looking at the primary productivity of the satellite data and the crops, we estimated around a 25% decrease in the crop yield in the wards that were impacted by drought compared to those that weren't. And that also aligns with some of the figures coming out from the drought event. So as a final step, and where we come in with our interest as the ILO, what we really want to find out is how this has impacted jobs for that population that were affected. So in Zambia, we're quite fortunate. There's an abundance of survey data related to employment, the labor force survey, that they conduct annually, actually quarterly, on an annual basis. So using that data from 2018, 2019, and 2020, so we had time points from before and after the drought event. What we did was we looked at the individuals in the panel that were surveyed, and we compared before and after areas that were impacted by the drought compared to those that weren't so much, to try to see how employment had changed or been affected. What we found was a 10% decrease in employment in those people in the areas affected by the drought that also were affected by the 25% decrease in crop yield. We also found a 20% decrease in wages and an 8% decrease in working time. Also, what's nice with the survey data Ralph mentioned before, we're really looking at infrastructure, but other programs where this could potentially be explored, looking at things like reforestation initiatives,
Thank you very much, Alina. I mean, as you explained, this is a particular case. I'll try to, in some ways, connect back to what I said at the beginning and maybe repeating some of the things that the main interest from, I think that from an implementing side of environmental action may actually be in terms of using such methodologies to put numbers to what you can expect that may be a nice positive side effect. So what I'm talking about here is one specific intervention that's currently ongoing. For us, it's always the Talakibi project, which means nothing to anybody else except for the people living in the Anosi region in southeastern Madagascar. Go to the next slide. What you see here on the right-hand side on this slide is the actual area where this intervention takes place. It's a rural area where a project is being implemented which is looking at adapting agriculture to climate change and supporting the resilience of rural communities. So it is about agriculture, but it is also about reforestation actions. So there is an element of nature conservation in this project as well. There's a duration of 6 years, a volume of about 40 million euros, which is half a grant and half a concession loan, respectively from the European Union and the French development agency, AFD. We're going then one further. I will skip basically over the methodology, the exact one that we have used, because I just wanted to show you what you would get from this. The methodology itself is not rocket science, but it's basically requiring some macroeconomists to help you do this. What you see here is the results of the estimations rounded to the next 100. And it shows you that there's about 30,000, a good 30,000 jobs that are created through this intervention during the implementation period. So this is not about afterwards. Afterwards would be about the beneficiaries from this action. Nevertheless, already in the process of doing this, you're creating a good number of jobs. There are three types differentiated. One is really the people hired by the project, which is the smallest part, as you see. Then the second one is all the people that work to supply things to the project, because this project is spending money. It's not only hiring some people directly, it's spending money on all sorts of different things. There's a lot of construction in this project as well, in terms of the activities that there are. And then there are people that benefit from, let's say, wider multiplier effects. So these numbers, though, they are standard methodology that is used by many who look at these things, including development banks, to measure impacts of their interventions that they're financing. The nice thing, which is not visible here, you can do this by project component as well. So that in this case, there are 4 different components, and you could see which ones actually have more of an impact in terms of employment during implementation. But this is just an interesting argument for the project implementers themselves, where they may want to, if they have the luxury to do so, shift sort of some of the funding to more promising interventions as well. I mentioned that this is only complementing information, not only in terms of nature conservation, but also in terms of the actual beneficiaries of this project happen to be around 30,000 farmers. So then you see that there is this group that benefits in the long run from this intervention, but there's also a group or a good number of people that already benefit in the short run, and they just happen to be about the same order of magnitude in this case. Going one level further, so if you're actually looking at these jobs that are being created with the methodologies that we use, you can say something what you can expect in terms of the composition of that group of people that benefit. And for instance, there are 4 different things we can look at. One is a little bit the skills profile in a very rough way, but you can see actually higher skilled people will benefit more than their actual share in the economy. So in Madagascar, in this case, the project will actually create 3 percentage points, have a composition of the people benefiting in terms of employment, where there's 3% more than the national average in terms of highly skilled jobs, despite the fact that this is in a rural area, which is largely in terms of skill level and education on the lower side. Also, you can expect that youth is benefiting a little bit more than their share in the national average. There is a bit more formal employment than you actually have in Madagascar. And I mean, 1.4%, it doesn't really mean that much, because the labor force in Madagascar is by an enormous margin informal. So whether you have 1.4% percentage point more than the national average, it doesn't really mean so much, admittedly. And then finally, there's a bias against women. So this is not even that big of a bias, but it's there. So, I mean, one of the recommendations also in this case would be to see if there could be any actions taken during the project implementation to avoid this bias. That, as it's an estimation, it's an expected bias. So it can still be actually avoided if you're looking at the way the project is being implemented. So maybe just to wrap up, there are 2 main things I wanted to say. Obviously, you can say something about the employment being created by a specific intervention. These are all estimations with limitations, which I didn't really go into, and we can have long discussions about the advantages and disadvantages of different methodologies. But they do shed a light on this important side effect. And if you actually go a little bit deeper in the analysis, and there's actually plenty of stuff I didn't show you, you can also point out where there are entry points for improvements of specific interventions in terms of employment effects. This didn't touch on the actual objective of that project, which is more about nature conservation and to help farmers to deal with the challenges of climate change. I will stop here and hand over to Alina to then lead you through the bigger part of the program. Over to you.
Thank you. As Ralph mentioned at the start, we're going to have a little bit of a panel discussion on measuring the employment of green interventions. So what we're aiming to do here is highlight some of the work, in particular that's been part of a joint ILO, IUCN and UNEP report on decent work in nature-based solutions with our two panelists who have been collaborating with the ILO. So the first, Sonia, as Ralph already introduced, is going to be discussing a study conducted on identifying nature-based solutions, opportunities and skills needs in Spain. And then we also have Juha here from IUCN, who has been involved in the report that I mentioned on decent work in nature-based solutions. We had a previous report in 2022, and we're working on a new version for 2024 that hasn't been published yet. So he's also going to provide some reflections on the work that was involved as part of that. So I'll first pass over to Sonia, who's going to give some presentation on the study that we mentioned.
Thank you, Alina. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting us to be here. But before sharing with you what I came here to share, I would like to highlight how I saw the examples that you share with us. And I think that apart from the fact that both methodologies are very interesting, I think that they give a very strong message, which is to break a very old message that was, we destroy nature because we need jobs. And somehow your examples put on the table for a journalist that less nature means less jobs, more nature means more jobs. And that is very simple, but it's a very, very strong message. This is how I saw it behind that, behind those methodologies. Well, I came here to share with you what we do in the Biodiversity Foundation. Let me introduce you this little organization. It's part of the Spanish Ministry of Ecological Transition. We are a public foundation, and we were born 25 years ago, and our name tells you everything. We work for nature conservation, but thanks. But what is very interesting is that this organization has been working in jobs and green economy since the early beginning, which at that time was not so common. You work in nature, you were supposed to be scientific, a science organization or an activist, etc. And since the very, very beginning, we identified that it was so much needed to work with the private sector, with economic sectors, and with job creations, because since the beginning we knew that less nature are less jobs, more nature are more jobs. And that's a very strong message also to get to society. Anyhow, so we work in these different lines in terrestrial ecosystem, marine ecosystems, urban environments, drivers of biodiversity loss, knowledge, and private sector. Next, please. And as I mentioned, we had it very clear since the early beginning. We started to work in green economy and green jobs in 2001. Then blue economy arrived, then circular economy arrived, then bioeconomy arrived. So we are a nature conservation organization with the sector very much involved with economy and jobs. And particularly in green jobs, we mainly act as donors. We have been able to be involved in more than 800 projects, and we have been able to grant more than 120 million euros. We are very proud of that, because more jobs means more nature. I will go straight to the, during these years since 2001, we have been evolving. In 2007, we created our Green Jobs program. We are very proud because we did it a few months before ILO had its Green Jobs program. Just for few months. And with that, we did a packaging to give a vision of what we expected to grant and what we wanted from those funds, no? And the numbers and indicators are thousands of jobs created, thousands of people trained, et cetera, et cetera. Now we understand that we are in a very, very different context. Today we know that we are all in this green transition, ecological transition. We know that this green transition destroys a lot of jobs, but at the same time creates a lot of jobs, and at the end of the day, it creates more than destroys, which is good news. We also know that at least at the European Union context, more than 3/4 of European companies do not find the skills they need for the jobs that are available. And that's a need that is very clear identified. So it's need to boost training, reorientate, skill upgrading, and learn, etc. So in this context, next please, we decided to put up a study to coordinate a study that is shown in the natural-based solution study as a national study, that we wanted to identify where were the employment sources for the green transition, but also which were the professional competencies needed and the technical and professional skills needed. And we got 14 different topics, 7 related to climate, 7 related to biodiversity, and we identified 40 priority strategic occupations that were a priority. Next, please. These are a little bit of them regarding biodiversity. These are the topics: urban renaturalization, management of natural protected areas, ecological restoration, sustainable tourism, sustainable agriculture, fisheries, forest management, and then related to climate, energy, construction, urban environment, renewable energy production, climate emergencies, etc. So taking these 14 topics, 14 themes, we identify 40 occupations. Next one, please. And these 40 occupations are shown as priorities because many different reasons, because we have detected that there is an increased demand for this employment, but their potential for job creation or for the reconverting, no, the recycling of jobs, the difficulty from business to fill this position, and the urgent need that we have. I mean, if we want a fast transition and systemic transition of the economy, we really need also to keep the pace in job creation, and for that we need to give skills to people and provide the skills to people. So next, please. With this, we use it for many different reasons, for many different targets or objectives that I will share with you later. But just to show an example, there were 2 of those 40 occupations that arose as very, very important. One was consultant for SBAN, which I know that IUCN is very happy about that. And also the other one that arose as a very important one was the specialist of climate emergencies. And a specialist for climate emergencies was very important in the 14 topics, on natural-based solution in some of them, but the ones that were present in the whole 14 were, for example, marketing and communication, which is like average, and the analysis of climate change, of climate risk, sorry, and also a specialist in IT specialist. So I think I want to keep the time so we have time for chat and for questions. 7 minutes, good. So I leave it here and let's keep the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. So I think, yes. I think if we go straight for questions for you, and then I'll pass over and do the questions and the opening for you after, if that works. So yeah, whilst it's fresh in our minds, and as you already covered some of the main points, if you could just summarize for us what were some of the main takeaways of the study in regard to the jobs and skills needs that were identified.
Well, I think that one of the more strategic result and takeaway was that, or is that this study doesn't only have the glasses from a Spanish vision, because even though we live in a very diverse world, there are many common needs and many common needs for that green transition. And it can be a useful tool not only for us in Spain, but also for other European countries or worldwide countries, because some of the needs, I mean, natural-based solution consultant, that's worldwide. So that's one of the
1, 2, 3, testing English. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we're all set.
Organizations.
Thank you. And then I think what we're also particularly interested in is how the results of this study have then been used and implemented in practice. So, and which stakeholders were involved in that. So have you worked with government, different ministries? If you could elaborate more on that.
Yeah, one of we use it for two things. The first one also is very strategic, which means that because this study tells you these are the gaps, these are the occupations, these are the training that this occupation needs and the skills that are needed, and these are the possible themes and topics that should be in those skills programs. And so we signed an agreement with the Spanish Agency for Employment, which is the administration, the central government in charge of the job creation in our country, because they have schemes to boost the creation of jobs, and sometimes they have positive incentives to create jobs. And to apply those positive incentives, they use a catalog of the occupations, of the different jobs. That catalog get old in us all the time, very fast, because the reality moves faster than the administration. So with this agreement, mean that with the project that we will be supporting, will help to update that catalog. So a tiny organization from one of the ministers of the government is feeding with new ideas to the catalog that will create jobs all around the country. So that's the vision. And the second thing that for what we use the study is to design our call for proposals. Okay, we have a study. I didn't mention, but this study was done also by the Spanish Office of Climate Change. We work together in this because climate and biodiversity. And we design our call for proposal with the results of the projects. And as we did that, many other organizations could design their call for proposals using that study. That's it.
Great, thank you very much. And so where can people find the results of the study or more information? I see you have a QR code on your presentation.
Yeah, there's a QR and you can get all the info. And I didn't answer, you said, with whom do you work? Of course, all the stakeholders. We work with private sector, universities, NGOs, business associations, etc.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So because we're limited on time, I'm going to pass over to our second panelist, Juha. Before I go into my questions, I want to give you the chance to, if you wanted to give some introduction or some opening, or we can delve straight in. What do you prefer?
Maybe we'll go to the question straight away.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, as I mentioned, Juha's been involved, he works for the IUCN and has been involved in working with us on this report on decent work in nature-based solutions. So I wanted to ask you, from your experience on looking at the different case studies and working on the report, to generalize, what do you think can be said about job creation and biodiversity, both in terms of the quantity of jobs, but also the quality?
Yeah. Well, thanks. And before I dive into those questions, I wanted to recognize how important it is for IUCN to have this collaboration between ILO and IUCN, and also UNEP. We think that we're all organizations that can bring a lot to the table here. IUCN, we work on data, knowledge, conservation. ILO leaders in the world of work and UNEP leaders in the policy processes and political side of things. And IUCN for a long time has been working on nature-based solutions, was one of the, since its early days. And nature-based solutions as a concept is a concept that not focuses only on conservation and biodiversity, but also on broader societal benefits there. And for some time we recognize that there's oftentimes we focus on sort of the economic side of benefits, measuring ecosystem services, their value. But we recognize quite quickly that many decision makers, many stakeholders really want to know in a very concrete theme, how does conservation contribute to things that matter? Beyond biodiversity. Biodiversity matters, but other things matter too. And jobs was clearly one item that came up there. And there was a series of efforts that we did on a project basis, very much similar, Alina, that you mentioned. And then we also worked on country studies. We worked on restoration, trying to figure out how restoration contributes to employment. And this way, different actors here, including from ILO, UNEP, other places, we started to realize that there's a great deal of kind of emerging knowledge here. And at the same time, nature-based solutions were kicking off, scaling up to regional, global level. So then we decided to join forces amongst these three institutions and try to understand how, at the global level, could conservation of nature contribute to employment. So that was the beginnings of the Decent Work in Nature-Based Solutions report series. First one published in 2022, and now soon to be published version in 24. And what we find here is that, yes, nature-based solutions, conservation can...
Testing the English channel now. 1, 2, 3. Hope you can hear me. Thank you.
Nature-based solutions is roughly 70 million around the world. Many of these jobs are part-time jobs. When we look at the full-time equivalents, we're looking at maybe 14.5, 15 million jobs. Many of the jobs are in agriculture. There's a heavy concentration of job creation in Asia and other developing countries, but also this is a considerable impact also in developed countries. So this is kind of the big picture side of things. The way this is measured is we use global economic models, and we focus on expenditures and link them to how they generate economic activity, how they generate direct, indirect, and induced jobs. So this is one key finding, maybe about 70 million jobs. Well, what's the potential? That's, of course, what we want to find out. If we invest in conservation, like here we are in COP16, having ambitious goals toward conservation, what do we gain by job creation? So we use data from UNEP State of Finance for Nature report, and there the current expenditures for the 22 report were maybe about 140, 150 billion dollars a year. We thought about tripling that. How would this work if we triple the expenditures? We find that this would increase employment by an estimated roughly 20 million jobs. In full-time equivalent terms, about 13.5 million jobs. So this is significant. One issue that we, of course, discovered here when we, for the first time, started developing a global approach to estimating job creation is that you encounter challenges. So this is a renewable source of challenges in estimations when we take on this challenge. And we want to be very transparent and very clear about this. And one key challenge is, for instance, that, as I noted, many of these jobs come in agriculture. But then the question is, what kind of agriculture counts for nature-based solution? And there's no clear answer to this. But one proposition we make is that if we can convert agriculture to a sustainable agriculture, many of these jobs could be considered nature-based solution-related jobs. And so that's an important element there. And it also goes to show that if we can move towards more sustainable agriculture, there may be a sustainable stream of jobs also associated with that investment. The second key challenge that we face is that it's quite difficult to understand, based on currently available evidence, what are the kinds of inputs that nature-based solutions require. For instance, is agriculture, or let's say is forestry that is nature-based solution, is that similar to conventional forestry in its input use, in technology, in the way it's configured? Again, we use information from currently available data from IUCN and elsewhere on actual nature-based solutions projects. But if we really think about scaling up nature-based solutions in a big time, there's a question: what will the profession look like? These reports also address a number of specific issues. In the current report, for instance, we address nature-based infrastructure as a specific activity. There's a segment on, there's a chapter on skills, what is needed by way of skills, and we've also focused on what counts as a decent job. And I'll invite you to study the 22 report in more detail. There's a lot more on this one, and on infrastructure and skills in the 2024 report that will be published in December. And there's a kind of a broad range of challenges here, but we think that the exercise of estimating the number of jobs is still worthwhile. It gives us an order of magnitude of jobs. It gives us a sense of what sectors and what world regions are kind of where these jobs are concentrated, and just the fact of going through an exercise like we go through is a great way of identifying the limitations that we're currently facing in understanding the job creation potential. So we think that this sort of knowledge creation here is a key benefit here, and it really has, I think, underlined the importance of working across these different institutions, ILO, UNEP, and IUCN. We're all, in many ways, institutions that focus on the objective of generating data and knowledge, and as such, I think it's been a very, very fruitful collaboration. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So I think because of time, we'll have to wrap up now, but I thank our panelists, particularly Sonia and Juha. So Juha for providing the overview of the intersection of biodiversity and the potential for job creation, also covering some of the technical challenges from his perspective, and also the importance of the collaboration between these different institutions, because as Ralph said at the beginning, from our point of view, the work that we do in employment impact assessment as part of our project at ILO is a bit away from the biodiversity topic. So it's nice to see how this collaboration comes about and why it's important for this work. So we encourage you to look at the reports, and the next one will be published, I assume, sometime next year.
It will be December 5th, 2024.
Okay. December 2024, so you don't have to wait very long. On that note, I'll hand back to Ralph to give some reflections and closing remarks so we wrap up on time.
Thank you very much, Alina. Thank you very much for these two really interesting interventions. I'm not going to say much. I just find it noteworthy that actually what you will also have seen is there are multiple methodologies. Actually, none of the studies presented use the same methodology, which you obviously adapt to the questions you're trying to answer. The skills arena, if you want, is something the ILO is also very interested in and very active in. And the methodologies are partially overlapping, but then they are still different, with which you then try to look deeper into what kind of occupational profiles are emerging in this area. I just showed the very simple example of trying to find the number of jobs that you may be pointing at when you have a specific interventions. And then Juha tried to start from the global level, basically, to paint a picture of nature-based solutions-focused jobs that may exist at the moment, and maybe even projecting a little bit into the future. I think you didn't even mention that you're also trying to do that in the report. So it struck me that there's still a lot of similarities if you look at these. And also if you're thinking about the usefulness of where this is put to use. I mean, I was very happy that you pointed towards informing government action, which is, of course, one of the things that we're also trying to look at. But it is also true that, let's say, more also on the academic side almost, or the researcher side, identifying the limitations of the methodologies and actually the data gaps or data needs that you would like, the data you would like to have to say more, is something that obviously in all these cases you will find, because those surveys, let's say, that generate the data that you are looking for exactly, in most cases don't really exist. So you add a little bit more, and then the next edition, the next generation of surveys will actually incorporate some of these things. So, of course, pointing towards the main challenge we all face in terms of the data that we would like to have and that we don't have. In that sense, just to repeat my entry statement, if you want, that what we are looking here, what we're trying to measure, decent work or jobs in the context of biodiversity conservation, environmental action, is a useful side aspect. It's again not the main thing that we all here for, but it is a useful side fit and argument that you can make if you're actually looking at concrete actions, and you can use obviously already a host of methodologies to shed light on different aspects in this. With that, and looking at the time, and knowing that there's few colleagues afterwards, I think we should close the, unless there's a burning question from the room, that I don't want to rob you of the opportunity to ask any of the colleagues on stage your burning question. If not, I think the colleagues that come afterwards will thank us that we close on time. Thank you very much.
Aquí al Pabellón Naciones Unidas de Colombia.
The Colombian Blue Pavilion, our guest in this session, Integration of Biodiversity in Colombian Economy, a very special greeting for those who are following us on the streaming in the UN Colombia space. The space has been developed by CLAC, the UNPD, and the Embassy of Sweden in Colombia. This meeting seeks to refer to the importance and key actions to integrate biodiversity in Colombia from different sectors and perspectives. In order to move forward in this, we invite Sara Ferrero Oliveira, representative of the UNDP in Colombia, to present to you her greetings and welcome you into the discussion in the framework of the Sustainable Development Report. Welcome. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues in streaming, friends. It is a great pleasure to be here with you, Ambassador. Very welcome to UN Colombia Pavilion. I will address you briefly to open the session, but we are very moved to have key allies and partners and organizing this space with ECLAC, with Angela Penaz. The economic growth models and development models in the world and in Colombia have been sustaining the exploitation and overexploitation of resources and ecosystems. Human development that the UNDP places in the center reflects the freedom of those who live a life with of values. It is an aspirational concept and an approach linked to the Human Development Index. This index that is measured globally since 1990, more than 30 years, is made up by three great categories: income, health, and education. They measure the basic capacities to have fulfilling lives in freedom. The index may be low, middle, or high, or very high. No country in the world has qualified as having a very high human development index that is sustainable. The countries that come closest to a balance are countries like Sweden. Sweden is represented here, Ireland, Norway, Finland, among others. Colombia, with a human development index that is high, still has great reservoirs of biodiversity. Today, it is facing a great junction to continue with a development model that exhausts the natural wealth or pose development alternatives and unleash new paths for sustainable human development that recognizes and values cultures, ancestral practices, knowledge, and nature. To grow economically and socially include individuals and protect the systems and make sustainable use of the systems. This year, we are very proud to have introduced the new Human Development Report, Colombia, Territories Between Fractures and Opportunities. The last one dates back to 2011, Rural Colombia, Reasons for Hope. It was overdue that we presented this report with the unconditional support of a partner for Colombia and UNDP, such as Sweden. This report goes beyond income, averages, sectors, and analyzing gap by gap. What it poses and invites us is to reflect with a is a reflection to think systemically and understand the territorial dynamics of relations, interactions among the development actors that converge in the social, environmental, economic, and public areas that allow or restrict what individuals can do to live a fulfilling life. Such dynamics, for example, seek to understand how persistent inequalities are inherited, accumulated across the life cycle, and how they impact low productivity, and how educational paths impact the creation of the business structures of this country, where 91% of the companies are companies made up by 10 or fewer workers, micro companies, micro businesses. A great percentage, 87%, are unipersonal companies, individuals who earn their daily bread. So understanding the basic capacity for development and how the armed conflict and the new forms of violence impact the confirmation of the key capacities to unleash the potential. This is linked to the ecosystem integrity. Jimena Puyana, the leader of the chapter, will help us explore into that for this report with a great team seeking to understand how deforestation, degradation, and changes in soil use condition such human development, because we see that areas in the country with less integrity in their ecosystems are the most developed ones. So I think that we will have a wonderful discussion on this panel, because truly we want to set forth and consider how we can change what we do. And fundamentally, we will refer to the paradox of sustainable human development, and the opportunity lies in understanding which are the unique characteristics and the potential in every territory to build together with their communities, and from the territories, the social, economic, and public aspects, those new paths for sustainable human development. And what we also say is that this is an opportunity to anticipate, and that Colombia may show the world how these new paths may be. Thank you so much. Sarah, thank you very much for your word. As our representative said, this Human Development Report for Colombia 2024 territory between fractures was possible thanks to the UNDP and the Swedish Embassy in Colombia. So we will give the floor to the Ambassador of Sweden to Colombia. Welcome. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank the UNDP and ICLAC for organizing this very important event, and a special greeting to Sara Ferrere, representative resident of UNDP in Colombia, Angela Pedagos, director of the ICLAC office in Bogota, and the panelists who are here today, who will be sharing their experiences, and all the colleagues and guests here who are present physically and virtually. I am honored to be here to learn and have conversations about the opportunities in protecting biodiversity as a fundamental element for human development, sustainable human development. Sweden and Colombia have been long-lasting allies. We are celebrating this year 150 years of diplomatic relations. The content of such relations have varied in time, but a constant has been the close collaboration and cooperation around the principles and fundamental values that we share, such as peace, democracy, and human rights, as well as economic growth at the service of the well-being of individuals, those who are present, and the present and future generations alike. Precisely this is what this conversation is about today, bringing together efforts, ideas, and working together so that the market rationales not only make way for economic growth that is inclusive and sustainable, but also that they favor increasingly the protection of our environment, support of our capacity to survive as a species, being the only rational possibility in economic terms. In these tasks, Sweden has been an ally of the UNDP for numerous years, and we share a common agenda for sustainable development, democratic governance, the consolidation of peace, equality, and inclusion here in Colombia, as well as in many other places in the world. Especially here in Colombia, this partnership has resulted in joint efforts around the National Human Development Reports, as mentioned by Sarah, in order to contribute to the analysis, reflection, and dialogue around the great challenges of the country. This effort has its own history dating back to 2003 with in the event of a conflict. And in 2011, with Sarah, we presented a second report, Rural Colombia Reasons for Hope, that was an input for the formulation of numerous public policies for rural development. The last fruit of this effort that we launched in 2024 is entitled Colombia Territories Between Factors and Opportunities, and it seeks to motivate conversations that allow us to understand the complex relations among different factors such as institutional capacity, economic growth, ecosystem integrity, and advocacy in armed conflicts. In order to address the deep and rooted inequalities in human development in Colombia. This National Human Development Report not only invites us to reflect on the current situation, but also thinking in terms of a different path to move towards sustainable development, sustainable human development, integrating biodiversity in a conscious and strategic manner in the process. The report dedicates a whole chapter to environmental analysis centered on a fundamental truth. The human development and environmental sustainability cannot be treated as separate issues. Ecosystems and well-being of individuals are deeply connected. With biodiversity, Colombia has a unique opportunity to show that it is possible to promote development without harming nature. And this is a great purpose of this meeting, COP16. In order to achieve this, it is essential to incorporate biodiversity as a substantial component in managing the territories. Allow me now to highlight several key ideas that guide the chapter of the report. First, the status of our biodiversity and its link with human development. The report shows that territories with greater human development levels tend to suffer greater levels of environmental degradation. In the meantime, those with less development have better preserved ecosystems. This paradox poses the need to pursue convergence where economic progress and social progress do not happen at the stake of nature. Then the concept of climate justice. The regions that historically have suffered more violence and conflict are also the most vulnerable ones to climate change. Integrating climate justice in our agenda, development agenda, means securing that the most severely affected communities receive the necessary support to adapt and prosper in an rapidly changing environment. Thirdly, deforestation and its relation with peace building. Key territories for Colombia. The key territories for peacekeeping in Colombia also face environmental challenges. Protecting our forests and restoring ecosystems is not only crucial to mitigate climate change, but also to strengthen the grounds for peace in these regions. It is evident that the relationship between biodiversity, human development, and climate change invites us to reconsider the traditional development models. The report poses a framework to understand such relations in a systematic manner by looking at them not as barriers, but as essential assets that we have to manage with intelligence. Instead of continuing to use outdated methods that have exhausted natural resources, Colombia can lead with a new approach, protecting biodiversity and adapting to climate change should not be secondary goals, but essential elements to secure sustainable human development. The call of this chapter is clear. We have to move forward towards a new convergence in which public policies and private investments may promote preservation of nature, climate justice, and human well-being simultaneously. This is a report that we proudly presented this year in 2024, the year in which we celebrate 150 years of diplomatic relations between Sweden and Colombia, and 50 years of the UNDP in Colombia. I thank the UNDP for this relevant effort, the results of which will be very important to contribute to the reduction of inequalities and promote sustainable human development in Colombia. In our view, the great value in such a report goes well beyond the diagnosis and recommendation, and mostly consists in the invitation to reflect and dialogue and determine how to double the efforts and move towards sustainable human development in the territories in Colombia. And from Sweden and the UNDP, of course, we are willing to continue facilitating spaces to carry out these discussions and promote new initiatives to go from words to action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And now to get into the topic, we should take into account the current challenges in human development related with the biodiversity loss, climate change, and the risk of disasters. That's why we are presenting the reports titled Nature and the Human Index in the report of Human Index of 2024. We welcome Jimena Cuyana, Manager of Environment and Sustainable Development in Colombia. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I will move to this side so as not to cover the presentation. In this brief presentation, I will speak about the details of the environmental chapter of the Human Index report that our representative and the ambassador were speaking about. We will speak about these 3 points. We will talk about the challenges, what we can do, and some final conclusions. The first is the problem, the issue we are facing right now, which is a non-virtuous circle that feedbacks and feeds itself of different planetary and socioeconomic imbalance that feed each other. Our current model creates planetary and global pressures that have put our current system in risk. This kind of pressure is, for example, a highly carbonized economy, which creates many carbon emissions, which puts our atmosphere in risk and creates shocks, such as what we are seeing today. Extreme drought, extreme floods that cannot be absorbed in the same way by the people who are in different conditions. So this creates further inequality or pressure over biodiversity with a model that is excessively extractive and creates the transformation and loss of biodiversity in very high levels. We are not only speaking about birds and butterflies that are precious and do we not need to lose, but also about pollinators who are putting at risk our food security or the loss of a very important ecosystem such as the Amazon, which regulates rivers and it's making other rivers dry. So now we are not filling dams and we are in a great risk of water insecurity. People coming from Bogota know already what's going on. And these climate and biodiversity shocks create huge problems for the population, for the individuals who cannot absorb these problems, this adversity in the same way as others in better economic situations. And this creates high inequality that creates further pressure, further risk, and a never-ending cycle. What's the problem with this? What are the challenges? The first one is the development model that is based in greenhouse gas effect, in greenhouse gases. In the Human Development Report, the UNPD spoke about the first time about the human-centric model, the human-centric era. Now we are changing from this era, and this graphic right here shows in the vertical axis the index of planetary pressures measured in greenhouse gases and also by consumption levels. And on the horizontal axis, we see the Human Development Index. Here we see how human development is increasing planetary tensions and pressures. This indicates that we should be moving towards this triangle where human development is high and planetary pressure is low. And this is still a long way to go. But we think that there are organization models that show different pathways towards this goal. Now, following with Colombia, even if greenhouse gases emissions in Colombia are very low, we want to do the same with each of our departments. When they increase in human development, they also increase their carbon dioxide emissions. The second challenge that the ambassador also mentioned is that of environmental and planetary justice. This first graphic, this first chart shows the index of planetary measures against the different indexes of human development in other countries. Those countries with the lowest human development have the lowest planetary pressures. And the cost of that planetary measures are paid when measuring this in temperature, is that this average of pressure, and for the people who are paying for this pressure, is going to rise in the next years. So the cost of this development is not being paid in an equitable way in the different countries. Here we centered in the Caribbean and the central belt of our planet, where we saw that there was also an increased risk of deforestation. That's why these countries are assuming the cost of desertification, of deforestation, and the cost of human safety in the role also of biodiversity. We took metrics from different countries. We took a variety of data because we also need to speak about biodiversity. And here we tried to integrate in this analysis. It's an approach towards the integrity of ecosystems measured by the percentage of degraded ecosystems, of eroded ecosystems. So we are seeing here in blue countries and cities and regions with the greatest with the lesser degradation, and in red with the lesser degradation. Using this percentage and the Human Development Index, the departments that are increasing their human development index, are also increasing their percentage of degraded ecosystems. This allows us to identify 3 different groups. The first one is departments that are in the section where we find a medium human development and a high level of degraded ecosystems. These are the departments in the paramos, in the Andean forests, and these are departments who create water safety and water security for the country. The other group is countries with departments, with the greatest ecosystems, degraded ecosystems, and a low human development index. This includes tropical forests, and resources that are required by different people are being degraded in this region. This is a situation of high degradation and a low human development index. And finally, we see cases where with a high ecosystem preservation and a low human development index. So the challenge is how to have a greater or a better human development index without sacrificing our ecosystems. So what to do? How do we get out of this non-virtuous cycle? And our proposal is to go for a human development that is sustainable and is based in nature. Nature is not a place where we extract the resources that we need, but is part of a system where our decisions will always affect biodiversity, the weather, and our livelihood. What we propose is to move towards these points related to ecosystem, where we can have highly preserved ecosystems and a high human development index. Our tendency also in Colombia is to have increasing greenhouse gases emissions. And that's the paradox that we have today. We need to decide if we need to continue in this trend of extensive livestock exploitation or the tendency of moving towards innovation, towards thinking about ourselves within a sustainable development model. Now, we also want to suggest these topics for the speakers, which is to strengthen the agency capacity of people. Because the net contribution of emissions of indigenous people in the Amazon is negative, and this is in opposition of the rest of the population, where richest people contribute 1% of the positive emissions. So we need to increase the political influence, the strategic influence of the different governances and organizations that can show us a different way of organizing and doing things. The second point is peace with nature. Many of the municipalities that have greatest proportion in areas of forests are the ones that are in greater conflict. And we see a trend that can go towards peace with nature or the opposite. These are some figures. 40% of the forests in the countries are in the most important areas for peace building. 80% of the areas for water supply are in the areas that are also most important for peace building, and the same with 80% of the areas of highly environmental interest. And everything that we have done to move out of this situation has brought more deforestation, and deforestation is helping the situation, is not helping the situation. Then how to increase and build capacity and institutions to make more efficient investments for biodiversity. We see that investments are very low in the departments we have the greatest and most important ecosystems that we need to protect. However, when these investments are not done in a transparent and effective way, we see no effect in the building capacity needed in the territories. Finally, innovating in the models, innovative models, to reconvert our productions with restorative, multifunctional approaches, not only planting trees and doing some small actions, but actually create green employment. And also promoting territory innovation in connection with global agendas. I think that's it for me. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jimena. We want to tell you that this year CEPAL and the UNPD in Colombia have joined efforts to establish continuous dialogue with public, private, and international stakeholders to promote actions for human development while creating a positive impact over the sustainable use and preservation of biodiversity together with fair distribution of the benefits. Now we are welcoming the director of CEPAL in Colombia, who will share key aspects about human and world heritage and biodiversity in the Colombian economy. Thank you very much. Thank you, UNPD, Sara, Jimena, Diego, and the whole team of CEPAL who help us in these efforts. There are some key and important points that are related also to Jimena's presentation. We are taking a look at how we can create a greater ecosystemic integration without losing development. In recent sessions, the Executive Secretary of CEPAL launched a report that includes also other countries in Latin America and proposes a change in the development model. What is what we need to change? Because we can't continue with these trends that have kept us or that has locked in very poor situations and bad models for biodiversity that have also failed in creating economical progress. We tend to forget that biodiversity and ecosystems are so important for nature. Our service and public good or global public goods are available but are starting to diminish very drastically, and this has an effect on economy, and we will finally get into a point from which we cannot come back. Also, in the production of food, we need to change our provision models. In Bogota, we are having a water crisis, also everything related with raw materials and also general production and food production, such as climate regulations, water purifications, and also other services. And countries, for example, such as Colombia, who have a great sense of identity, have the ability of promoting and sharing knowledge to also train and to create commodities, products that can get into the supply chain in the production to revolutionize the current model. Otherwise, our economy will be held back to the point of no return. That is just, everyone tells me not to be so dramatic, not to bring everything to the point of collapse. But we need to analyze this in a realistic way. What do we know about Colombian economy? More or less, 48% of the national GDP depends directly of activities related to nature. 86% of the active population at national level has some risk of their livelihood because of the loss of natural patrimony. And finally, the relationship between the estimated value of the ecosystemic services in the country and the GDP is around 2.23. That is, our GDP creates thanks to biodiversity. Thanks to biodiversity. I wanted to take a while in this slide, but this is very important. One of the topics that we started discussing when speaking about financing, we found ourselves in a situation where we lost a lot of the ecosystemic integrity. The perception and management of financial risk is key because this is not a risk that is analyzed with the loss of cultural and ecosystemic patrimonies. This is a risk that is measured with the behavior of a past portfolio. Was it was it a high pay? Is he a landowner? Interest rates start fluctuating. And we also know that interest rates respond to other economic factors. But the relationship of ecosystems with the financial systems have a lot to do with past behavior. When we had biodiversity, when we were in no risk due to climate change, or we didn't have a perception that things were about to change. Things were very different. So what we are proposing now and the work that we've been doing is to understand risks in a different way, because we have severe and chronic risks that are derived from biodiversity loss. We will create macroeconomic problems, one of them being the lack of alignment between organizations that intend to reduce our impact on nature and some synergic risks that are derived from collapse when there's nothing else to do. These are macroeconomic risks that are expressed in different variables. And at the end, they get translated in financial risks. With this, we want to express that it is very important that the financial system understands the relationship between economy and nature and what our future scenario looks like, where these abundance and global goods are no longer here for us.
What does this imply? This implies changing the algorithm. We are going to imagine the prospective scenario exercises and ask what would happen if this is included or not. And this is the discussion that we're having in the COP. If I am going to invest or apply a solution based in nature in a productive system, you should not have a higher interest rate attached. You are going to reduce the risk of collapse. So I prefer your activity to any other. So that in that area, we need more work. What does this mean? Latin America and Colombia are trapped in three traps, and for decades we have been so. Low economic growth and low productivity. This is a high inequality, social mobility inequities. This is not linked normally to economic issues or economic development issues. That is a low institutional capacity and governance capacity. That it means doing things. We know what to do. We've have received thousands of recommendations, but putting it into practice is where we become stuck. And that has led us to what we know. Triple planetary crisis exacerbated by the loss of biodiversity, global warming, contamination of air, water, and soil. This is not a minor detail. This is the rate of growth of the GDP in Colombia, and we use the same ECLAC methodology to calculate it for Latin America, but concentrate on this one, the pink line. Colombia has not moved from 6. We've had peaks, but most incredibly, this trend is downwards. We are reducing the productive capacity at the expense of our natural heritage. This is a worst case scenario because in the future we will be unable to maintain minimal development conditions. So when we look at this graph, we see total accumulated growth of the world, Latin America, and Colombia. I have been insisting on productivity in Colombia. We have to focus on that because we are doing away with our assets without any achievement in economic terms. This is the graphic that is very concerning in my view because it goes back to what I said. Why do we grow in Colombia? Because people tell me that this trend is positive because there is growth, and the total factor productivity shows us the elements that grow, and we are growing. Total factor productivity means how do I use production factors and I combine them to make them more productive. The factors are labor services and capital services. Colombia grows because they use more factors and not better. This means that we grow at the expense of our natural heritage. We are expanding the agricultural border. We are using more water, obviously. We grow because we use labor with low productivity. And this is concerning because in the last year, 2023, we reduced productivity. That is, we are using more production factors and less innovation that Jimena mentioned. So I think that this connects very well. Colombia has to grow, but we have to make better use of what we have. We cannot continue expanding soil and the agricultural border. I say this all the time. When we say that we have 40 million hectares for agriculture, and we are using 12, well, I will stick to the 12. What we need to do is to improve the way we use those 12 million and diversify the production matrix in agriculture. In conducting this analysis, we see to what extent the productive sectors depend on ecosystem services and what nature produces, and we have very complicated things. This, for you to understand the figures, what we use of water in the productive sectors in Colombia, 35% is used for agriculture. 30% in public services and waste management. Also, when we analyze forest products, we see that agriculture uses a lot. That means that ecosystems are being transformed and continue being transformed. And with the UNDP, we found that a large portion of the transformation in natural ecosystems was implied by expansion into the flatland, energy, power, mining, and quarries, and manufacturing industries. The greatest use of natural resources mainly in Antioquia and other areas. And this matches what our analysis. We are producing impact, we are concentrating the impact, and yesterday we presented an analysis that we carried out. We saw that credits for nature are concentrating in the same areas. We're not being effective in that sense. They are Antioquia, Boyacá, Cundinamarca, Santander, and Valle del Cauca. With economy, we realize the dimension of the problem that we suffer. This is a projection for the future. It is an estimate, but it is good. We have calculated that the loss of natural heritage has significant impacts on the economy. It can reduce by 25% the current growth trend of the economy in Colombia. This means that that reduction of 25% may reduce between 1.5 and 2.5% the GDP. And what is even worse is that hydrometeorology disruptions can reduce people's well-being, transforming this by 2030 into a population with 3 million poor people. This is a very serious problem, and as I said before, this can be a point of no return. So the question here to get into the house, and this is what ECLAC really enjoys, how can we avoid the triple crisis from the private sector? Before we get into the detail and conclude, this doesn't mean that the public sector is not important. And I have repeated this many times because when you analyze UNDP studies, public spending that is non-nature positive is very large. So I want to invite politicians to coherence, to invest, and the private sector's role to understand the dynamic, because this will impact their decisions in the future. So we can define this as a mission. We have to move forward in a new set of economic incentives for private investment in biodiversity. And I repeat, investing in biodiversity should not be more expensive. It is the solution, it is the path that we have ahead. Regulatory frameworks that force the monitoring and dissemination of environmental impact. We've had discussions because we don't know how to measure. And we have standardized exercises and we don't know who produces the information and who receives the information. So we need to make a change, not only in Colombia, overall on the planet. We have to promote public-private partnerships that enable income of patient capital and reduce the private sector risk accounting net framework of natural capital to assess economic impact, corporate accountability with sustainability and metrics on cross-sectional and broad impacts, innovation in financial mechanisms, and the incorporation of biodiversity as a strategic affair, not only RSE. It is an economic problem, a financial problem that is linked to negative flows in biodiversity. In this, I want to say that it's not merely about creating new lines. Those that exist should stop doing so. Taxonomy is a matter there. We have to also analyze risk. If we do not know how financial risk occurs, we will not facilitate change. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Angela, for this excellent explanation of this analysis that we have carried out from UNDP and NECLAC. We are going to share a QR code with you through which you can consult in greater detail these details that have been just presented. The numbers and the reading of reality from the reports become the adequate pretext to make way for an exchange session that will allow us to interpret what we have just learned in this. Along these lines, we want to invite the representative of UNDP Colombia, recently appointed Susana Ferrer, to guide this session and summon our guests for today. Sarah, I will call upon our guests if you agree. Firstly, we would like to welcome Ms. Alejandra Díaz Agurelo, Director of Sustainability of the Bank for Insurance and Housing Bolívar. Also, we want to call upon Madame Camila Aguilar, Executive Director of the Alpina Foundation. We also want to invite Tatiana Zuniga, Officer for Environment and Climate Change of the Swedish Embassy in Colombia. Thank you very much for being here. And also, we want to invite Mr. Gregory Watson, Specialist in Biodiversity and Natural Capital from the IDB. Thank you all for being here today. Sarah, you have the floor. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you for this excellent introduction and welcome to this panel. Gregory, you are super welcome in this superb panel of women. So I invite you to participate in this discussion. We have the development bank, the private banks, foundations, and international cooperation, and together we are promoting other types of discussions. As you have seen, the Human Development Report highlights the paradox of sustainable human development, how to create the path toward equitable growth and protect the reservoirs in Colombia. I wanted to address a question. First, the same question for all of you. From your standpoint, from your sphere, what are the barriers that we need to overcome in order to promote the new paths? So I would start with you, Gregory, if you agree. Please go ahead. Thank you for this invitation, and I really love this panel of women. This is absolutely a pleasure. But from the IDB, we work with finance ministries, environmental ministries, private sector, NGOs. We are at the center, and we see the friction amongst the stakeholders. Part of it is that we need to attach value to natural capital. We have methodologies, but we have to link that to national accounts and central banks. I know that Colombia is doing this, but also knowing how we are going to use the numbers. I think it is fundamental, because if we are measuring something, because I think that in the case of financing, it would be very interesting to use it to create new financial products. I think that the barriers are that there are no registries of projects. We have carbon registries, but not biodiversity projects registries. Who's financing where? Which are the success indicators? And whether they are being delivered upon. We don't have that information, and that creates a problem. And there are certain areas that are overfinanced and other priorities, areas that are not receiving sufficient financing. That is one part. And something else is that we need robust reporting mechanisms, not only to report to the convention, because what I have seen in other places such as Uruguay, they had placed in the Ministry of Economy and Finance these instruments, because this will be the driver of investment, bonds, debt swaps, biodiversity credit. And I think these are the macro actions with different actors. Thank you, Gregory. And maybe Claudia from the foundations can address. Camila, I'm sorry. What are the barriers that we need to overcome? Well, I think that it is not only from the foundations that we need to overcome barriers, but we have to look into other stakeholders and their actions that are difficult to identify. You were just saying there are no registries for projects, and effectively you go out to the territories and you may not find registries about the projects, but in the territories many things are going on that may be escalated, and there are many stakeholders that are very good for that. I will share with you that last year in 2023, the investment from family and business foundations in Colombia was 4 times the budget of the Department of Social Prosperity in all sectors, across sectors, not only in the environmental area. This is an example of how things are happening that we maybe are not under our radar, to put them on the table and see how there are other stakeholders who are making contributions. And of course, some things should be reviewed, but I think we do have actions that we can resort to, or knowledge that are underlying processes in the territories. And maybe they are not in the scale that we want. This happens, but we may all come together in cooperation, and international agencies can look into these small actions in small territories and small families, but as a way of integrating production changes that integrate human development component. Thank you, Camila. Private banking. What is your view? Well, from private banking. First, I want to thank you, Sarah, and I want to thank Ambassador and the team for this invitation. How do we see these barriers? Firstly, and I go back to what Angela said at the end of her intervention, looking at a strategic element for banking, looking at nature as a strategic element for banking. 55% of the GDP depends intensively on nature. Sectors that go from agribusiness, pharmaceutical, health, construction. In all of them, as a bank, we are present in those industries. And for us, it is strategic. And this is the first barrier that we have to overcome in commercial banks, because more financial system actors need to see the impact and the interdependencies between different sectors and nature, because overall it's a credit risk for us if we do not understand what are the degrees of the interdependencies, impacts and risks and opportunities. We are not effectively anticipating risks. So we need to see this as a strategy and understand it better. This is a determining factor. And also, we need to collaborate with others to understand better. The banks have collaborated and have worked to understand and strengthen capacities, but undoubtedly having a green taxonomy is very useful. We have to learn more than one taxonomy about biodiversity and adaptation. Colombia has this, but I think we're on the right track. And there are good signs about the assets or activities that favor preservation and restoration, delivering appropriate incentives. I think that by learning and delivering appropriate incentives is of the essence. The fact that there is a social environmental risk management system in our bank that allows us to determine the location of projects and screen them and assess the social impacts and environmental impacts of the project allows us or places us in a situation that is a privilege. Not all banks have social and environmental risk management systems. Another barrier, funding. It is important to bring together efforts and more than funding, a structure of combined financing where different stakeholders are present, some delivering capital, others incentives, others guarantees, of course, bringing together all the stakeholders, banking, first floor, second floor, to put together resources and data. Data is essential. We need to connect to the information system, to all the information systems to originate a loan, and we identify the risks and impact. And these are the barriers, some of the barriers that we think we need to overcome. Thank you.
Right, we're speaking about data, about information, so we would like to know what areas, what projects do you have in the territory, what are the overfinanced areas, and what are the underfinanced areas. Then we also spoke about reports, something that is always related with greenwashing, and also what are the dependencies between these aspects. Sarah was very clear, 48% of this economy depends on that natural capital and not understanding it, which is hard, right? I was with an insurance union, and each of these unions speaks their own language, and biodiversity uses the language of others. How can we speak about nature not only as an asset, yes, asset for financial groups, but what does it mean? How can we understand it better and see that relationship between the different stakeholders? And I think that it is also very important to join the efforts of others, not only for funding, but also for the work in capital and in territories. I would like to ask Tatiana, as an international representative, how can we overcome these barriers? What needs to be promoted to succeed in these efforts? As you all know, we are familiarized and experts in development. So there are multiple causes that create these territorial crises. Also, institutional crisis will also affect local economies, access to public services, conflict, the multiplication of illegal economy or lack of planning in, for example, extensive livestock exploitation. And as causes are multiple, also our approach can be multiple to involve all stakeholders with a systemic approach with multiple stakeholders, involving also academia, identifying innovative opportunities for the sustainable use of biodiversity, also the public sector, through the promotion of policies that integrate these economies as something that can also dynamize local economy, and from the private sector to create that connection with the markets that at the same time can create the sustainability of the economies we intend to promote. Thank you very much. Gregory, I wanted to go deeper into public investment, which is fundamental to lever these changes and also promote these topics. How could we allocate more resources or allocate them in a better way? What can you propose? Thank you. Well, I think we all know the report that says that the biodiversity financing gap is like $8 million. $8 billion per year, and almost 500 millions can be covered with the transformation of biodiversity within one government and by readapting and repurposing subsidies and incentives. This is great because we don't need to create another $8 billion. Sorry, another $800 billion. We will start a study next year to also have these figures and metrics for Latin America. Once again, we do not have the data, so we are working with Angela on that. And we also see that we can work between and with different ministers. And what we've seen is that when we start speaking with the Ministry of the Environment, the Ministry of Finance, they all start thinking how they can create financial instruments, new instruments. But the thing is, we have instruments we can use, such as bonds, market indexes that can help us also in biodiversity. This is the case of Uruguay. If they overcome the KPIs, they are rewarded for that. That is a fantastic model. We also have other instruments. For example, I don't know if this is something you do in Colombia, but for example, emission exchanges or swaps. Also university credits. Colombia is a leader in researching biodiversity and university credits, and I think that it is tomorrow that we are launching the high-level panel credits. And this means that we can incorporate companies to compensate with voluntary credits that you can sell. And companies want to invest in this kind of asset. And this is another way of doing this. You need to have the regulation framework that facilitates these products. And Colombia might be including now new regulations for this. Something that we didn't discuss as much here is insurance. And there is a great opportunity to bring the insurance market, for example, the forest fire insurance market, because we've been speaking about having, for example, insurance for coral reefs, which is a natural resource. Any coastal zone where you have some value you can protect for nature is a potential product. There are great opportunities, and it does not need to be something new, but you can use something old in a new way. And also, I can mention some experimental examples. There's a model of an asset company which appreciates nature. It gives value to some resources, and it can also help us keep our registers of the owners of the land. We can keep IPOs of the product, of the value of these resources. It's experimental, but it could work. And if it did, it could change the whole process. Thank you very much. You have provided a whole lot of elements, experimental instruments also that are not massive, but I am glad that Colombia is an example on this, and I hope that we can escalate this and move away from the experimental phases. I wanted to explore risk management from the household point of view. You mentioned you were doing a division for screening and that you were measuring risk differently from the private bank. And you've been seeing for a while what attracted value this new model, this new proactive risk management could bring to property. So I would like to know, how do you see this new future? Well, it adds a lot of value for the bank, and we also have the fortune to be pioneers in incorporating social and environmental risk. Because if we didn't manage this, we could have a great impact on our capital turnover and in our financial goals. And when you think of it like this, definitely we get into the commitment and into the task of how to improve and streamline this index. This risk management index also allows us now to motivate financing and also to decide not to lever other initiatives. We have placed some projects in initiatives who restore land through regenerative agriculture. And thanks to that, we could also monitor and observe these projects. And if it weren't for this new index, we wouldn't even realize about some activities that we could finance and also the positive impacts they have on nature. We could also identify biomass projects, and we've been working with them. And I think that the big challenge is in what we are doing for corporate and company banks, where we can also apply these risk models to personal banking and also take this index not only for risk, but also for opportunity. And when you speak about opportunity, figures speak for themselves. We already had a 1% increase in our turnover. And we can also create business that can help us to get our GDP to get a 3% increase by applying technology, science, and to be focused on biodiversity and to have an ecological economy. This was a great opportunity for us, and maybe I'll just stop here by telling you about something we did recently. We have extensive experience in managing climate change emissions and carbon emissions, where 90% of those emissions are emissions by our clients. So we are supporting our clients to apply different indexes and measures that can help them reduce their emissions. And recently, we are also evaluating and assessing 270 projects in the sector of building, agriculture, and we are measuring their impact on soil, on water. And this helped us trace new mechanisms for risk management, monitoring, and also to encourage our clients to report on those emissions. And this is something that is beneficial to us. We have learned so much from climate issues, and now we are also integrating nature topics because they become a great opportunity for value creation. And also you started with climate and now you are getting into nature. And only now we are realizing about the great interdependency between these two elements. And Colombia has been a pioneer in this, not because we have separate mechanisms, international mechanisms that are working with these topics in a downstream, in a vertical way, are related to the well-being of those countries. So now we wanted to put these elements on the table to analyze opportunities and lessons learned. We were speaking previously about the lack of standards for measurement. So how important is the performance and being transparent? There are some key topics such as society, social stakeholders, economic stakeholders who have not yet overcome some of these hardships. So it would be good to agree on some minimal baseline where we could report on so as to report on a more transparent and less opaque way, if you may, about these topics. Now, Switzerland is a great example of sustainability, of circular economy, and you have been pioneers in this for many years. So what measures do you think we could apply to minimize these risks in Colombia in green businesses that you were speaking about, in circular economy, recycling? What could we do? Well, Switzerland is a firm believer in the capacities of the territories. For years, we've been seeing incredible economy and assessment projects. But the thing is, as we say, they are still lacking a little push. There's a lot of capacity, but sometimes they lack organizational knowledge, financial education. So these are small businesses that still do not have access to credits that are easy for them to pay, softer credits. Also, the creation of networks between the different bioeconomies, be reconnected with the markets so as to prosper from their small economies. And also the synergy between different stakeholders. And all of this needs to be in a context of peace, because otherwise we are working with territories that will have no economic sustainability. Clearly, this microphone is not working on for me today, but Camila, from the foundation point of view, you were saying something very important about the private sector. And your foundation has such great social work in the country. And when speaking about biodiversity and the environment, how is the social sector promoting biodiversity in the country? Well, there are different approaches towards biodiversity. Speaking specifically about the Alpina Foundation, we are working in what you were mentioning about in the index report. That is, how can we start changing the model and who do we do this work with? In our country, 70% of our food comes from small producer, and over 60% of these small producer has no technical assistance, and they also have an opportunity to get closer to the work we were describing before, climate change, biodiversity, they face this every day. So in our case, we've been working with these small producers to adjust and to adapt their production model. And this has an impact in their economy and in our economy because of the way we work, because of the distribution in our country. 60% of these producers I was just mentioning have less than 5 hectares. That's why their measures have a high impact on agriculture, and we can also influence this by changing the way that these small producers produce or do their job. As Angela was just mentioning, also we can think about how we use better what we already have. And there's a lot of opportunities related to climate change, and also thinking about examples of ways that we can work or in which we can work differently. So to everything that we are doing and how it applies or relates with our budget. And this is not only for us, but also for governments. I was listening to the presentations, and I was thinking that we can't place a lot of responsibility on local governments, because we have already seen this. Society has an issue, has a problem when trying to make the health system or the education system work. And now to add to that the environment, I think it is too much. So we need to see how to articulate and deploy this. So we need to analyze how to better use the resources and analyze the results. Sometimes from the government point of view, you become scared about how to change those hiring and employment models. A lot of money is invested and hired to modify the technical capacities in the territory, but never actually reaches the territory. We get monitoring lists when we saw that visits were made, supply or the resources were delivered, but the money invested can be and can work so much better. So the mechanisms that we are applying from foundations and in different projects, including projects with in cooperation with other agents, I think there's a room to improve how we are using and applying those resources. So if there's only a few territories, we can work by organizing examples that are already in the territory and apply the best practices of other examples that can help us improve the management of the resources we already have. We are also exploring the investments for better impact, and many organizations are contributing resources that can have, of course, financial turnovers, but also great environmental impact. So we can use those specific practices in the territory, but also bring innovative mechanisms to improve the changes in the territory. Thank you, Camila.
Your examples are gathered in the Human Development Report. One of the key matters is the recommendation that the report makes about changing from inputs to results. It is not the same to the focus shall be placed on education of children. And you also said that or mentioned how much you can expect from public governments. Public can be a leverage, but we have to include public, private, and social. There are levels, hierarchies, and I think that such hierarchies do not help because each one contributes from their actions to that construction of things. these innovations, well, there are many innovations, and we are becoming more visible, and that is the issue. What I wanted to mention is something very important, and that is to understand how the country is made up. You have said so. The country is made up by small farmers. So the business structure is made up by them. Then they are informal, also in the informal sector. So how to support these farmers? Informal is not the same as illegal. That means they are not registered, but they do contribute to the GDP, to well-being, and they create conditions. How can I create other vehicles, platforms to financially include these informal players? I wanted to finish with one last question, and very briefly, I want to know from each of you, from such interesting presentations by the ambassador, by Jimena and Angela, what surprised you? What would you take back? Or what is the key message? Gregory? I think that the figures that Angeles mentioned, in my view, they reflect reality. First, the good thing is that they exist. Not all countries have them. This is something on its own, but also how high they are. And this discussion takes us back to payment per results. We are going to launch a Jaguar fund that will pay activities to preserve the areas where the jaguar thrives. So resources reach the farmers. Thank you. And I was impacted really by the presentation made by Angela, especially the direct relationship. I am an ecologist, and I always address these issues since I have been very young, but this is linked in a framework that is very broad, and I like this, and that you are linking this back to economic issues, and this is quite new. It's very surprising to me. From Angela's presentation, I would highlight the fact that we are using more factors in a better way. This is very important to consider that, because you always think that you need to grow without determining how, but we are here because we have to see the how, and we have to pay attention to how we are faring and how we can be more efficient and strategic in that way of growing. And I think that we need everyone's contribution to do that. So I will take back that reflection. My take-home message is the reflection and the relationship between degradation of the territory and development. And this is what we see in the capital cities, because we have been causing degradation, but there is hope in the territories that have not been degraded, but also the challenge is financial inclusion of the populations. How can we achieve harmonious growth in the territories? Growth with nature, hand in hand with nature in the territories. And two things happen. And I want to go back to your intervention, Sarah. By innovating, I think that we have worked tremendously, and we have reached 97% of the national territory, trying to make people stop using cash, to have access to nano credits, to have a financial background that then will grow and will allow them to connect to other productive chains. What we do in social ecosystems is unprecedented, and the way we work with companies so that the small agricultural farmers may receive 4 great things that can motivate that development. One is technical assistance focused on nature-based solutions, growth based on regenerative agriculture, and we do that with anchor companies, and also insurance, because of course to make them bankable. The farmers need risk management, climate risk management, and also the insurance, parametrics insurance, and we are working in great projects to manage the risk for farmers. Also, connection to the anchor company that buys from them is very important. That those elements and others that are available, such as health risk management allows us to develop the territories with responsibility. Achieving that growth there in such territories that have not been degraded yet favoring financial inclusion is something that we are very looking forward to. Thank you, Alejandra, and I want to thank all the panelists. Excellent. This has been an excellent panel, excellent interventions. I wanted briefly to know whether there are any questions from the audience, whether otherwise we need to finish. 1 or 2 questions can be allowed. Good afternoon, Diana Bejarano. I want to thank you for these important opportunities in countries like ours. This is a great contribution. I think that what you were saying is very important about technical assistance in the territories. Right now, a global development plan. I am a major in the National Police. We work in the territories and we are participating as part of the state in these solutions and visions. And where decisions are made from the territories, analyzing the specific situations, we understand security and that the conditions exist for development to be deployed. My personal contribution in the framework of technical assistance, it is important to guide our farmers in the territories about tropical agroforestry practices or systems, because these tropical systems describe scenarios where you can intervene in the environment and we can have feedback with the environment based on which we can obtain our food from Colombia. Colombia's food is produced by small farmers for scenarios like such as banking or private corporations or foundations, that they be useful, because finally this is a feedback loop, and Dr. Angela made it very clear by showing us the vector that creates opposition between preservation and economic development, preservation of natural resources and economic development, and finally in the relevance attached to these environmental services from the rest of the public policy, so that from the macro standpoint in our countries, not only Colombia but Latin America, we are the focus of services and resources that have to be managed. Not everything that is green is preservation. Monocrop is green, but it's a monocrop. So I thank you on behalf of the investigation team of the National Police Force. We thank you. Good night. I am Franklin Corrales. I belong to a territory close by. I live in Buenaventura. I want to thank you, the UNDP. I have links with the UNDP for the projects that you have carried out in Buenaventura, and we have benefited greatly from them. And I wanted to mention 3 things. The first of them, when the ECLAC representative spoke about the solution of regulatory frameworks, accounting frameworks, all that, that sounded like Escazú, and we have discussed here that it is about building on what has been built already. So it is about seeing which tools we have presently in Colombia, in the Americas, to start strengthening these development processes in the territories. Also, well, I had a question, and the question is, there is a very great problem, and that is continuity of support to these productive processes and development processes in the territories. And this has been the great fear, that they are projects that financing and cooperation comes and they say, well, I am here, I will take this much, and the project lasts for 1 year, and after 1 year they come back and they make numbers, and it's all about numbers and figures. And when the project finishes, we say, well, we have delivered, these are the figures that we hope to meet. And then what happens? What does the project, does it remain there? The year is over, and suddenly those resources that are provided in these communities, well, they become dependent on the resources, and that is not good. That does not generate process continuities. And you, from your sectors, which would be the strategy that you would implement to generate such continuity and not dependence on the financing of the productive projects in the territories that are somehow vulnerable to this climate change process and protection of biodiversity? Thank you. I don't know who wants to answer. Well, this is what we do from the foundation. I can tell you how we see it and how we approach it, because it is clear for us. First, we need to build the issues. We cannot have a project standpoint. The tool, about the tools and projects, we have to analyze what is required and built together. And there are learnings that we've had in time, and you know this from the beginning, but it's about the productive matters, in particular the order in which the support is delivered. When people have a need, they receive seeds and input supplies, and many times what happens is that they sell them because they have a need, and others criticize and they say, oh, they are not committed, they don't want to work, but there is a need underlying. When you start building a process from the productive standpoint, the people in the territory are involved and they take ownership over the process, and there is a process of learning and workshops, and it's about what will be done, what are the benefits for individuals and families. Then there is a delivery of supplies where you are ready to carry out your own productive project or process. So these are subtle differences in how you do it. Also support, you mentioned support, and time is the great enemy of having sustainable processes. No process can bear a 1-year transformation because we're talking about budgets, local or national budgets. It doesn't take 2 months to assign those budgets. So you need to work with other stakeholders on strategies. So we need somebody to support us because it is not simple. The first rainfall takes the seeds and the orchard is over. So you need support, not only for the technical standpoint to do it again, but also from the human standpoint. And something else that we have learned is, for example, in the case of orchards or or farms or crops, three crops are important for individuals to learn and take ownership over the knowledge. Those are the strategies that we use. Does anybody else want to answer otherwise with this? The issue of appropriation or rather ownership is important. The importance of not taking development to the territories, but build development with people and from the territories. And with this message, I would like to thank very specially Gregory, Tatiana, Camila, Alejandra for this great panel and for supporting us in COP16. Thank you.